less than their private sector counterparts. A strong, nonpartisan federal workforce is fundamental to a functioning democratic government. These dedicated workers deserve our respect and our support. Like most Americans, federal workers faced increased costs for groceries and housing and economic uncertainty because of President Trump's reckless tax and tariff agenda. The Trump tariffs are estimated to cost American households $4,900 per year, the largest tax increase since 1968. President Trump and congressional Republicans are also advocating for a tax regime that will actually increase federal deficits by more than $4 trillion over the next 10 years. And worst of all, they're seeking to offset their tax cuts for billionaires by gutting $800 billion from Medicaid programs. My Democratic colleagues and I strongly oppose that motion. Oversight Democrats stand with struggling families. We oppose corruption and abuse of power, and we are committed to solving our nation's crises without sacrificing the well-being of our civil servants. I urge my colleagues to reject this reverse Robin Hood legislation, which robs from the poor to give to the rich, and instead work towards a budget that respects American workers and the basic needs and services they provide. I welcome the committee's questions, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Chairman Arrington, we keep hearing a constant refrain from the Democrats that the tax cuts were driven to the wealthy. The Washington Post fact-checked what they referred to as Democrats', quote, zombie claim, end quote, that 83% of the benefits from Republican tax reform in 2017 went to the wealthiest 1%. They fact-checked this multiple times. The Post gave the claim 3 Pinocchios, saying, quote, the tax bill has been in place for more than 3 years, and it's clear from the available data that the top 1% did not end up with most of the tax benefits. Do you agree with me that the Democrats have a credibility problem when they discuss President Trump's tax cuts?
They have a major credibility problem because the facts are contrary to their mischaracterization. The top 1% actually pay a higher share of their taxes than they did prior to TCJA. So in that respect, it became a more progressive tax code. But every other income level saw a tax break. In addition to that, we had record wage increases. In fact, the bottom 10% of wage earners grew their wages at twice the top 10%. And it's 3 times the income increase of the bottom 50% relative to the top 1%. So I would just add that it couldn't be a scam on working people and poor people when we achieved the lowest poverty rate in recorded history. So people got better opportunities and bigger paychecks, and the people at the lower income spectrum got the biggest benefit from TCJA. So mischaracterization may be an understatement for how they describe tax cuts for the rich. And let's remember, the top 10% of income earners are paying 70% of our salary, the lights, and the entire freight of the federal government. So when we talk about tax fairness and equity, they have an interesting perspective on that.
Thank you. I think the word mischaracterization of what they're saying is a kind way to say it. There's a 3-letter word that characterizes it better, but we'll leave that alone. When President Biden stated the Trump tax cuts went to the top 1% and not ordinary people, didn't factcheck.org have to debunk him? And didn't the liberal Tax Policy Center even have to correct President Biden? And didn't even the New York Times state that, quote, studies consistently find that the 2017 law cut taxes for most Americans.
That's
And
correct.
doesn't this constant refrain we're hearing from Democrats now match exactly what has been categorically debunked?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And nobody knows that better than the average family of four who saw about a $5,000 increase in their take-home pay because of their tax relief, which was almost the opposite effect of the inflation tax they paid over the last 3 or 4 years.
Thank you very much, Mr. McGovern.
I think what you're talking about is not what we're talking about here today. We're talking about the Republican reconciliation package that is going to be jammed through this committee and rushed to the floor. And if I'm understanding the numbers correctly, the latest version of their tax scam, the top 0.1% stand to gain $255,000 on average in 2027 alone. That's $700 a day, every day. The people who make over $1 million a year will also get their pockets lined. On average, these millionaires will have an additional $81,500 per year, but pennies for everybody else. For those earning less than $50,000 per year, the average benefit is $265. That's less than $1 per day, and that's laughable when you begin to look at the gaps that are going to be created by these cuts in other programs. But Mr. Boyle, I have a letter here that you received along with the Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, from the director of the Congressional Budget Office. And I'm looking at this chart here about who benefits from this bill. It doesn't seem to match what Chairwoman Fox and Mr. Arrington are just talking about right now. You want to comment on this?
What that chart shows, and by the way, that's not my chart.
Yeah, I know.
That's not your chart.
CBO's.
That is the official scorekeeper's chart, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. And if you can show that chart again, what it shows is the poor get poorer while the rich get richer. And so let me quote again from the CBO, specifically their numbers. For people in the bottom 10%, they will experience a 4% loss of household wealth. Meanwhile, for people in the top 10%, they will see their household resources increase by 2%. It is as simple as that.
And I ask unanimous consent that this be entered into the record, Madam Chair.
Without objection.
My view on legislation is that if you believe in the legislation, you ought to vote for it. If you don't believe in it, you ought to vote against it. So I would say to my friend Chairman Arrington, if you believe the stuff that's contained in this reconciliation bill, if you think these priorities are the right priorities, and if these represent your values, then by all means vote for it. I'll disagree with you. I mean, I could spend all day here because I'm also on the Agriculture Committee, and we had a lengthy hearing on the impact of the nutrition cuts on average people and on states too. There's an unfunded mandate here as well, and it's going to be significant. But if this bill represents your values, I'll just say for the record, it doesn't represent my values. And so, you know, we're just going to have to agree to disagree. But, you know, let me ask you a question, though, Chairman Arrington. I mean, this is the Rules Committee print of what we're talking about. Is this Rules Committee print in front of us, is this the final version of the bill, or a change is going to be made?
Sir, it's the final version of the bill until the manager's amendment is completed, and then we'll know what those definitive changes are.
So are negotiations still ongoing? And if so, with whom? Where are they, and in what room? Shouldn't you be in that room instead of being here right now because you're the budget chair? I mean, during the budget markup on Sunday night, you said that you weren't aware of any changes being made, and then my colleague on the Rules Committee, Mr. Norman, on this committee, followed up saying he was happy with the direction, with the changes that were being made. So which is it? So changes are going to be made.
Well, I'd say there've been a lot of conversations and discussion and healthy debate within the conference. But as far as I'm concerned, my job was first to make sure that the budget targets were achieved, and they were. So we had a balanced budget reconciliation bill. That was our job to affirm that in the Budget Committee. As to what changes, I don't know of any definitive changes until I see it on paper. Lots of things change, as you know,
Right, yeah,
in this
I-
process.
But in the Budget Committee markup, you said that we would have an official score from the nonpartisan budget experts at CBO before we vote on this bill. And when will we get that score?
I believe we will still have a score on the final bill.
So you think we'll get the score before we vote on it?
That's my expectation.
And if we don't, would you recommend that we hold off until we get the
I think
score?
we got a lot of the bills scored at this point. My expectation is that they'll have the bill scored.
Yeah, but with the changes, yeah, I mean, one of the things about CBO is it talks not only just about the impacts on the deficit and the debt, but also on like how many people will lose health care benefits or, and other benefits. So, any change will impact our constituents differently. And so I guess I just want to, do you think it's okay for us to vote on this bill without knowing how much it will cost the American taxpayer or how many people will get kicked off of their health care? And, if you're saying we should absolutely have a final CBO score before we vote on this, I could live with that. I just don't, I want to make sure I'm understanding what you're committing to or not committing to.
I'm committing, my expectation is they'll have all the scores, Mr. McGovern, but I think they know the various machinations and what that will do to ensure a certain number of people who receive, for example, Medicaid, who are in this country illegally under the policies of President Biden, and what that will change when we put prohibitions against taxpayer funded services
And to
going
be
via
clear,
illegal
I'm
immigrants.
not looking for a prediction. I'm looking for kind of certainty about
Yeah,
what we
sure.
will be. Mr. Boyle, as you know, statutory pay-go, which stands for pay-as-you-go, is a law that requires tax cuts and spending increases to be offset, meaning that they do not add to the deficit. If at the end of the year, congressional legislation collectively violates pay-go, those deficit effects trigger across-the-board cuts to programs like Medicare. Does this bill trigger statutory pay-go?
Yes, and it's not me saying it. It is the Congressional Budget Office confirming it as of a couple hours ago. And look, this is really the breaking news, because when the Budget Committee kicked off this process approximately 3 months ago, there was a commitment by President Trump that there would be no Medicare cuts in this piece of legislation. And indeed, over the last several months, there's been no discussion of Medicare at all. There has been of Medicaid, but not of Medicare. Well, here we are tonight because, as you explained, because of the size of the deficits, because of the pay-go or pay-as-you-go act, that would trigger sequestration of Medicare, and it would total over $500 billion. The official figure that CBO confirms is $535 billion in cuts to Medicare.
And this bill doesn't waive statutory pay-go.
No, it does not.
So this will have a direct impact on Medicare and the federal budget, which is, again, I think a lot of people who are not following this as closely as you are probably are not aware of and will be surprised to learn about tomorrow. Chairman Hill, as you know, military service members and veterans are disproportionately targeted and endangered by financial fraudsters. And the CFPB, whose funding Republicans are aiming to cut by roughly 70%, received nearly 85,000 financial complaints from service members and veterans in 2023. And the CFPB has provided $363 million in monetary relief from enforcement actions that involve harm to service members and veterans. Our colleague from Connecticut, Mr. Himes, spoke on an amendment in your committee that would prevent funding cuts to the CFPB from harming veterans and service members. I mean, this seems like a common sense amendment to me. yet not a single Republican spoke in favor of it. No one on your side even spoke up to explain why they were in favor of not moving this amendment forward, which again, I think threatens the financial safety of our service members and our veterans. So at the end of the day, I mean, this amendment was voted down. So I just want to give you an opportunity to explain why cutting an agency that protects the financial well-being of our service members and our veterans is a priority in this bill. I don't quite understand it.
Well, thank you, Mr. McGovern. The plan that Republicans advanced in this reconciliation plan was to save mandatory spending, and it's our judgment, going back and looking at the history of the CFPB since its inception in the Dodd-Frank Act, that it could continue its core function and meet its statutory obligations at a 5% cap of the Federal Reserve's budget, which would be about $249 million this year, and that it could meet all of its statutory obligations in meeting what Dodd-Frank directed them to do, which is for large financial institutions and non-banking companies comply with consumer compliance. And we believe they can do that.
Yeah, I'm hearing great concern about the impacts of these cuts, and what I worry about in a number of areas with regard to this bill is that cuts are being made not necessarily on the merits, but just because cuts have to be made. Ranking Member Waters, the CFPB has returned $21 billion to consumers over the last 14 years. If Congress proceeds to slash 70% of the CFPB's budget, a vital agency whose sole purpose is to protect American consumers in the financial marketplace, would the CFPB be still be able to fight for consumers and seek remediation when they are harmed with this kind of cut?
Thank you very much for that question, Mr. Miller. Absolutely not. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is extraordinarily important for consumers. I sat on the conference committee of the Dodd-Frank reforms when we created the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. A lot of work had been done by Senator Warren and others. But I want you to know, prior to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the consumers really had nowhere to turn. They had nowhere to really lodge their complaints. And this is very important because now, with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and the excellent work that has been done, they've been able to return $21 billion over 14 years to our consumers. I want you to know that our consumers, the victims, are mostly the least of these. These are people in poor communities, and not only in inner city, but in rural communities. They are the victims of everybody with a kind of a broad scheme that see them as vulnerable and target them. I want you to know, without the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, we would not have been able to deal with the big fines that we had to do some of the largest banks in this country that were literally, in many ways, had less risk management that they should have, and all kind of errors and mistakes and fraud was taking place. And so this proposed cut of 70% literally would kill the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And I want you to know that even, and I'm recalling, when Mick Mulvaney was acting director of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, he basically said, I'm bound to execute the law as written. When he first went in, he did not request any money. And then in one quarter, he and I think one other, Kathy Cramager, when she was there, requested almost the maximum amount in one quarter of $249 million. So this is extraordinarily important. All of us, Democrats and Republicans alike, should care about our consumers, about our voters, about the fact that they need the money that they earn. Hard-working people to put food on the table, to pay the rent, getting ripped off in so many ways and nowhere to turn would be absolutely disastrous.
Thank you. The oversight portion of this bill would reduce pay, pensions, and protections for current and future federal employees. The bill would force the federal workforce to foot the bill for tax cuts for billionaires and comes as the Trump-Musk administration is carrying out a cruel, full-scale assault on the federal workforce. The American people and the life-saving services they rely upon will suffer the most as a result of Republicans' efforts to purge the federal government of its dedicated, high-performing public servants and politicize the delivery of basic needs and services to our veterans, our children, and our seniors. Republicans also want to extort future civil servants into giving up their protections which serve the interest of the American people who want good government workers, not completely subject to the whims of whoever occupies the White House. Representative Lynch, what would the approximate financial impact of these provisions be on the average federal worker? You got to press your mic, yeah.
If you add everything up, so the FERS annuity supplement would cost the average employee $54,000 in retirement income when they average it out over the 3 years that the average employee uses that for. Then changing the high 3 to the high 5 costs them another $16,560 over 20 years. And then finally, the converting new employees at will, unless they accept, and plus the added money that they have to pay for their pension if they want to come under the Merit Service Protection Board, it brings everything to over $106,000 over a 20-year career.
Yeah, and
Mr. Ranking Member, I just want to add your previous question about service members.
Yeah.
This bill eliminates the Office of Service Member Affairs, which is the CFPB department that really watched after. If you go to any of these Army bases, you get onto Fort Hood, outside the bases are all these money services and you know, their short-term loans, things like that, payment systems that are exploiting these young service members and their families. That office that used to protect them is being eliminated in this bill.
And what would the effect on our nation's nonpartisan civil service be of effectively extorting new hires to become at-will employees? I mean, would we see the same level of nonpartisan excellence?
It would gut it. So the estimate is that 75% of our federal employees, remember, these are new people coming into the workforce, they would reject paying the extra money for their pension and instead become, they would become at-will employees. So because they have no pension at the end, they're probably going to be relying on, you know, public assistance instead of being allowed to build a pension for themselves during their working lives.
And Chairman Comer, is it correct that under this legislation, your pension contributions don't increase, but a newly hired VA nurse or Department of Defense education activity teacher who wants workplace protections from political purgers would pay 5% more of their salary towards their pension than they would under the current law?
Well, they would have a choice. They would have a choice.
The answer is yes, right?
They would have a choice to be an at-will employee and make more money, or be a traditional
Yeah.
government employee,
Yeah.
like what you all
There's something
prefer.
that to me is inherently wrong about all of this. I mean, we should want a federal civil service that represents the best of the best.
I disagree. I think that,
You may disagree with that, that's fine.
no, I
But
don't disagree with that. I think it's okay to give people a choice.
Right.
Give federal employees a choice. They can make decisions. The government doesn't have to make every decision for everybody, including all the government employees. Government employees can have a choice here.
Right, but the incentives here are backwards, which that's the point I'm trying to make, is that I think there's an attempt by this administration, and you may agree with it, to basically politicize our federal workforce, to make everybody just say whatever the administration wants, and that's it. And I think this is about incentivizing that. But let me just say, my final, to Ranking Member Smith, from your time on the Armed Services Committee, it is clear that you understand the value of defense spending and investing in our military. Do you believe that an increase of $150 billion for defense over the $848 billion provided to the Department of Defense in fiscal year 2025, and with few guardrails, makes sense when the pay for it is devastating cuts from essential programs for the American people like Medicaid, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, which is SNAP, and student loan and grant programs at the Department of Education.
This vote, the yeas are 216 and the nays are 211. The question of consideration is decided in the affirmative. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. On this vote, the yeas are 217 and the nays are 211. The question of consideration is decided in the affirmative. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 426 of the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974, I make a point of order against consideration of the rule, House Resolution 436. Section 426 of the Budget Act specifically states that the Rules Committee may not waive the point of order prescribed by Section 425 of that same Act. House Resolution 436 states that all points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. Therefore, I make a point of order pursuant to Section 426 that this rule may not be considered.
The gentleman from Massachusetts makes a point of order that the resolution violates Section 426A of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974. The gentleman has met the threshold burden under the rule, and the gentleman from Massachusetts and a member opposed each will control 10 minutes of debate on the question of consideration. Following debate, the chair will put the question of consideration as the statutory means of disposing of the point of order. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order, Mr. Speaker.
The House will be in order. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me say this once again. Democrats will not stand by and watch Trump and his billionaire friends destroy this country without putting up one hell of a fight. And because this rule
Be in order.
And because this rule waives the point of order against unfunded mandates, it is not in order to consider it on the floor. The bill Republicans are attempting to jam through the House this week cuts food assistance for moms and dads, kids and people with disabilities, veterans and seniors.
It goes after the most important people in our lives, our families, all to fund a massive tax break for the richest people in this country. What the hell is wrong with these people, Mr. Speaker? But more than just a massive betrayal of the American people, this bill is also a massive new unfunded mandate on states. Don't just take my word for it. The nonpartisan experts at the Congressional Budget Office said that Title I of the bill, the Agriculture Committee's portion of this awful bill, would impose intergovernmental mandates by requiring states, for the first time ever, to provide state funding for food assistance benefits, increasing the share of food assistance administrative costs paid by states and requiring state agencies to perform additional administrative duties. This massive new unfunded mandate would cost states a whopping $19 billion each year. And, Mr. Speaker, where the hell are states going to come up with this kind of money? They can't. And so what will happen? Is the people will get kicked off of food assistance, they will get less benefits, and they will go hungry. This will increase hunger. State after state, governor after governor has written to Congress begging us not to pass this awful bill. They have made it very clear that if this bill goes through, states will be forced to cut benefits, kick eligible people off of food assistance entirely, or raise taxes to pay for this massive new bureaucracy that Republicans are creating in every state. The chairman of the Agriculture Committee's home state of Pennsylvania would have to come up with over $1 billion to cover the state's share of benefit costs. There is no state in the country who is able to take on this kind of massive unfunded mandate. So we're talking about basic needs for people, a food assistance benefit of $2 per meal so that people don't go hungry. And by the way, that money not only lifts people out of poverty, it improves health and uplifts local economies too. Hunger costs this country, and food assistance programs save us money. Workers who are hungry are less productive in work. Kids who go to school hungry don't learn. Seniors who take their medication on an empty stomach end up in emergency rooms. We live in the richest country on earth, for God's sake, and not a single kid in this country should go to bed hungry. Not a single damn one. And especially not when Republicans are giving millionaires and billionaires a big fat tax break. And I think Republicans...
House order.
And I think, Mr. Speaker...
The gentleman will suspend. Gentleman may proceed.
And I think Republicans know exactly what they are doing here. They know that this bill will kick millions and millions of people off of their modest food assistance. They know that their cuts will hurt kids and moms and dads and working families and seniors and veterans and people with disabilities. This is an unbelievably cruel and rotten thing to do. I reserve my time.
Reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to claim time in opposition to the point of order and in favor of consideration of the resolution.
The gentlelady is recognized for 10 minutes.
The question before the House is, should the House now consider House Resolution 436? The gentleman on the other side of the aisle is certainly correct. The bill before us today does impose a number of intergovernmental mandates, but let's look at what's considered in those. The bill requires states to have skin in the game on SNAP. The bill requires states to be more responsible about how Medicaid is funded. The bill provides needed tax relief for seniors. These are good things that reduce the size and scope of a federal and government that is encroaching on the everyday lives of Americans. And it protects the American people from a Democrat Party that prioritizes illegal immigrants over vulnerable American families. In order to allow the House to continue...
The gentlelady will suspend.
In order to allow the House to continue its scheduled business for the day, I urge members to vote yes on the question of consideration of the resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, enough with the BS about states having skin in the game. This is about throwing families off of food assistance, and it's an awful thing to do. And at this point...
The House will be in order.
And At this time, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield
loss
2.5.
of health care coverage in American history. It does it in several ways. First, by providing and instituting the biggest cut to Medicaid in American history. Second, by launching devastating cuts to Obamacare. Those two combined will result in a loss of health care for about 14 million Americans. But that's not all. Just tonight, a few hours ago, the bombshell came out. The nonpartisan CBO's official numbers show this bill will bring about an over $500 billion cut to Medicare, one of the largest cuts to Medicare since the program was created in 1965. So the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, devastating cuts to the Affordable Care Act, and one of the largest cuts to Medicare in American history. And why? To help subsidize tax cuts that mostly go to the top 1%. And of course, those cuts I highlighted to healthcare aren't the only cuts that are in here. We also have included the largest cuts to nutrition assistance and food programs in American history, cuts to all sorts of education programs, and the list goes on and on and on. And does that, in the end, mean most working Americans will be better off? No, because also out from CBO just tonight are the distributional effects of this bill. It's in its entirety. And what does it show? The bottom 10% of Americans will actually be poorer as a result of this bill, with the biggest benefit going to the top 1% of Americans. What is also quite clear is that this bill is not entirely paid for. Even after all of those cuts to Medicaid, all of those cuts to Medicare, all of those cuts to the Affordable Care Act and nutrition assistance and on, they don't come close to paying for the cost of the tax cuts. So how is the rest paid for? It isn't. Just tacking on more and more to our national debt. No wonder just on Friday evening, Moody's delivered the third credit downgrade this nation has ever received. This is truly, I think all sides will agree with this, a significant piece of legislation. Frankly, I think one of the most consequential in our lifetimes. Sadly, though, I believe the consequences for my constituents and most working Americans will be absolutely devastating. I urge you to reject it. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Boyle. Chairman Comer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Dr. Fox and Ranking Member McGovern. Today, I'm here to talk about a generational opportunity to realize reforms that address the budget deficit. The provisions proposed by the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform in Title IX of this bill are part of President Trump's larger effort to improve the fiscal health of the federal government. Last November, Democrats offered to provide more of the same, but the American people instead elected President Trump to a historic second term on promises to change Washington, D.C. The deficit reductions in Title IX of the reconciliation package codify part of the President's vision for enacting his agenda and achieving significant taxpayer savings. Congressional procedure, precedent, and tradition too often contribute to an ever-expanding federal government. Meanwhile, too little is done to shrink the administrative state and make the federal bureaucracy more efficient. The budget reconciliation process provides a rare opportunity to reverse that trajectory. Fundamentally, Congress instructed the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform to advance policies that reduce the federal deficit by at least $50 billion. Despite our committee's limited jurisdiction over mandatory spending programs, we passed a package of budget reforms that save a significant sum. We are in a fiscal crisis. The reforms we moved out of the Oversight Committee met the moment in terms of addressing that fiscal crisis. We did the job we needed to do on behalf of the American taxpayers and future generations. The simple truth is that federal employee retirement benefits significantly outpace those of the private sector. To this point, the Congressional Budget Office issued an April 2024 report that I requested, stating that, quote, benefits for federal workers cost 43% more per hour worked on average than benefits for private sector workers, end quote. CBO stated further that, quote, benefits also constitute a larger share of total compensation for federal workers than for workers in the private sector, end quote. Most of the costs associated with these benefits are funded by hardworking taxpayers in the private sector and federal borrowing. I understand that our conference includes members that represent different constituencies. I support leadership's work to combine our package with the provisions reported by other committees into one bill that can gain the support of our conference. And I thank my colleagues for working with leadership to represent their constituents and reach an agreement on a package that advances significant budget-saving reforms. I fully support our collective efforts to advance a package that works for the House and supports President Trump's agenda. Title IX of the legislation before us today advances most of the Oversight Committee's important budgetary reforms. These reforms will save taxpayers money while protecting current retirees, as well as law enforcement officers, border patrol officers, air traffic controllers, nuclear material couriers, and firefighters who serve a clear public interest and typically have shortened federal careers due to mandatory retirement rules and early retirement incentives. Taken together, the reforms now being considered in Title IX will reduce the deficit and move us toward the more accountable federal government and the American people demand and deserve. I ask the Rules Committee to promptly advance this legislation for consideration by the House, and I welcome the committee's questions. I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. Representative Lynch, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Ranking Member. Tax cuts onto the backs of American workers, families, and dedicated public servants. And because this bill is so disgraceful, it can't stand the light of day. In just over 100 days, we've witnessed the Trump administration lay off more than 200,000 probationary federal employees, including leading researchers, public health experts, veterans, and other critical positions. Trump has coerced 75,000 civil servants into resigning. Trump has replaced 50,000 nonpartisan civil servants with political appointees. And Trump has illegally terminated nonpartisan independent inspectors general and federal watchdogs. This partisan bill threatens to further undermine the federal workforce by reducing the take-home pay, benefits, and workforce protections of 2.4 million federal employees, most of whom are middle-class American workers, and a third of whom are military veterans. This is more of the same, an unprecedented assault and political purge of the nonpartisan civil service. And the people who pay most for these attacks are the veterans, children, seniors, and other Americans who rely on our federal workers to deliver those life-saving services. The Federal Employee Retirement System, annuity supplement, a monthly bridge payment for retirees before they're eligible for Social Security at age 62 would be eliminated for anyone not actively receiving the supplemental payment by January 1st, 2028, or who does not meet a specific exemption. Federal workers like letter carriers, VA hospital nurses, food inspectors who have committed decades to the job are eligible to retire would not be able to receive this vital payment to make ends meet. That's $18,000 per year in retirement income for the average beneficiary eliminated because billionaires need another tax break. This legislation would also retroactively change the annuity formula to base most employees' annual retirement payments on their highest 5 years of earnings instead of the highest 3 as they were promised when they were hired. This is an outright theft of earned benefits that would cost federal retirees thousands of dollars annually. And my Republican colleague, Representative Mike Turner of Ohio, was exactly right to speak out and vote against this provision during our committee's consideration of this bill, making the rejection of the oversight provisions bipartisan. Another particularly egregious provision of this bill would force any newly hired federal employee to accept at-will employment or lose 5% of their take-home pay to increase retirement contributions. Federal workers who choose to remain under the merit-based system would be forced to contribute nearly 10% of their paycheck towards retirement. CBO estimates that 75% of new hires in the federal government would now become at-will employees subject to political purges of the federal workforce with little to no protections. I'll be introducing amendments to strike this bill's at-will employment provisions and to exempt veterans and federal workers who entered the workforce prior to the bill enactment from the changes in the annuity formula. Despite the claims of this administration, federal workers are not leeches on the system, but hardworking, dedicated public servants who are paid about 25% less than their private sector counterparts. A strong, nonpartisan federal workforce is fundamental to a functioning democratic government. These dedicated workers deserve our respect and our support. Like most Americans, federal workers faced increased costs for groceries and housing and economic uncertainty because of President Trump's reckless tax and tariff agenda. The Trump tariffs are estimated to cost American households $4,900 per year, the largest tax increase since 1968. President Trump and congressional Republicans are also advocating for a tax regime that will actually increase federal deficits by more than $4 trillion over the next 10 years. And worst of all, they're seeking to offset their tax cuts for billionaires by gutting $800 billion from Medicaid programs. My Democratic colleagues and I strongly oppose that motion. Oversight Democrats stand with struggling families. We oppose corruption and abuse of power, and we are committed to solving our nation's crises without sacrificing the well-being of our civil servants. I urge my colleagues to reject this reverse Robin Hood legislation, which robs from the poor to give to the rich, and instead work towards a budget that respects American workers and the basic needs and services they provide. I welcome the committee's questions, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Chairman Arrington, we keep hearing a constant refrain from the Democrats that the tax cuts were driven to the wealthy. The Washington Post fact-checked what they referred to as Democrats', quote, zombie claim, end quote, that 83% of the benefits from Republican tax reform in 2017 went to the wealthiest 1%. They fact-checked this multiple times. The Post gave the claim 3 Pinocchios, saying, quote, the tax bill has been in place for more than 3 years, and it's clear from the available data that the top 1% did not end up with most of the tax benefits. Do you agree with me that the Democrats have a credibility problem when they discuss President Trump's tax cuts?
They have a major credibility problem because the facts are contrary to their mischaracterization. The top 1% actually pay a higher share of their taxes than they did prior to TCJA. So in that respect, it became a more progressive tax code. But every other income level saw a tax break. In addition to that, we had record wage increases. In fact, the bottom 10% of wage earners grew their wages at twice the top 10%. And it's 3 times the income increase of the bottom 50% relative to the top 1%. So I would just add that it couldn't be a scam on working people and poor people when we achieved the lowest poverty rate in recorded history. So people got better opportunities and bigger paychecks, and the people at the lower income spectrum got the biggest benefit from TCJA. So mischaracterization may be an understatement for how they describe tax cuts for the rich. And let's remember, the top 10% of income earners are paying 70% of our salary, the lights, and the entire freight of the federal government. So when we talk about tax fairness and equity, they have an interesting perspective on that.
Thank you. I think the word mischaracterization of what they're saying is a kind way to say it. There's a 3-letter word that characterizes it better, but we'll leave that alone.
For 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purpose of debate only, I yield myself the customary 30 minutes to I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying legislation. This morning, the Rules Committee met and produced a rule, H.Res. 436, providing for the House's consideration of H.R. 1, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. This provides for a closed rule on the bill. The rule provides 1 hour of debate for the chair and ranking member of the Committee on the Budget or their respective designees, as well as an additional 1 hour equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. Additionally, the rule provides 1 motion to recommit. Today, after months of hard work, hours of testimony in hearings, House Republicans are advancing the One Big Beautiful Bill Act to deliver on President Trump's America First agenda. Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The gentlelady is correct. The House is not in order.
We've heard
The
plenty
gentlelady is recognized.
We've heard plenty of fear-mongering and flat-out dishonesty from the Democrats and their liberal media allies about what this bill actually does. Earlier this morning, they challenged us to debate this bill in the light of day. Well, it may be the middle of the night, but we're here wide awake and ready to defend it because the truth doesn't sleep, and neither do we when it comes for fighting for the American people. So let's talk about how this bill delivers for the American people. It makes the very successful 2017 Trump tax cuts permanent, protecting the average taxpayer from a 22% tax increase. It unleashes American energy production and allows us to drill, baby, drill. It provides the largest border security investment in history and empowers ICE to deport the millions of illegal immigrants that were allowed in under President Joe Biden. It also completes 700 miles of border wall and stops the flow of fentanyl into our communities. It shuts down the blatant abuse that has allowed 1.4 million illegal immigrants to access taxpayer-funded Medicaid, draining resources meant for our most vulnerable citizens. It establishes modest work requirements for able-bodied adults with no dependents to receive Medicaid. It drives down costs for seniors by increasing transparency in pharmacy benefit managers and expanding access to the medications they need by providing more choices. It ends the reckless Biden student loan giveaways that favored liberal elites over working-class Americans at taxpayer expense. It provides nearly $150 billion in resources to our military to improve areas from service member quality of life and strengthens our shipbuilding capacity. It also makes targeted reinvestments and improvements to farm policy and other rural priorities that support our farmers and ranchers. It includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, car loan interest deductibility for autos made in America, and provides tax relief for seniors. And the list of wins goes on and on and on in this one big, beautiful bill. Our friends across the aisle will try to deflect from these real and tangible benefits. They want to deceive you and scare you, and I'm sorry for that. Don't believe them. They seem to forget that 77 million Americans rejected their America Last policies last November. They're now trying to convince the American people that a bill that secures the border, invests in our military, extends tax relief to millions of hardworking Americans, and protects Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security for the people who need it most is somehow not in the best interest of the country. But the American people know better. The American people know Trump's tax cuts worked and need to be extended. The American people know that it's in the best interest of our national security to secure the border. They know the world needs American energy leadership. They know that the men and women who serve in the armed forces need additional resources to counter the growing threats and defend American interest across the globe. We are putting Americans first by deporting illegal immigrants and protecting taxpayer-funded benefits for those who truly need them. Everything you'll hear from the Democrats tonight is wrong. Again, don't believe them. How many times do you have to get duped by their dishonesty before you stop listening? The sky is not falling. Mr. Speaker, today We are delivering on President Trump's agenda. I look forward to the consideration of this one big, beautiful bill, and I urge the passage of this rule. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as it may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, over 100 Democrats just spent hours and hours and hours debating hundreds of amendments in the Rules Committee for over 19 hours. And the reason why is simple. We are fighting back because this bill is a moral disgrace. It rips health care for millions of Americans. It guts Medicaid and Medicare, lifelines for seniors, children, working families, and people with disabilities. It takes food out of the mouths of hungry kids and veterans. And for what? To shovel tax breaks into the overflowing pockets of billionaires and giant corporations. Let's call this what it is: theft. Stealing from those with the least to give to those with the most. It's not just bad policy, it's a betrayal of the American people. Republicans know that this bill is toxic. That's why they started their rules hearing at 1 o'clock, by the way, yesterday morning, because they're terrified of that the American people might actually see what's in this GOP tax scam and be outraged by what they're doing. Republicans don't want to talk about it. They want us to just shut up and pass this bill. They want a rubber stamp. Trump said to them, close your eyes and vote for it. Well, guess what? No. We're not gonna do that. We will not stay silent. We will not close our eyes and do what Trump says. Our eyes are open, Mr. Speaker, and our voices are loud. We're here to fight. And this bill is about whose side you are on. And Democrats choose to stand with our communities and our neighbors and our families and our people, and not the ultra-rich Republican mega donors and billionaires that write big fat campaign contributions to buy votes. This is a rotten, ugly, bad bill that will hurt the people I represent. It will hurt millions of people in this country. And the sad reality is, Mr. Speaker, Republicans just don't care. Democrats are united. And with strength in our mission, with unity in our purpose, we are here to vote hell no on this monstrosity of a bill. I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the chairwoman of the Rules Committee, Dr. Virginia Fox from North Carolina.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlewoman from Indiana for yielding and for her great work on this rule. Amen. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the rule and the underlying legislation. After a marathon session in the Rules Committee, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act now stands right here on the floor of the People's House. For months, the House's committees, chairmen, members, and staff have worked to craft this legislation. Let me tell you something, Mr. Speaker, it is truly big and beautiful. It is a clear, full-throated response to the millions of hardworking men and women across the entire nation who believe that America is due for a serious course correction. These men and women categorically rejected the dysfunction and disarray of the last 4 years under the Biden-Harris administration. And while our colleagues across the aisle have resorted to casting aspersions, conjuring up misleading claims, and fear-mongering about this legislation, Republicans are the ones who've put pen to paper and have created one of the most consequential pieces of legislation in our nation's history. The American people and this government, by extension, cannot afford inaction. Americans need this legislation to ensure our economic survival and the sustainability of this Republican government. More than 77 million Americans entrusted us with this explicit responsibility to govern in such a decisive, forward-thinking manner that will lead America straight into the golden age. The express purpose of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act is this: to ensure that our federal spending, taxation, and other revenue-generating concepts align with the current needs of the American people, and bring us into that new American era. And how do we achieve this grand realignment? Through this great reconciliation project. We're executing the instructions given to the committees pursuant to the budget resolution, one that passed both chambers and is binding on this body and the Senate. We're not interested in rhetorical jousting or succumbing to the status quo. We're interested in delivering real, tangible results to the American people. These results are achieving the full potential of our energy dominance, realizing a secured border, and establishing fiscal certainty for our great American future. I urge my colleagues to be part of delivering real, tangible results by voting yes on the rule and yes on the underlying legislation. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah. Let me just say to the distinguished chairwoman of the Rules Committee, you know what gives people fiscal certainty? Food in their refrigerators. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. DeGette.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, among the many other deficiencies of the bill, it is a direct assault on women's reproductive freedom. Number one, it defunds Planned Parenthood, which means if this bill passes, 1 million Americans will have no pap smears. They'll have no breast cancer screening. They'll have no well women visits. That's the first thing it does. But then the manager's amendment, introduced in the dead of night, says 1 of 7 Americans who are on the insurance exchanges will no longer be able to get abortion coverage on those exchanges with their own money. I can see why the Republicans wanted to do this in the dead of night, because after the Dobbs decision, America woke up. We realized that this is an important service, and the women and families of America, when they wake up and find out the direct assault on reproductive freedom in this bill, they're going to be mad, and they're not going to forget when they go to the ballot box in 2026. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my friend, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you to the gentlewoman from Indiana for yielding the time. I rise today in strong support of the rule and the big, beautiful bill, because this is not just a budget bill. This is the beginning of a great American comeback. That's what the people demanded when they went to the polls last November. They voted to take our country back from chaos, from open borders, from crushing inflation, and from a government that rewards fraud while punishing hard work. This bill answers that call. It puts working families first, with expanded tax relief for families and workers and the hardworking men and women that are paying the bills in this country. This bill tells them, we see you and we've got your back. And at the same time, we go after the rot that's taken hold here in Washington for far too long. Just last year, Medicaid alone paid out $36 billion in improper payments. That's fraud, that's theft, and that's a disgrace. That's money that's not taking care of our most vulnerable, which we have to protect at all costs. This bill stops it cold with tough enforcement, eligibility checks, and a full crackdown on waste, fraud, and abuse. We also bring back work requirements for able-bodied adults without dependents. It's just common sense, and it's worked before. In fact, in the 90s, under a Democratic president, Bill Clinton, he worked with Congress and passed historic welfare reform that helped millions of people move from dependence to dignity. We've restored that principle now in this bill, and because a nation that rewards hard work is a nation that thrives. And we stop throwing taxpayer dollars at failed green schemes and electric vehicle mandates that working families simply can't afford and don't want. Instead, we double down on American energy, oil, gas, nuclear, to lower costs and to make this country safer and to make this country stronger than ever. So let's be clear, this bill is more than just policy, it's a turning point. It's the beginning of the great American comeback that President Trump is leading. and that this House Republican majority was elected to deliver. The American people are tired of excuses. They want results. They want accountability. They want a government that works for them, not for bureaucrats, not for special interests, and not for people gaming the system. The big, beautiful bill delivers. It protects taxpayers. It restores work. It ends waste, and it gets America back on track. So I urge my colleagues, vote yes on this rule. Vote yes on the big, beautiful bill. Vote to launch the great American comeback, and vote to stand with the people who sent us here. Let's pass this big, beautiful bill and let the great American comeback begin. And I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
So, Mr. Speaker, some people may be wondering, why are we debating this bill at 1:20 in the morning, which is prime time in Guam? It's because they are ashamed of what they are bringing to this House floor, and they should be ashamed. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Tran.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this reckless attempt by Republicans to force through a reconciliation bill that makes life harder for the working families in California's 45th District. My constituents deserve better than this budget. The American people deserves better than this budget. Republicans are taking money out of your pocket and giving it to billionaires and big companies. Over 250,000 people in my district rely on Medicaid, over 100,000 of them are children and seniors. Nearly 40,000 children, seniors, veterans, and families in my district will have less food on their tables because of Republicans' cuts to SNAP. Our constituents sent us here to fight for them. They are looking for us for answers, and all Republicans can offer are higher costs for less care. That's not okay with me. Our constituents deserve better, and I urge my colleagues to vote no. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to my friend, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you to the gentlelady. Mr. Speaker, we now have a chance to deliver real, lasting change for the American people. The one big, beautiful bill is not just a promise that we as House Republicans and President Trump made. This is a generational opportunity to reset the direction of our great nation. Let me be clear. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't like this bill because it puts hard-working Americans first, not the bureaucrats, not special interests, and not those who break our laws. Our friends on the left like to shout, "The sky is falling, the sky is falling." Enough with the Chicken Little mentality in this body. This bill stops the largest tax increase in U.S. history. This bill will increase take-home pay by more than $13,000 and grow wages by more than $11,000. It protects Medicaid for our citizens by removing more than 1 million illegal aliens from taxpayer-funded benefits. And yes, Mr. Speaker, this draws the clear line. No taxpayer dollars for sex change surgeries for anyone. I urge a yes vote on this big, beautiful bill.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, my friends are so proud of this bill that they're doing it at 1:25 a.m. in the morning. And the bottom line is the reason why we don't like the bill is, we don't think billionaires deserve any more tax cuts, and we don't want to support a bill that screws regular people. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to urge that we defeat the previous question, and if we do, I will offer an amendment to the rule to make an order, amendment number 233, offered by Leader Jeffries, which strikes all provisions that would cause millions of Americans to lose health care and food assistance. We spent over 20 hours in the Rules Committee today trying to stop this ugly, cruel Republican bill. Over 100 Democrats came to testify. We did everything we could to get them to change this bill so that it would not strip health care and food assistance from the most vulnerable people in our nation. Now we will give Republicans one last chance not to strip vital programs like Medicaid and SNAP away from millions of Americans. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material, immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And, Mr. Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Underwood.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak out on behalf of millions of Americans who are about to have their health care torn away from them. Republicans have been working through the night to hand Donald Trump a massive tax cut to all those billionaires who are in the front row of his inauguration. It seems that nothing is off limits, and everything is on the table to get that done, including meals for hungry families, working families' health care, and the incredible gains that we have made to get more families affordable coverage. Today, Republicans blocked my amendment to lower health care costs, refusing to accept a proposal that Donald Trump's own pollster said is the most popular way to make care more affordable. And the Medicaid and nutrition cuts that they're pushing, they will be devastating. Hospitals and nursing homes will close, and they will not come back. Kids will go hungry. Millions will lose their health care, and more people will die. We will not stop fighting for the American people to have access to high-quality, affordable health care. I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, the gentlelady from Utah, Ms. Malloy.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to support the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, legislation that prioritizes fiscal responsibility while boosting America's economy. The Energy and Commerce Committee provisions provide $912 billion in deficit reduction. The Ways and Means Committee provision makes real tax relief. This bill reins in federal spending levels by rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse, and strengthens our economy by ensuring that working American families can thrive without overburdensome taxes or costly regulations. We're moving the economy and the government in the right direction. The Natural Resources Committee title reduces the deficit by at least $18.5 billion while restoring common sense management to our federal lands and environmental programs. It will generate revenue through oil and gas leases, coal leases on federal land, leases for geothermal energy production, timber sales, and other activities that stimulate local economies while generating federal revenue. It cuts waste and strengthens resource development, all while achieving significant fiscal savings. This bill is good for Utah, and it's good for America. The bill helps all Americans by helping us keep our borders secure, by providing law enforcement with the tools they need. So I support the bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 1/2 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, a man who is not afraid to speak his mind about fiscal responsibility, Mr. Massey.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 90 seconds.
Well, I'd love to stand here and tell the American people, we can cut your taxes and we can increase spending and everything's going to be just fine. But I can't do that because I'm here to deliver a dose of reality. This bill dramatically increases deficits in the near term, but promises our government will be fiscally responsible 5 years from now. Where have we heard that before? How do you bind a future Congress to these promises? This bill is a debt bomb ticking. Congress can do funny math, fantasy math, if it wants, but bond investors don't. And this week, they sent us a message. Moody's downgraded our credit rating, and the bond investors who buy our debt and finance our debt demanded higher interest rates on the 10-year note, the 20-year note, and the 30-year note. What does this mean? Very soon, the government will be paying $16,000 of interest alone per U.S. family. And what are we telling them? Instead of taking care of that problem, we're going to give you a $1,600 tax break. Under the taxing and spending levels in this bill, we're going to rack up, the authors say, $20 trillion of new debt over the next 10 years. I'm telling you, it's closer to $30 trillion of new debt in the next 10 years. Mr. Speaker, we're not rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic tonight. We're putting coal in the boiler and setting a course for the iceberg. If something is beautiful, you don't do it after midnight. I oppose this bill.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to my friend, the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn.
Gentleman from Iowa is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tonight we have the opportunity to deliver on a promise made to the American people. Border security, energy independence, tax cuts for working class families. Now, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle millionaires, many of them themselves, may bemoan what it may do, but I promise you this, for folks back home in Iowa, this is a working class tax cut. I spoke to an Iowa mom, Sarah Curry, who used her child tax credit to help buy a new water heater for her family when it went out last winter and made sure her daughter got to speech therapy. I talked to Jolyn Reason, an Iowa farmer who was able to continue their family's legacy of a family farm because they didn't have a death tax slash cut that would have allowed a foreign country to buy their family's century farm. In fact, the average household will see a $5,000 increase in real income that goes straight back into our economy, and that, my friends, is how you not only grow the economy, but pay down a national deficit. This mechanism is something the CBO apparently doesn't understand with over $1 trillion in growth. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill. The American people demand this bill.
Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, you got to love these Republicans. The two things they don't want to talk about are tax cuts for billionaires, which are in this budget reconciliation bill, and the debt. And this bill adds trillions to the debt. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Titus.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Leader. The Republicans may think that they can hide what they're doing to the American people by voting on this one big, bad, beautiful BS bill in the middle of the night, but they need to think again. I represent Las Vegas. It's a 24-hour town. My constituents are up. They're not asleep. They're working, and they are watching. They can see you cutting benefits for families while cutting taxes for billionaires. They can see you taking away food from children and health care from women. They can see you stripping funds from renewable energy, Medicaid, and public education. They are not asleep. They are not blind. Their eyes are wide open. So you can say whatever you want to, but they're watching what you're doing. Thank you, and I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Speaker, we are here this late because our time has been wasted for the last 3 or 4 hours on the nonsense coming from the left. We were elected to improve our country, to work with President Trump to improve our national security, strengthen our economy, bring fiscal sanity to an out-of-control budget, deliver accountability, and lead the world towards peace. And frankly, to bring common sense so people start trusting our government again. This big, beautiful bill is about caring about America. It's designed to strengthen our national security, fortify our now secure border, which was turned into a disaster by you all, responsibly grow our domestic energy supply, and create more opportunity for Americans. It also gives small businesses the type of tax environment and certainty they need and deserve. Not one where we're slammed by major tax increases, which would occur by voting no on this bill. Voting no on this bill will assure massive tax hikes and will continue the waste, abuse, and fraud that is just running rampant through our federal government. Mr. Speaker, this bill is just the beginning. It sets the stage for making America as great as it should be. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Boy, that was weird. Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise against the cruelty of a bill that would take food from the hungry and medicine from the sick to give billions of tax cuts to billionaires who don't need it. I rise against a Republican Party that is too afraid to do town halls and face their own voters, too afraid to debate us in committees to support this terrible bill. I rise for the working people who are struggling under the weight of Donald Trump's tariffs, the largest tax increase on the middle class in a generation. They can't afford higher co-pays or higher premiums. For the seniors who will have nowhere to go when their nursing homes are shut down by the Medicaid cuts in this bill, and the children who will have to pay the tab for the trillions of debt that you are adding. To my Republican colleagues, you told your voters that you would change Washington, but Washington has changed you. Do better, vote no. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Taylor.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the One Big Beautiful Bill, which will cut rampant waste, fraud, and abuse in critical government programs so they're protected for vulnerable Americans who need them most for generations to come. With this bill, President Trump and Republicans in Congress are defending Medicaid, protecting SNAP, and eliminating fraud so taxpayers' dollars are spent on Americans in need, not stolen by illegal immigrants or other fraudsters. This critical legislation will also make Trump tax cuts, which benefit all American taxpayers, permanent. It will cut taxes for hardworking families while Democrats try to drive them up. The bill will also allocate $60 billion towards farm bill programs to support our nation's farmers, ranchers, and producers who so desperately need support. Remember this, Republicans are the ones protecting these critical government programs. When Democrats refuse to support this bill, they are choosing to hike up taxes on American families, allow fraud to run rampant and benefit programs, and cut off aid to our farmers who put food on our tables. Passing this America First bill is vital to our nation's future in both the long and short term. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. Poe.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The massive cuts to Medicaid within this bill will unleash catastrophic impact across America and my district. Hospitals and nursing homes could close and health care prices will rise as a result of these cuts. More than 1.7 million New Jerseyans, including over 1/3 of all children in our state, get their health care through Medicaid. Our state will lose 1/4 of the federal funding if it receives for Medicaid. That's $3.6 billion. This is what this bill will do if it becomes law. These cuts will especially hurt families in our poorest communities, and that's why I offered an amendment to require continuous Medicaid coverage through pregnancy and a year postpartum. If you support women and working families, there's no reason to oppose this provision. However, my amendments was blocked along with 5 other common sense amendments. Please vote no on this cruel
Gentlelady's time has
amendment.
expired.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Downing.
Gentleman from Montana is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentlewoman from Indiana for yielding. Right now, the Montanans that I represent are staring down the barrel of a 26% tax increase. If Congress does not act soon, the average Treasure State family of 4 will lose more than $1,400 per year. President Trump won a decisive victory on creating jobs, lowering costs, and making his signature tax law permanent. This resolution advances his full agenda that the American people overwhelmingly elected us to enact. This is a game changer for individual filers as well as farmers, ranchers, and small business owners that make up the backbone of the Treasure State's economy. Our reconciliation bill delivers permanent death tax relief, benefiting over 2 million family-owned farms, ranches, and small businesses that would otherwise see their exemption cut in half. Our bill provides permanent relief for the small businesses around the country that employ nearly half of Americans, while honoring President Trump's promise of no tax on overtime and no tax on tips. Put plainly, a vote against this rule, or our One Big Beautiful Bill, is a vote to raise taxes on every single American. On that, I urge my colleagues to support this rule.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just said to the gentleman, the reason why the tax cuts for middle-class families might expire is because that's the way you wrote them in the 2017 Republican tax scam bill. You made the corporate tax cuts permanent, but those for working people you made expire. So it's your fault. I yield 1 minute now to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston.
So if you
Members
run
are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman's recognized.
So if you run a company that's losing market share, you got three choices. You can go bankrupt, you can innovate, or you can come whining to Washington saying competition scares me. In this bill, the Republican Party is delivering that protection from competition to the fossil fuel sector. Some numbers. The last 15 years, coal use is down 50%, oil use is flat, gas is losing market share, and that's because people are transitioning to renewables. It's because if you don't have to burn fossil fuel, you don't have to buy fossil fuel, and people like cheap energy. That is awesome. In the IRA, we passed rules to make sure that everybody could access those technologies, not just ones with disposable income. Great for consumers. We prioritize those investments in red and blue states. The result of all that is that the oil and gas sector doesn't like competition for the same reason you all don't like DEI, because mediocre folks are as scared about meritocracies. So they're now slashing those programs that were building out transmission, that were leading a renaissance in nuclear technology, that were building out wind and solar, not because they're clean, because they're cheap. So we're getting higher energy prices, a less reliable grid, more extreme weather, all so that the fossil fuel industry doesn't have to face competition. That's not capitalism, it's state-directed socialism, and you own your life choices.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. And I had a great conversation with their interns the other day, and they said, I've been studying the tax bill. The current tax rate on the wealthiest Americans is 37%. The new tax rate, so to speak, it will be 37%. And so they asked me, why do they keep on talking about cutting taxes for the rich? It's who is getting the cut. It is simple. It is the person who's earned Social Security. It's the person who's earned those tips. It's the person who's earned that overtime pay. The people who make America work have been suffering for the last 4 years from failed government policies.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Unbelievable. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Hampshire, Mr. Pappas.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the ranking member for yielding. I rise tonight because health care is on the line, and so is the well-being and the dignity of the people I serve in New Hampshire. The phones in my office won't stop ringing because people I represent are beyond angry about the proposal to slash Medicaid. Last week, I sat down with a constituent, Donka Facciolo of Laconia. She lives with a disability, and thanks to Medicaid, she receives skilled nursing, transportation, and employment support. Because of that help, she can live on her own. And another constituent that I met, Kevin Brett, told me the same. Without Medicaid, he's not sure where he'd go. Parents of individuals with disabilities have told me that they could lose in-home care for their kids, and in doing so, they'd be forced to quit their jobs. What kind of choice is that for these parents? So slashing Medicaid is cruel. It would take away granite staters' ability to receive care, their chance to work. It would rob them of their independence. And we know that it's all being ripped away in order to give big tax breaks to billionaires and the biggest corporations. So I'm a no on this reckless scheme. I urge my colleagues to vote no as well, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Moore.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in favor of the one big, beautiful bill that delivers on President Trump's promise to make America great again. The bill makes America energy dominant again by repealing the Democrats' disastrous green news scam, expediting permitting and unleashing all of the below, that's the ground, coal, oil, and natural gas. The legislation makes America safe again by building the wall, giving needed resources to enforce our immigration laws, and rebuild our military. We also make America prosperous again by providing the largest tax cut in history, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, slashing taxes on Social Security. Tipped workers will see a $1,700 increase in take-home pay in this bill. That's a win for the American people. Finally, this bill puts American families first by increasing and making permanent the child tax credit and enhancing the adoption tax credit and defunding, thank God, big abortion. President Trump made a promise to the American people, and this bill fulfills it. Thank you.
Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Sykes.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every time I hear the name and the title of H.R. 1, I am stunned with how childish and immature it is to name a bill the way that the majority has. But truly, it is the cruelty that is the worst part of this bill. When I was first elected, I told the people of Ohio's 13th congressional district, it may be my name on the ballot, but we are all going to Congress together. And I made that promise because as a representative, it is my responsibility to make sure that my constituents' needs are being addressed here in Washington. The people in Ohio's 13th congressional district need lower costs. They need access to care, and they do not need this horrible, horrible bill. I have said many times before, the access to maternal health, to infant mortality reduction, to making sure that people have access to substance and mental health services is what is so important, and there was no Republican mandate to kick our grandmothers out of nursing homes. But the most important part about this is that when 30,000 jobs are on the line in Ohio's 13th congressional district. Mr. Speaker, what are you going to say to my constituents? Will you call them lazy, worthless, unworthy of food, shelter, and human dignity? I already know the answer because the answer is yes, because I've heard you talk about constituents like mine and all over this country with disdain
15 seconds.
as though they are not important.
Gentlelady's
and they are
recognized
totally
for additional
unworthy
30
of
seconds.
This horrible, horrific, mean, cruel, nasty bill.
Okay.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McDowell.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it comes as no surprise that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are afraid of the truth when speaking about the bill before us today. We now have extensive reporting that the last administration kept the American people in the dark about the health of President Biden. They refused to call the flood of illegals coming across our border a crisis. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle tried putting lipstick on their inflationary economy rather than changing course. So it should come as no shock, Mr. Speaker, that these same folks are misleading Americans about the bill before us today. The One Big Beautiful Bill will be a major course correction, delivering massive tax relief, certainty for small businesses, a historic investment in border security, and we are unleashing American energy. Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that too many in this body live their own truth, not the truth. The truth is, this puts America first, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this rule. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Figures.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we're talking border security, and the same administration just let in El Chapo's family. El Chapo's family. I rise today as somebody representing one of the poorest districts in this country. Individual median income around $30,000. 1 in 4 people in my district receive SNAP benefits. 1 in 4 people in my district receive Medicaid benefits. These are people who cannot afford to lose health care access. They cannot afford to lose access to SNAP benefits. And the truth of the matter is, that people will lose those benefits, all in an effort to make long money even longer. And so my question is their money being longer worth people in my district's lives being shorter? And it's not. It never will be. It never can be. We have to stand up for these people. I came to Congress to be a voice for people who need things like Medicaid, who need things like SNAP benefits. And every day I'm here, I will push back against efforts to cut back on those benefits. And with that, I yield back.
Yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Utah, Dr. Kennedy.
Gentleman from Utah is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentlelady for the yielding of that time, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a family physician, I've seen both the benefits and issues associated with Medicaid. Currently, there are 7.6 million people on Medicaid who should not be there. 1.4 million illegal immigrants, 1.2 million that are ineligible for Medicaid, and 4.8 million able-bodied adults that choose not to work. It's time we crack down on fraud, waste, and abuse in such a vital program for those that need it. As we assess the state of Medicaid, we find that roughly 1 in every 4 dollars are spent improperly, with more than 80% of these payments stemming from eligibility errors. Medicaid is critically important for countless Americans, and this bill will ensure that those who truly need it can continue to access the care they depend on. Medicaid was designed to support the disabled, the pregnant women and children and those that are in need. It is ballooned with able-bodied adults who are currently not required to be working. Mr. Speaker, Republicans are trying to fix Medicaid and preserve it for those that need it. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the representative from Delaware, Ms. McBride.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I offered a simple but essential amendment to this slash and burn Republican budget. This budget creates red tape that would result in vulnerable seniors losing their health care. My amendment would have prevented that red tape unless the Congressional Budget Office certifies that this bill will not result in any senior losing coverage. Why did Republicans block my amendment? Because they know their budget cuts care. And that's why they're doing all of this in the dead of night. It's why they're rushing this through, because they want to eviscerate health care so long as they get tax breaks for their billionaire best friends. It may be very, very late at night, but it's not too late for my Republican colleagues to do the right thing. It's not too late to protect Medicaid. It's not too late to protect SNAP. It's not too late to protect their constituents. But I won't hold my breath. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the...
Thank you so much for everyone for being here today. I can tell you that I'm very excited to vote for this bill for a few reasons. Starting in November, when I was campaigning with our very popular president, who won not just the national popular vote, but also the Electoral College, who campaigned on ending taxes on tips, taxes on overtime pay, everything that would help the American people that have felt far too long left by Washington, D.C., and we are finally able to deliver. What are we delivering on? It doesn't just stop there. It's ending taxes on car loan interest, which so many people struggle with. It's going to end additional tax and bring additional tax relief for seniors. It makes sure that we restore border security, which, by the way, I'd like to remind the American people that it was our colleagues that were responsible for giving many of these program benefits to people that never paid into the program, to people that were here illegally hurting our very own people. We talk about defending seniors, we talk about defending the most needy, and yet these programs were literally at risk of insolvency had we not done this. So what I can tell you is I'm very proudly supporting this bill. That also includes an increase in the child tax credit and an increase to individual tax deduction. I ask everyone to join us in this, and with that, please support the very big, beautiful bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from California, the chairman of the Democratic Caucus, Mr. Aguilar.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Massachusetts for yielding. I'm grateful for his leadership and the leadership of the Rules Committee Democrats who are fighting back against these massive tax giveaways to billionaires and corporations raking in record profits. Mr. Speaker, the American people are getting squeezed by reckless tariffs that are raising prices on every family, and it's only going to get worse. With prices still too high, I don't understand how my Republican colleagues can justify taking food off of the table for women, children, and families. While so many working families are struggling, I don't understand how they can justify a tax bill that only makes life easier for billionaires like Elon Musk. In the dark of night, they want to pass this GOP tax scam. We saw today that the president has said that a vote against this legislation represents an ultimate betrayal. The real betrayal, Mr. Speaker, is to the working people of this country who will pay the price so that billionaires can pay less in taxes. Mr. Speaker, our friends on the other side of the aisle said that they wouldn't cut Medicaid, and that's exactly what this bill does. They said that they would end taxes on tips, but they forgot to mention that the trade-off is that you'll lose your health care. The American people didn't sign up for these broken promises. They asked their elected officials to work together to lower costs. My colleagues in the House Democratic Caucus are waiting for these so-called reasonable Republicans to join us. Let's focus on bringing down the cost of housing, rent, gas, and groceries, and let's stop rewarding billionaires at the expense of the middle class.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from North Dakota, Ms. Fedorchak.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the One Big Beautiful Bill on behalf of these people and thousands of others like them. They are not millionaires or billionaires. They're family farmers. Brent and Stephanie Baldwin farm wheat, sugar beets, edible beans, and soybeans in St. Thomas, North Dakota. They have 3 kids, They're fourth-generation farmers. And unless Congress acts, the tax relief they depend on, the 199A deduction, will expire at the end of this year. Our bill will permanently expand this and increase this deduction for pass-through businesses like the Baldwins. In 2020 alone, 67,000 taxpayers in my state, including many farmers, claimed the 199A deduction, putting $682 million in their pockets. That's real money for working-class Americans. Our bill also eliminates the death tax for family-owned businesses. We can't have the big, bloated federal government stealing their hard work and wasting it on fraud and abuse. But for our family farmers and producers, the backbone of rural America, this is urgent.
Time has expired.
Let's make these tax cuts permanent and pass this bill. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Ocasio-Cortez.
The gentlelady is recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you so much, and I thank the ranking member for yielding his time. 13.7 million Americans. 13.7 million Americans are the number of people in this country whose health care are going to be stripped in this bill. Now, Republicans are going to try to tell you every single distraction in the book from that essential number. I want people at home to understand that Medicaid and the federal matching funds for Medicaid can make up 30 to 40% of some of the state budgets that we have going on back in your home. Republicans have put this bill together, rushed it together in a matter of hours on the back of a napkin, shaking it, walking out of the White House, and brought it right here to this floor. They are defunding Planned Parenthood. They are ending tons of Medicaid coverage for 13.7 million Americans, including Affordable Care Act coverage as well. And if you want to get an abortion and have a silver plan on a health care plan that you paid for, you will also be affected by this legislation as well. Also, allowing suppressors on guns to be deregulated to some of the largest amounts that we have seen since the 1930s. This is just a Christmas bill.
I yield
This is just a Christmas tree.
the gentlelady to 30 seconds.
And so I want people to understand, for my Republican colleagues who are sure what is in and not in this bill, in this process that has been this rushed, when you wake up in the morning, you will realize that you voted to defund Planned Parenthood and to take away health care from 13.7 million Americans. And when this country wakes up in the morning, there will be consequences to pay for this. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I would like to take a moment to ground this House in reality and make sure that everyone understands that words have consequences and that the violent political rhetoric that has been delivered over the last 48 to 72 hours by my Democrat colleagues have affected Americans across this country and the globe. It's been reported that 2 Israeli diplomats were shot leaving an event at the Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C. by someone that yelled, "Free, free Palestine." And so I would like to spend the rest of my time that has been yielded by Ms. Houchin and ask respectfully my colleagues to have a moment of silence for these 2 people that were murdered by someone for political purposes.
Silence. Gentleman's time has expired and yields back. The gentlelady from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, the Speaker Emerita, Ms. Pelosi.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his exceptional leadership, and all of the members of the Rules Committee for your stamina, and to you for your values. Mr. Speaker, Martin Luther King, the Reverend Martin Luther King said, of all the forms of inequality and injustice in health is the most shocking and the most inhuman because it also often results in physical death. He went on to talk about access to health care as a right. But this builds in inequality and inhumanity exactly what Republicans have in store for the American people. I was 5 hours at the Rules Committee. I know some of you were longer. And it was stiff competition as to what was the worst provision they came up with. But let's just talk about work requirements for a moment. You said with great pride, oh, if they have a 7-year-old child, they have to go to work. A 7-year-old child is a little child. I just recall for you a conversation I had with some moms. One of them said, if I have a work requirement to have Medicaid, this is what it means to me. If my child is sick, I can't go to work because I can't afford child care. I can't go, if I miss work, I'll miss pay, and I can't afford to miss the pay. And if I miss going to work, I can be fired. So what I'll have to do is put my child on the school bus sick, because the child is sick, and I have to go to work to have Medicaid. Then, of course, as has been mentioned about the silencers, is just beyond comprehension in terms of safety for our children. Because the Republicans' tax bill scam, millions of American families, seniors and veterans, vulnerable children and all the rest, and people with disabilities will lose their health care. Rural hospitals will be closed, millions of jobs will be destroyed across America, and all of this to give another massive tax cut to the richest people in America. It is a Republican Robin Hood in reverse, one of the largest transfers of wealth from working families to the rich in our country. I urge a no vote on the rule and on the bill.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, once again, Democrats are distorting the truth to smear a bill that protects working class Americans. They scream, tax cuts for billionaires, yet not a single personal income tax rate from the Trump tax cuts is being changed. Tax cuts that pulled over 6 million people out of poverty and brought our country's poverty rate to a record low. What they don't want Americans to know is that without this bill, families face a 22% tax hike. House Republicans are making sure that does not happen. We're cutting taxes, boosting take-home pay, and securing millions of American manufacturing jobs. We're delivering on conservative promises, no taxes on tips, overtime, or car interest. We're strengthening the child tax credit, making the paid leave credit permanent, and repealing the Democrats' IRS overreach targeting gig workers with their $600 rule. This bill stands for working families, economic freedom, and common sense. The left can't spend all they want, but the facts don't lie. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose this one big ugly bill. Instead of cutting costs, it imposes the biggest health care cut ever, forcing 14 million people to lose coverage. This bill makes the deepest cut to nutrition assistance in U.S. history, ripping food from the mouths of kids, seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities. It guts clean energy, hurts farmers, expands abortion bans, and explodes the debt so badly it will trigger $500 billion in cuts to Medicare. And its 1,000-plus pages all boil down to this. $1.1 trillion is swiped from SNAP and Medicaid and stuffed right into the pockets of the richest 1%. It no longer, thankfully, gives tax breaks to tanning beds, although you tried that in the dead of night, yet strips Affordable Care Act coverage from millions of families and raises deductibles and co-pays for millions more. This is worse than the haves versus the have-nots. It's just one big giveaway to the have-yachts. And just like Trump did to all his businesses, this bill will drive our constituents and our country into bankruptcy. Any Republican with a spine, which you clearly lack, and a conscience, which you also lack, should join me in voting hell no. I yield back the balance of my time.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Fine.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am a new person in this chamber. And one of the things I've observed over the last 6 weeks is a fundamental question of who is it that we should be most worried about. See, Rome is burning, and it doesn't seem as though people realize that. It is not thoughtful, it is not generous, it is not compassionate to borrow money from our children and our grandchildren to give it to people who should not be in our country anyway. It is not compassionate to borrow money from them to give it to people for health care if they could work and they could provide it themselves. But what is compassionate is to tell someone who is a waitress working hard to support her family that she doesn't have to pay taxes on her tips. It is compassionate to someone like my father who is blind to know he might not have to pay taxes on his Social Security. There is compassion in this bill. There is compassion for the American people, and I hope that everyone will support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask the gentlelady how many more speakers she has? Okay,
one more speaker,
then I will reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Craig.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A lot of talk tonight about what happens if we vote for this bill. And what are my colleagues voting for if they vote against this bill? Democrats who aren't going to vote for this bill, they'll be voting for a $4.5 trillion tax increase. They'll be voting for waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid. They'll be voting for illegal immigrants stealing from Medicaid. They'll be voting for continuing green energy scams. They'll be for allowing environmental extremists to continue to drive up the costs of energy for average American families. And what are they voting against? They're voting against a $150 billion increase for our military. And they're voting against a base housing allowance increase for our soldiers. That's in this bill. They're voting against tax relief for seniors and working Americans. Let's end the nonsense. Let's do what's right for America. Let's pass this rule and pass this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Gentlelady, have any other speakers, or is she the final speaker?
I'm prepared to close.
And may I ask how much time I have, Mr. Speaker?
Gentleman has 5.5 minutes. Gentlelady has 4 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, one of the previous Republican speakers got up and said Rome is burning. I hate to tell them, but Republicans are in charge. And Trump is your Caesar. And so, you know, CBO just did an analysis of this budget, and they did an analysis of how it impacts the bottom 10% and the top 10% income earners in this country. And guess what? The bottom 10% get screwed, and the top 10% get a big raise in terms of revenue, in terms of tax breaks. So let me end where I began, Mr. Speaker. This is about whose side you are on. Whose side are you on, Mr. Speaker? Because from where I stand, it looks like you and the entire Republican Party betrayed the American people to side with the billionaires. People are so tired of getting screwed over by a system that doesn't work for them. They are fed up and they want change. They want us to make things better for regular, hardworking people, not just the rich and the powerful. And what Republicans' big, ugly bill does is the exact opposite. Our colleagues in Trump are perpetuating the exact broken system that people hate and despise. More tax breaks for billionaires while regular people get screwed. More giveaways for the rich and powerful while moms and dads struggle to get by. More loopholes into the tax code for Wall Street while working families fall further and further behind. That's the Republican agenda. That's what you guys think is big and beautiful: greed, corruption, and tax breaks for billionaires. You know, my state of Massachusetts funds states like Indiana, where the gentlelady is from. We get back less than we give. And so how dare she or anybody else vote to steal our tax money and give it to billionaires? So no, we will not go quietly. And no, we will not give up. We will fight this cruel, corrupt, immoral bill every step of the way because the people we represent are counting on us. And we will never stop fighting for them. I urge every member of this House to vote hell no, never, absolutely not on this terrible disgrace of a bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Rome is burning, but not because of the leadership of Republicans and Donald Trump. After 4 years of failed leadership under President Biden, our country faces many challenges. But Republicans, along with President Trump, are ready to address them head-on and get our country back on track. The one big, beautiful bill is here, and the American people are ready to see us deliver on our promises. This is historic legislation that is a bill for working Americans. Here's 3 words I want you to remember: ineligible, illegal, and able. Those are the people who we don't believe should be taking Medicaid from pregnant women, children, the disabled, and the elderly. We've heard a lot about 13.7 million people are going to lose their health care. That number was debunked by the New York Times. That's a newspaper that doesn't write a lot of things that are friendly to our side. It's not that way. This is a bill that is going to support pregnant women, children, the disabled, and the elderly. It supports our veterans, our farmers, and our small business owners. It secures tax certainty, permitting reform, and our border. It quite simply, the one big, beautiful bill is America first, and I'm proud to support it. With this vote, we can unlock the golden age of America. I look forward to moving the one big, beautiful bill out of the House and delivering for the American people and who voted for the golden age to return. I ask my colleagues to join me in voting yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I asked for the yeas and nays and a hearing aid.
Thanks for your concern. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on ordering the previous question will be followed by 5-minute votes on adoption of the resolution if ordered and passage of the Senate Joint Resolution 31. This is a 15-minute vote.
get their health care through Medicaid. Our state will lose 1/4 of the federal funding if it receives for Medicaid. That's $3.6 billion. This is what this bill will do if it becomes law. These cuts will especially hurt families in our poorest communities, and that's why I offered an amendment to require continuous Medicaid coverage through pregnancy and a year postpartum. If you support women and working families, there's no reason to oppose this provision. However, my amendments was blocked along with 5 other common sense amendments. Please vote no
The
on this
gentlelady's
cruel
time has
amendment.
expired.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Downing.
Gentleman from Montana is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentlewoman from Indiana for yielding. Right now, the Montanans that I represent are staring down the barrel of a 26% tax increase. If Congress does not act soon, the average Treasure State family of 4 will lose more than $1,400 per year. President Trump won a decisive victory on creating jobs, lowering costs, and making his signature tax law permanent. This resolution advances his full agenda that the American people overwhelmingly elected us to enact. This is a game changer for individual filers as well as farmers, ranchers, and small business owners that make up the backbone of the Treasure State's economy. Our reconciliation bill delivers permanent death tax relief, benefiting over 2 million family-owned farms, ranches, and small businesses that would otherwise see their exemption cut in half. Our bill provides permanent relief for the small businesses around the country that employ nearly half of Americans, while honoring President Trump's promise of no tax on overtime and no tax on tips. Put plainly, a vote against this rule, or our one big beautiful bill, is a vote to raise taxes on every single American. On that, I urge my colleagues to support this rule.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just said to the gentleman, the reason why the tax cuts for middle-class families might expire is because that's the way you wrote them in the 2017 Republican tax scam bill. You made the corporate tax cuts permanent, but those for working people you made expire. So it's your fault. I yield 1 minute now to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston.
So if you
Members
run
reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman's recognized.
So if you run a company that's losing market share, you got 3 choices. You can go bankrupt, you can innovate, or you can come whining to Washington saying competition scares me. In this bill, the Republican Party is delivering that protection from competition to the fossil fuel sector. Some numbers. Last 15 years, coal use is down 50%, oil use is flat, gas is losing market share, and that's because people are transitioning to renewables. It's because if you don't have to burn fossil fuel, you don't have to buy fossil fuel, and people like cheap energy. That is awesome. In the IRA, we passed rules to make sure that everybody could access those technologies, not just ones with disposable income. Great for consumers. We prioritize those investments in red and blue states. The result of all that is that the oil and gas sector doesn't like competition for the same reason you all don't like DEI, because mediocre folks are as scared about meritocracies. So they're now slashing those programs that were building out transmission, that were leading a renaissance in nuclear technology, that were building out wind and solar, not because they're clean, because they're cheap. So we're getting higher energy prices, a less reliable grid, more extreme weather, all so that the fossil fuel industry doesn't have to face competition. That's not capitalism, it's state-directed socialism, and you own your life choices.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. And I had a great conversation with their interns the other day, and they said, I've been studying the tax bill. The current tax rate on the wealthiest Americans is 37%. The new tax rate, so to speak, it will be 37%. And so they asked me, why do they keep on talking about cutting taxes for the rich? It's who is getting the cut. It is simple. It is the person who's earned Social Security. It's the person who's earned those tips. It's the person who's earned that overtime pay. The people who make America work have been suffering for the last 4 years from failed government policies.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Unbelievable. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Hampshire, Mr. Pappas.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the ranking member for yielding. I rise tonight because health care is on the line, and so is the well-being and the dignity of the people I serve in New Hampshire. The phones in my office won't stop ringing because people I represent are beyond angry about the proposal to slash Medicaid. Last week, I sat down with a constituent, Donka Facciolo of Laconia. She lives with a disability, and thanks to Medicaid, she receives skilled nursing, transportation, and employment support. Because of that help, she can live on her own. And another constituent that I met, Kevin Brett, told me the same. Without Medicaid, he's not sure where he'd go. Parents of individuals with disabilities have told me that they could lose in-home care for their kids, and in doing so, they'd be forced to quit their jobs. What kind of choice is that for these parents? So slashing Medicaid is cruel. It would take away granted staters' ability to receive care, their chance to work. It would rob them of their independence. And we know that it's all being ripped away in order to give big tax breaks to billionaires and the biggest corporations. So I'm a no on this reckless scheme. I urge my colleagues to vote no as well, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Moore.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in favor of the one big, beautiful bill that delivers on President Trump's promise to make America great again. The bill makes America energy dominant again by repealing the Democrats' disastrous green news scam, expediting permitting and unleashing all of the below, that's the ground, coal, oil, and natural gas. The legislation makes America safe again by building the wall, giving needed resources to enforce our immigration laws, and rebuild our military. We also make America prosperous again by providing the largest tax cut in history, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, slashing taxes on Social Security. Tipped workers will see a $1,700 increase in take-home pay in this bill. That's a win for the American people. Finally, this bill puts American families first by increasing and making permanent the child tax credit and enhancing the adoption tax credit and defunding, thank God, big abortion. President Trump made a promise to the American people, and this bill fulfills it. Thank you.
Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Sykes.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every time I hear the name and the title of H.R. 1, I am stunned with how childish and immature it is to name a bill the way that the majority has. But truly, it is the cruelty that is the worst part of this bill. When I was first elected, I told the people of Ohio's 13th congressional district, it may be my name on the ballot, but we are all going to Congress together. And I made that promise because as a representative, it is my responsibility to make sure that my constituents' needs are being addressed here in Washington. The people in Ohio's 13th congressional district need lower costs. They need access to care, and they do not need this horrible, horrible bill. I have said many times before, the access to maternal health, to infant mortality reduction, to making sure that people have access to substance and mental health services is what is so important, and there was no Republican mandate to kick our grandmothers out of nursing homes. But the most important part about this is that when 30,000 jobs are on the line in Ohio's 13th congressional district. Mr. Speaker, what are you going to say to my constituents? Will you call them lazy, worthless, unworthy of food, shelter, and human dignity? I already know the answer because the answer is yes, because I've heard you talk about constituents like mine and all over this country with disdain
15 seconds.
As though they are not important.
Gentlelady's
and they are
recognized
totally
for additional
unworthy
30
of
seconds.
This horrible, horrific, mean, cruel, nasty bill.
Yay.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McDowell.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it comes as no surprise that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are afraid of the truth when speaking about the bill before us today. We now have extensive reporting that the last administration kept the American people in the dark about the health of President Biden. They refused to call the flood of illegals coming across our border a crisis. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle tried putting lipstick on their inflationary economy rather than changing course. So it should come as no shock Mr. Speaker, that these same folks are misleading Americans about the bill before us today. The One Big Beautiful Bill will be a major course correction, delivering massive tax relief, certainty for small businesses, a historic investment in border security, and we are unleashing American energy. Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that too many in this body live their own truth, not the truth. The truth is, this puts America first, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this rule. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Figures.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we're talking border security, and the same administration just let in El Chapo's family. El Chapo's family. I rise today as somebody representing one of the poorest districts in this country. Individual median income around $30,000. 1 in 4 people in my district receive SNAP benefits. 1 in 4 people in my district receive Medicaid benefits. These are people who cannot afford to lose health care access. They cannot afford to lose access to SNAP benefits. And the truth of the matter is, the truth is that people will lose those benefits, all in an effort to make long money even longer. And so my question is their money being longer worth people in my district's lives being shorter? And it's not. It never will be. It never can be. We have to stand up for these people. I came to Congress to be a voice for people who need things like Medicaid, who need things like SNAP benefits. And every day I'm here, I will push back against efforts to cut back on those benefits. And with that, I yield back.
Yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Utah, Dr. Kennedy.
Gentleman from Utah is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentlelady for the yielding of that time, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a family physician, I've seen both the benefits and issues associated with Medicaid. Currently, there are 7.6 million people on Medicaid who should not be there. 1.4 million illegal immigrants, 1.2 million that are ineligible for Medicaid, and 4.8 million able-bodied adults that choose not to work. It's time we crack down on fraud, waste, and abuse in such a vital program for those that need it. As we assess the state of Medicaid, we find that roughly 1 in every 4 dollars are spent improperly, with more than 80% of these payments stemming from eligibility errors. Medicaid is critically important for countless Americans, and this bill will ensure that those who truly need it can continue to access the care they depend on. Medicaid was designed to support the disabled, the pregnant women and children, and those that are in need. It is ballooned with able-bodied adults who are currently not required to be working. Mr. Speaker, Republicans are trying to fix Medicaid and preserve it for those that need it. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the representative from Delaware, Ms. McBride.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I offered a simple but essential amendment to this slash and burn Republican budget. This budget creates red tape that would result in vulnerable seniors losing their health care. My amendment would have prevented that red tape unless the Congressional Budget Office certifies that this bill will not result in any senior losing coverage. Why did Republicans block my amendment? Because they know their budget cuts care. And that's why they're doing all of this in the dead of night. It's why they're rushing this through, because they want to eviscerate health care so long as they get tax breaks for their billionaire best friends. It may be very, very late at night, but it's not too late for my Republican colleagues to do the right thing. It's not too late to protect Medicaid. It's not too late to protect SNAP. It's not too late to protect their constituents. But I won't hold my breath. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Thank you so much for everyone for being here today. I can tell you that I'm very excited to vote for this bill for a few reasons. Starting in November, when I was campaigning with our very popular president, who won not just the national popular vote, but also the Electoral College, who campaigned on ending taxes on tips, taxes on overtime pay, everything that would help the American people that have felt far too long left by Washington, D.C., and we are finally able to deliver. What are we delivering on? It doesn't just stop there. It's ending taxes on car loan interest, which so many people struggle with. It's going to end additional tax and bring additional tax relief for seniors. It makes sure that we restore border security, which, by the way, I'd like to remind the American people that it was our colleagues that were responsible for giving many of these program benefits to people that never paid into the program, to people that were here illegally hurting our very own people. We talk about defending seniors, we talk about defending the most needy, and yet these programs were literally at risk of insolvency had we not done this. So what I can tell you is I'm very proudly supporting this bill. That also includes an increase in the child tax credit and an increase to individual tax deduction. I ask everyone to join us in this, and with that, please support the very big, beautiful bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from California, the chairman of the Democratic Caucus, Mr. Aguilar.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Massachusetts for yielding. I'm grateful for his leadership and the leadership of the Rules Committee Democrats who are fighting back against these massive tax giveaways to billionaires and corporations raking in record profits. Mr. Speaker, the American people are getting squeezed by reckless tariffs that are raising prices on every family, and it's only going to get worse. With prices still too high, I don't understand how my Republican colleagues can justify taking food off of the table for women, children, and families. While so many working families are struggling, I don't understand how they can justify a tax bill that only makes life easier for billionaires like Elon Musk. In the dark of night, they want to pass this GOP tax scam. We saw today that the president has said that a vote against this legislation represents an ultimate betrayal. The real betrayal, Mr. Speaker, is to the working people of this country who will pay the price so that billionaires can pay less in taxes. Mr. Speaker, our friends on the other side of the aisle said that they wouldn't cut Medicaid, and that's exactly what this bill does. They said that they would end taxes on tips, but they forgot to mention that the trade-off is that you'll lose your health care. The American people didn't sign up for these broken promises. They asked their elected officials to work together to lower costs. My colleagues in the House Democratic Caucus are waiting for these so-called reasonable Republicans to join us. Let's focus on bringing down the cost of housing, rent, gas, and groceries, and let's stop rewarding billionaires at the expense of the middle class.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from North Dakota, Ms. Fedorchuk.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the One Big Beautiful Bill on behalf of these people and thousands of others like them. They are not millionaires or billionaires. They're family farmers. Brent and Stephanie Baldwin farm wheat, sugar beets, edible beans, and soybeans in St. Thomas, North Dakota. They have 3 kids. They're 4th-generation farmers. And unless Congress acts, the tax relief they depend on, the 199A deduction, will expire at the end of this year. Our bill will permanently expand this and increase this deduction for pass-through businesses like the Baldwins. In 2020 alone, 67,000 taxpayers in my state, including many farmers, claimed the 199A deduction, putting $682 million in their pockets. That's real money for working-class Americans. Our bill also eliminates the death tax for family-owned businesses. We can't have the big, bloated federal government stealing their hard work and wasting it on fraud and abuse. But for our family farmers and producers, the backbone of rural America, this is urgent.
Time has expired.
Let's make these tax cuts permanent and pass this bill. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Ocasio-Cortez.
Gentlelady is recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you so much, and I thank the ranking member for yielding his time. 13.7 million Americans. 13.7 million Americans are the number of people in this country whose health care are going to be stripped in this bill. Now, Republicans are going to try to tell you every single distraction in the book from that essential number. I want people at home to understand that Medicaid and the federal matching funds for Medicaid can make up 30 to 40% of some of the state budgets that we have going on back in your home. Republicans have put this bill together, rushed it together in a matter of hours on the back of a napkin, shaking it, walking out of the White House, and brought it right here to this floor. They are defunding Planned Parenthood. They are ending tons of Medicaid coverage for 13.7 million Americans, including Affordable Care Act coverage as well. And if you want to get an abortion and have a silver plan on a health care plan that you paid for, you will also be affected by this legislation as well. Also, allowing suppressors on guns to be deregulated to some of the largest amounts that we have seen since the 1930s. This is just a Christmas bill.
I yield
It's a Christmas
the gentlelady to shield 30 seconds.
And so I want people to understand, for my Republican colleagues who are sure what is in and not in this bill, in this process that has been this rushed, when you wake up in the morning, you will realize that you voted to defund Planned Parenthood and to take away health care from 13.7 million Americans. And when this country wakes up in the morning, there will be consequences to pay for this. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I would like to take a moment to ground this House in reality and make sure that everyone understands that words have consequences and that the violent political rhetoric that has been delivered over the last 48 to 72 hours by my Democrat colleagues have affected Americans across this country and the globe. It's been reported that 2 Israeli diplomats were shot leaving an event at the Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C. by someone that yelled, "Free, free Palestine." And so I would like to spend the rest of my time that has been yielded by Ms. Houchin and ask respectfully my colleagues to have a moment of silence for these 2 people that were murdered by someone for political purposes.
Silence. Gentleman's time has expired and yields back. The gentlelady from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, the Speaker Emerita, Ms. Pelosi.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his exceptional leadership, and all of the members of the Rules Committee for your stamina, and to you for your values. Mr. Speaker, Martin Luther King, the Reverend Martin Luther King said, of all the forms of inequality and injustice in health is the most shocking and the most inhuman because it also often results in physical death. He went on to talk about access to health care as a right. But this builds in inequality and inhumanity exactly what Republicans have in store for the American people. I was 5 hours at the Rules Committee. I know some of you were longer. And it was stiff competition as to what was the worst provision they came up with. But let's just talk about work requirements for a moment. You said with great pride, oh, if they have a 7-year-old child, they have to go to work. A 7-year-old child is a little child. I just recall for you a conversation I had with some moms. One of them said, if I have a work requirement to have Medicaid, this is what it means to me. If my child is sick, I can't go to work because I can't afford child care. I can't go, if I miss work, I'll miss pay, and I can't afford to miss the pay. And if I miss going to work, I can be fired. So what I'll have to do is put my child on the school bus sick, because the child is sick, and I have to go to work to have Medicaid. Then, of course, as has been mentioned about the silencers, is just beyond comprehension in terms of safety for our children. Because of the Republicans' tax bill scam, millions of American families, seniors and veterans, vulnerable children and all the rest, and people with disabilities will lose their health care. Rural hospitals will be closed, millions of jobs will be destroyed across America, and all of this to give another massive tax cut to the richest people in America. It is a Republican Robin Hood in reverse, one of the largest transfers of wealth from working families to the rich in our country. I urge a no vote on the rule and on the bill.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, once again, Democrats are distorting the truth to smear a bill that protects working-class Americans. They scream, tax cuts for billionaires, yet not a single personal income tax rate from the Trump tax cuts is being changed. Tax cuts that pulled over 6 million people out of poverty and brought our country's poverty rate to a record low. What they don't want Americans to know is that without this bill, families face a 22% tax hike. House Republicans are making sure that does not happen. We're cutting taxes, boosting take-home pay, and securing millions of American manufacturing jobs. We're delivering on conservative promises, no taxes on tips, overtime, or car interest. We're strengthening the child tax credit, making the paid leave credit permanent, and repealing the Democrats' IRS overreach targeting gig workers with their $600 rule. This bill stands for working families, economic freedom, and common sense. The left can't spend all they want, but the facts don't lie. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose this one big ugly bill. Instead of cutting costs, it imposes the biggest health care cut ever, forcing 14 million people to lose coverage. This bill makes the deepest cut to nutrition assistance in U.S. history, ripping food from the mouths of kids, seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities. It guts clean energy, hurts farmers, expands abortion bans, and explodes the debt so badly it will trigger $500 billion in cuts to Medicare. And its 1,000-plus pages all boil down to this. $1.1 trillion is swiped from SNAP and Medicaid and stuffed right into the pockets of the richest 1%. It no longer, thankfully, gives tax breaks to tanning beds, although you tried that in the dead of night, yet strips Affordable Care Act coverage from millions of families and raises deductibles and co-pays for millions more. This is worse than the haves versus the have-nots. It's just one big giveaway to the have-yachts. And just like Trump did to all his businesses, this bill will drive our constituents and our country into bankruptcy. Any Republican with a spine, which you clearly lack, and a conscience, which you also lack, should join me in voting hell no. I yield back the balance of my time.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Fine.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am a new person in this chamber. And one of the things I've observed over the last 6 weeks is a fundamental question of who is it that we should be most worried about. See, Rome is burning, and it doesn't seem as though people realize that. It is not thoughtful, it is not generous, it is not compassionate to borrow money from our children and our grandchildren to give it to people who should not be in our country anyway. It is not compassionate to borrow money from them to give it to people for health care if they could work and they could provide it themselves. But what is compassionate is to tell someone who is a waitress working hard to support her family that she doesn't have to pay taxes on her tips. It is compassionate to someone like my father who is blind to know he might not have to pay taxes on his Social Security. There is compassion in this bill. There is compassion for the American people, and I hope that everyone will support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask the gentlelady how many more speakers she has? Okay,
got one more speaker,
then I will reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Craig.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A lot of talk tonight about what happens if we vote for this bill. And what are my colleagues voting for if they vote against this bill? Democrats who aren't going to vote for this bill, they'll be voting for a $4.5 trillion tax increase. They'll be voting for waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid. They'll be voting for illegal immigrants stealing from Medicaid. They'll be voting for continuing green energy scams. They'll be for allowing environmental extremists to continue to drive up the costs of energy for average American families. And what are they voting against? They're voting against a $150 billion increase for our military. And they're voting against a base housing allowance increase for our soldiers. That's in this bill. They're voting against tax relief for seniors and working Americans. Let's end the nonsense. Let's do what's right for America. Let's pass this rule and pass this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Gentlelady, have any other speakers, or is she the final speaker?
I'm prepared to close.
And may I ask how much time I have, Mr. Speaker?
Gentleman has 5.5 minutes.
Okay.
Gentlelady has 4 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, one of the previous Republican speakers got up and said Rome is burning. I hate to tell him, but Republicans are in charge. And Trump is your Caesar. You know, CBO just did an analysis of this budget, and they did an analysis of how it impacts the bottom 10% and the top 10% income earners in this country. And guess what? The bottom 10% get screwed, and the top 10% get a big raise in terms of revenue, in terms of tax breaks. So let me end where I began, Mr. Speaker. This is about whose side you are on. Whose side are you on, Mr. Speaker? Because from where I stand, it looks like you and the entire Republican Party betrayed the American people to side with the billionaires. People are so tired of getting screwed over by a system that doesn't work for them. They are fed up and they want change. They want us to make things better for regular, hardworking people, not just the rich and the powerful. And what Republicans' big, ugly bill does is the exact opposite. Our colleagues in Trump are perpetuating the exact broken system that people hate and despise. More tax breaks for billionaires while regular people get screwed. More giveaways for the rich and powerful while moms and dads struggle to get by. More loopholes into the tax code for Wall Street while working families fall further and further behind. That's the Republican agenda. That's what you guys think is big and beautiful: greed, corruption, and tax breaks for billionaires. You know, my state of Massachusetts funds states like Indiana, where the gentlelady is from. We get back less than we give. And so how dare she or anybody else vote to steal our tax money and give it to billionaires? So no, we will not go quietly. And no, we will not give up. We will fight this cruel, corrupt, immoral bill every step of the way, because the people we
this provision. However, my amendments was blocked along with 5 other common sense amendments. Please vote no on this cruel
Gentlelady's time has
amendment.
expired.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Downing.
Gentleman from Montana is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentlewoman from Indiana for yielding. Right now, the Montanans that I represent are staring down the barrel of a 26% tax increase. If Congress does not act soon, the average Treasure State family of 4 will lose more than $1,400 per year. President Trump won a decisive victory on creating jobs, lowering costs, and making his signature tax law permanent. This resolution advances his full agenda that the American people overwhelmingly elected us to enact. This is a game changer for individual filers as well as farmers, ranchers, and small business owners that make up the backbone of the Treasure State's economy. Our reconciliation bill delivers permanent death tax relief, benefiting over 2 million family-owned farms, ranches, and small businesses that would otherwise see their exemption cut in half. Our bill provides permanent relief for the small businesses around the country that employ nearly half of Americans, while honoring President Trump's promise of no tax on overtime and no tax on tips. Put plainly, a vote against this rule, or our one big beautiful bill, is a vote to raise taxes on every single American. On that, I urge my colleagues to support this rule.
Gentleman's
and
time has expired. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just said to the gentleman, the reason why the tax cuts for middle-class families might expire is because that's the way you wrote them in the 2017 Republican tax scam bill. You made the corporate tax cuts permanent, but those for working people you made expire. So it's your fault. I yield 1 minute now to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston.
So if you
Members
run
reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman's recognized.
So if you run a company that's losing market share, you got three choices. You can go bankrupt, you can innovate, or you can come whining to Washington saying competition scares me. In this bill, the Republican Party is delivering that protection from competition to the fossil fuel sector. Some numbers. The last 15 years, coal use is down 50%, oil use is flat, gas is losing market share, and that's because people are transitioning to renewables. It's because if you don't have to burn fossil fuel, you don't have to buy fossil fuel, and people like cheap energy. That is awesome. In the IRA, we passed rules to make sure that everybody could access those technologies, not just ones with disposable income. Great for consumers. We prioritize those investments in red and blue states. The result of all that is that the oil and gas sector doesn't like competition for the same reason you all don't like DEI, because mediocre folks are as scared about meritocracies. So they're now slashing those programs that were building out transmission, that were leading a renaissance in nuclear technology, that were building out wind and solar, not because they're clean, because they're cheap. So we're getting higher energy prices, a less reliable grid, more extreme weather, all so that the fossil fuel industry doesn't have to face competition. That's not capitalism, it's state-directed socialism, and you own your life choices.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. And I had a great conversation with their interns the other day, and they said, I've been studying the tax bill. The current tax rate on the wealthiest Americans is 37%. The new tax rate, so to speak, it will be 37%. And so they asked me, why do they keep on talking about cutting taxes for the rich? It's who is getting the cut. It is simple. It is the person who's earned Social Security. It's the person who's earned those tips. It's the person who's earned that overtime pay. The people who make America work have been suffering for the last 4 years from failed government policies.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Unbelievable. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Hampshire, Mr. Pappas.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the ranking member for yielding. I rise tonight because health care is on the line, and so is the well-being and the dignity of the people I serve in New Hampshire. The phones in my office won't stop ringing because people I represent are beyond angry about the proposal to slash Medicaid. Last week, I sat down with a constituent, Donka Facciolo of Laconia. She lives with a disability, and thanks to Medicaid, she receives skilled nursing, transportation, and employment support. Because of that help, she can live on her own. And another constituent that I met, Kevin Brett, told me the same. Without Medicaid, he's not sure where he'd go. Parents of individuals with disabilities have told me that they could lose in-home care for their kids, and in doing so, they'd be forced to quit their jobs. What kind of choice is that for these parents? So slashing Medicaid is cruel. It would take away Granite Staters' ability to receive care, their chance to work. It would rob them of their independence. And we know that it's all being ripped away in order to give big tax breaks to billionaires and the biggest corporations. So I'm a no on this reckless scheme. I urge my colleagues to vote no as well, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Moore.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in favor of the one big, beautiful bill that delivers on President Trump's promise to make America great again. The bill makes America energy dominant again by repealing the Democrats' disastrous green news scam, expediting permitting and unleashing all of the below, that's the ground, coal, oil, and natural gas. The legislation makes America safe again by building the wall, giving needed resources to enforce our immigration laws, and rebuild our military. We also make America prosperous again by providing the largest tax cut in history, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, slashing taxes on Social Security. Tipped workers will see a $1,700 increase in take-home pay in this bill. That's a win for the American people. Finally, this bill puts American families first by increasing and making permanent the child tax credit and enhancing the adoption tax credit and defunding, thank God, big abortion. President Trump made a promise to the American people, and this bill fulfills it. Thank you.
Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Sykes.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every time I hear the name and the title of H.R. 1, I am stunned with how childish and immature it is to name a bill the way that the majority has. But truly, it is the cruelty that is the worst part of this bill. When I was first elected, I told the people of Ohio's 13th congressional district, it may be my name on the ballot, but we are all going to Congress together. And I made that promise because as a representative, it is my responsibility to make sure that my constituents' needs are being addressed here in Washington. The people in Ohio's 13th congressional district need lower costs. They need access to care, and they do not need this horrible, horrible bill. I have said many times before, the access to maternal health, to infant mortality reduction, to making sure that people have access to substance and mental health services is what is so important, and there was no Republican mandate to kick our grandmothers out of nursing homes. But the most important part about this is that when 30,000 jobs are on the line in Ohio's 13th congressional district. Mr. Speaker, what are you going to say to my constituents? Will you call them lazy, worthless, unworthy of food, shelter, and human dignity? I already know the answer because the answer is yes, because I've heard you talk about constituents like mine and all over this country with disdain
15 seconds.
as though they are not important.
Gentlelady's
and they are
recognized
totally
for additional
unworthy
30
of
seconds.
This horrible, horrific, mean, cruel, nasty bill.
Yay.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McDowell.
And gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it comes as no surprise that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are afraid of the truth when speaking about the bill before us today. We now have extensive reporting that the last administration kept the American people in the dark about the health of President Biden. They refused to call the flood of illegals coming across our border a crisis. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle tried putting lipstick on their inflationary economy rather than changing course. So it should come as no shock, Mr. Speaker, that these same folks are misleading Americans about the bill before us today. The one big beautiful bill will be a major course correction, delivering massive tax relief, certainty for small businesses, a historic investment in border security, and we are unleashing American energy. Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that too many in this body live their own truth, not the truth. The truth is, this puts America first, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this rule. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Figures.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we're talking border security, and the same administration just let in El Chapo's family. El Chapo's family. I rise today as somebody representing one of the poorest districts in this country. Individual median income around $30,000. 1 in 4 people in my district receive SNAP benefits. 1 in 4 people in my district receive Medicaid benefits. These are people who cannot afford to lose health care access. They cannot afford to lose access to SNAP benefits. And the truth of the matter is, that people will lose those benefits, all in an effort to make long money even longer. And so my question is their money being longer worth people in my district's lives being shorter? And it's not. It never will be. It never can be. We have to stand up for these people. I came to Congress to be a voice for people who need things like Medicaid, who need things like SNAP benefits. And every day I'm here, I will push back against efforts to cut back on those benefits. And with that, I yield back.
Yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Utah, Dr. Kennedy.
Gentleman from Utah is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentlelady for the yielding of that time, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a family physician, I've seen both the benefits and issues associated with Medicaid. Currently, there are 7.6 million people on Medicaid who should not be there. 1.4 million illegal immigrants, 1.2 million that are ineligible for Medicaid, and 4.8 million able-bodied adults that choose not to work. It's time we crack down on fraud, waste, and abuse in such a vital program for those that need it. As we assess the state of Medicaid, we find that roughly 1 in every 4 dollars are spent improperly, with more than 80% of these payments stemming from eligibility errors. Medicaid is critically important for countless Americans, and this bill will ensure that those who truly need it can continue to access the care they depend on. Medicaid was designed to support the disabled, the pregnant women and children, and those that are in need. It is ballooned with able-bodied adults who are currently not required to be working. Mr. Speaker, Republicans are trying to fix Medicaid and preserve it for those that need it. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the representative from Delaware, Ms. McBride.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I offered a simple but essential amendment to this slash and burn Republican budget. This budget creates red tape that would result in vulnerable seniors losing their health care. My amendment would have prevented that red tape unless the Congressional Budget Office certifies that this bill will not result in any senior losing coverage. Why did Republicans block my amendment? Because they know their budget cuts care. And that's why they're doing all of this in the dead of night. It's why they're rushing this through, because they want to eviscerate health care so long as they get tax breaks for their billionaire best friends. It may be very, very late at night, but it's not too late for my Republican colleagues to do the right thing. It's not too late to protect Medicaid. It's not too late to protect SNAP. It's not too late to protect their constituents. But I won't hold my breath. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Thank you so much for everyone for being here today. I can tell you that I'm very excited to vote for this bill for a few reasons. Starting in November, when I was campaigning with our very popular president, who won not just the national popular vote, but also the Electoral College, who campaigned on ending taxes on tips, taxes on overtime pay, everything that would help the American people that have felt far too long left by Washington, D.C., and we are finally able to deliver. What are we delivering on? It doesn't just stop there. It's ending taxes on car loan interest, which so many people struggle with. It's going to end additional tax and bring additional tax relief for seniors. It makes sure that we restore border security, which, by the way, I'd like to remind the American people that it was our colleagues that were responsible for giving many of these program benefits to people that never paid into the program, to people that were here illegally hurting our very own people. We talk about defending seniors, we talk about defending the most needy, and yet these programs were literally at risk of insolvency had we not done this. So what I can tell you is I'm very proudly supporting this bill. That also includes an increase in the child tax credit and an increase to individual tax deduction. I ask everyone to join us in this, and with that, please support the very big, beautiful bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from California, the chairman of the Democratic Caucus, Mr. Aguilar.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Massachusetts for yielding. I'm grateful for his leadership and the leadership of the Rules Committee Democrats who are fighting back against these massive tax giveaways to billionaires and corporations raking in record profits. Mr. Speaker, the American people are getting squeezed by reckless tariffs that are raising prices on every family, and it's only going to get worse. With prices still too high, I don't understand how my Republican colleagues can justify taking food off of the table for women, children, and families. While so many working families are struggling, I don't understand how they can justify a tax bill that only makes life easier for billionaires like Elon Musk. In the dark of night, they want to pass this GOP tax scam. We saw today that the president has said that a vote against this legislation represents an ultimate betrayal. The real betrayal, Mr. Speaker, is to the working people of this country who will pay the price so that billionaires can pay less in taxes. Mr. Speaker, our friends on the other side of the aisle said that they wouldn't cut Medicaid, and that's exactly what this bill does. They said that they would end taxes on tips, but they forgot to mention that the trade-off is that you'll lose your health care. The American people didn't sign up for these broken promises. They asked their elected officials to work together to lower costs. My colleagues in the House Democratic Caucus are waiting for these so-called reasonable Republicans to join us. Let's focus on bringing down the cost of housing, rent, gas, and groceries, and let's stop rewarding billionaires at the expense of the middle class.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from North Dakota, Ms. Fedorchak.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the One Big Beautiful Bill on behalf of these people and thousands of others like them. They are not millionaires or billionaires. They're family farmers. Brent and Stephanie Baldwin farm wheat, sugar beets, edible beans, and soybeans in St. Thomas, North Dakota. They have 3 kids. They're 4th-generation farmers. And unless Congress acts, the tax relief they depend on, the 199A deduction, will expire at the end of this year. Our bill will permanently expand this and increase this deduction for pass-through businesses like the Baldwins. In 2020 alone, 67,000 taxpayers in my state, including many farmers, claimed the 199A deduction, putting $682 million in their pockets. That's real money for working-class Americans. Our bill also eliminates the death tax for family-owned businesses. We can't have the big, bloated federal government stealing their hard work and wasting it on fraud and abuse. But for our family farmers and producers, the backbone of rural America, this is urgent.
Time has expired.
Let's make these tax cuts permanent and pass this bill. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Ocasio-Cortez.
Gentlelady is recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you so much, and I thank the ranking member for yielding his time. 13.7 million Americans. 13.7 million Americans are the number of people in this country whose health care are going to be stripped in this bill. Now, Republicans are going to try to tell you every single distraction in the book from that essential number. I want people at home to understand that Medicaid and the federal matching funds for Medicaid can make up 30 to 40% of some of the state budgets that we have going on back in your home. Republicans have put this bill together, rushed it together in a matter of hours on the back of a napkin, shaking it, walking out of the White House, and brought it right here to this floor. They are defunding Planned Parenthood. They are ending tons of Medicaid coverage for 13.7 million Americans, including Affordable Care Act coverage as well. And if you want to get an abortion and have a silver plan on a health care plan that you paid for, you will also be affected by this legislation as well. Also, allowing suppressors on guns to be deregulated to some of the largest amounts that we have seen since the 1930s. This is just a Christmas bill.
I yield the gentlelady 30 seconds.
And so I want people to understand, for my Republican colleagues who are sure what is in and not in this bill, in this process that has been this rushed, when you wake up in the morning, you will realize that you voted to defund Planned Parenthood and to take away health care from 13.7 million Americans. And when this country wakes up in the morning, there will be consequences to pay for this. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I would like to take a moment to ground this House in reality and make sure that everyone understands that words have consequences and that the violent political rhetoric that has been delivered over the last 48 to 72 hours by my Democrat colleagues have affected Americans across this country and the globe. It's been reported that 2 Israeli diplomats were shot leaving an event at the Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C. by someone that yelled, "Free, free Palestine." And so I would like to spend the rest of my time that has been yielded by Ms. Houchin and ask respectfully my colleagues to have a moment of silence for these 2 people that were murdered by someone for political purposes.
Silence. Gentleman's time has expired and yields back. The gentlelady from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, the Speaker Emerita, Ms. Pelosi.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his exceptional leadership, and all of the members of the Rules Committee for your stamina, and to you for your values. Mr. Speaker, the Reverend Martin Luther King said, of all the forms of inequality and injustice in health is the most shocking and the most inhuman because it also often results in physical death. He went on to talk about access to health care as a right. But this builds in inequality and inhumanity exactly what Republicans have in store for the American people. I was 5 hours at the Rules Committee. I know some of you were longer. And it was stiff competition as to what was the worst provision they came up with. But let's just talk about work requirements for a moment. You said with great pride, oh, if they have a 7-year-old child, they have to go to work. A 7-year-old child is a little child. I just recall for you a conversation I had with some moms. One of them said, if I have a work requirement to have Medicaid, this is what it means to me. If my child is sick, I can't go to work because I can't afford child care. I can't if I miss work, I'll miss pay, and I can't afford to miss the pay. And if I miss going to work, I can be fired. So what I'll have to do is put my child on the school bus sick, because the child is sick, and I have to go to work to have Medicaid. Then, of course, as has been mentioned about the silencers, is just beyond comprehension in terms of safety for our children. Because the Republicans' tax bill scam, millions of American families, seniors and veterans, vulnerable children and all the rest, and people with disabilities will lose their health care. Rural hospitals will be closed, millions of jobs will be destroyed across America, and all of this to give another massive tax cut to the richest people in America. It is a Republican Robin Hood in reverse, one of the largest transfers of wealth from working families to the rich in our country. I urge a no vote on the rule and on the bill.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, once again, Democrats are distorting the truth to smear a bill that protects working class Americans. They scream, tax cuts for billionaires, yet not a single personal income tax rate from the Trump tax cuts is being changed. Tax cuts that pulled over 6 million people out of poverty and brought our country's poverty rate to a record low. What they don't want Americans to know is that without this bill, families face a 22% tax hike. House Republicans are making sure that does not happen. We're cutting taxes, boosting take-home pay, and securing millions of American manufacturing jobs. We're delivering on conservative promises, no taxes on tips, overtime, or car interest. We're strengthening the child tax credit, making the paid leave credit permanent, and repealing the Democrats' IRS overreach targeting gig workers with their $600 rule. This bill stands for working families, economic freedom, and common sense. The left can't spend all they want. but the facts don't lie. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose this one big ugly bill. Instead of cutting costs, it imposes the biggest health care cut ever, forcing 14 million people to lose coverage. This bill makes the deepest cut to nutrition assistance in U.S. history, ripping food from the mouths of kids, seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities. It guts clean energy, hurts farmers, expands abortion bans, and explodes the debt so badly it will trigger $500 billion in cuts to Medicare. And its 1,000-plus pages all boil down to this. $1.1 trillion is swiped from SNAP and Medicaid and stuffed right into the pockets of the richest 1%. It no longer, thankfully, gives tax breaks to tanning beds, although you tried that in the dead of night, yet strips Affordable Care Act coverage from millions of families and raises deductibles and co-pays for millions more. This is worse than the haves versus the have-nots. It's just one big giveaway to the have-yachts. And just like Trump did to all his businesses, this bill will drive our constituents and our country into bankruptcy. Any Republican with a spine, which you clearly lack, and a conscience, which you also lack, should join me in voting hell no. I yield back the balance of my time.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Fine.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am a new person in this chamber. And one of the things I've observed over the last 6 weeks is a fundamental question of who is it that we should be most worried about. See, Rome is burning, and it doesn't seem as though people realize that. It is not thoughtful, it is not generous, it is not compassionate to borrow money from our children and our grandchildren to give it to people who should not be in our country anyway. It is not compassionate to borrow money from them to give it to people for health care if they could work and they could provide it themselves. But what is compassionate is to tell someone who is a waitress working hard to support her family that she doesn't have to pay taxes on her tips. It is compassionate to someone like my father who is blind to know he might not have to pay taxes on his Social Security. There is compassion in this bill. There is compassion for the American people, and I hope that everyone will support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask the gentlelady how many more speakers she has? Okay,
one more speaker,
then I will reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crank.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A lot of talk tonight about what happens if we vote for this bill. And what are my colleagues voting for if they vote against this bill? Democrats who aren't going to vote for this bill, they'll be voting for a $4.5 trillion tax increase. They'll be voting for waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid. They'll be voting for illegal immigrants stealing from Medicaid. They'll be voting for continuing green energy scams. They'll be for allowing environmental extremists to continue to drive up the costs of energy for average American families. And what are they voting against? They're voting against a $150 billion increase for our military. And they're voting against a base housing allowance increase for our soldiers. That's in this bill. They're voting against tax relief for seniors and working Americans. Let's end the nonsense. Let's do what's right for America. Let's pass this rule and pass this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Gentlelady, have any other speakers, or is she the final speaker?
I'm prepared to close.
And may I ask how much time I have, Mr. Speaker?
Gentleman has 5.5 minutes. Gentlelady has 4 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, one of the previous Republican speakers got up and said Rome is burning. I hate to tell them, but Republicans are in charge. And Trump is your Caesar. And so, you know, CBO just did an analysis of this budget. and they did an analysis as to how it impacts the bottom 10% and the top 10% income earners in this country. And guess what? The bottom 10% get screwed, and the top 10% get a big raise in terms of revenue, in terms of tax breaks. So let me end where I began, Mr. Speaker. This is about whose side you are on. Whose side are you on, Mr. Speaker? Because from where I stand, it looks like you and the entire Republican Party betrayed the American people to side with the billionaires. People are so tired of getting screwed over by a system that doesn't work for them. They are fed up and they want change. They want us to make things better for regular, hardworking people, not just the rich and the powerful. And what Republicans' big, ugly bill does is the exact opposite. Our colleagues in Trump are perpetuating the exact broken system that people hate and despise. More tax breaks for billionaires while regular people get screwed. More giveaways for the rich and powerful while moms and dads struggle to get by. More loopholes into the tax code for Wall Street while working families fall further and further behind. That's the Republican agenda. That's what you guys think is big and beautiful: greed, corruption, and tax breaks for billionaires. You know, my state of Massachusetts funds states like Indiana, where the gentlelady is from. We get back less than we give. And so how dare she or anybody else vote to steal our tax money and give it to billionaires? So no, we will not go quietly. And no, we will not give up. We will fight this cruel, corrupt, immoral bill every step of the way, because the people we represent are counting on us, and we will never stop fighting for them. I urge every member of this House to vote hell no, never, absolutely not on this terrible disgrace of a bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Rome is burning, but not because of the leadership of Republicans and Donald Trump. After 4 years of failed leadership under President Biden, our country faces many challenges. But Republicans, along with President Trump, are ready to address them head on and get our country back on track. The one big, beautiful bill is here, and the American people are ready to see us deliver on our promises. This is historic legislation that is a bill for working Americans. Here's 3 words I want you to remember: ineligible, illegal, and able. Those are the people who we don't believe should be taking Medicaid from pregnant women, children, the disabled, and the elderly. We've heard a lot about 13.7 million people are going to lose their health care. That number was debunked by the New York Times. That's a newspaper that doesn't write a lot of things that are friendly to our side. It's not that way. This is a bill that is going to support pregnant women, children, the disabled, and the elderly. It supports our veterans, our farmers, and our small business owners. It secures tax certainty, permitting reform, and our border. It quite simply, the one big, beautiful bill is America first, and I'm proud to support it. With this vote, we can unlock the golden age of America. I look forward to moving the one big, beautiful bill out of the House and delivering for the American people and who voted for the golden age to return. I ask my colleagues to join me in voting yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I asked for the yeas and nays and a hearing aid.
Thanks for your concern. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on ordering the previous question will be followed by 5-minute votes on adoption of the resolution if ordered and passage of the Senate Joint Resolution 31. This is a 15-minute vote.
off their health insurance. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Vermont, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Ballant.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You have to ask yourself, why? Why are we here at 3 a.m. fast-tracking this bill? Well, this bill is nothing to be proud of. It's best to pass it in the night when most folks are asleep. What kind of nation are we when leaders choose to take food away from children? What kind of nation are we when they choose to take health care away from people? When they choose to add trillions of dollars to the deficit and pass those financial handcuffs off onto our grandchildren? What kind of nation are we when they choose to make those deficits force $500 billion of cuts to Medicare? What has happened this week is shocking. It's unconscionable. It's not leadership. It's moral failure. Kicking the poor in the teeth while rewarding the richest among us. My colleagues, Americans deserve so much better than this, so much better. And I urge my colleagues to reject this cruel, cynical bill.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, 91% on average of my colleagues, voters, constituents, friends and families, they pay the standard deduction. Their opposition to this bill, if they were successful, would actually cut the standard deduction in half. And with that, I yield 2 minutes to my friend from Missouri, our T&I chair, Mr. Graves.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of one big, beautiful bill which fulfills President Trump's agenda by securing our border, keeping taxes low for families and job creators, and restoring the nation's energy dominance and cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. The Transportation and Infrastructure Committee's portion of today's legislation combines critical investments in border security, national defense, and modernization of America's air traffic control system while eliminating wasteful spending and other deficit reduction measures. Specifically, this bill addresses long overdue needs in the United States Coast Guard, which for over 2 decades has received less than half of the capital investment necessary to effectively carry out its critical missions. The T&I Committee included more than $21 billion to recapitalize Coast Guard assets, including the acquisition of cutters, aircraft, polar icebreakers, along with the facilities that are needed to support them. In light of serious operational and financial challenges facing the FAA, the T&I Committee provided $12.5 billion down payment for finally modernizing our outdated air traffic control infrastructure. Finally, the bill addresses the chronic shortfall in the Highway Trust Fund by instituting a $250 annual fee on electric vehicles and $100 on hybrid vehicles, ensuring that all drivers contribute their fair share to maintaining our roads and bridges. In this measure, the T&I Committee prioritized core federal responsibilities, which included national defense, transportation safety, and infrastructure modernization, while also responsibly offsetting these investments with cuts to wasteful spending. Mr. Speaker, I'd urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to correct a disingenuous argument that has been offered repeatedly. Folks on the other side, throughout this past week and a half, 2 weeks, and we hear it tonight, say, well, if we don't pass this bill, most Americans will face a tax increase. Completely false. Time and again over the last 2 weeks, both in Ways and Means and Rules, Democratic members offered amendments to protect and extend the tax cuts for every American making under $1 billion a year. Every single Democrat voted for those amendments. Every single Republican voted against them. With that, Mr. Speaker, I am happy to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Ohio, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Kaptur.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Ranking Member Boyle, federal budgets are moral documents. They tell the American people who we value and who we leave behind. This budget is a bonanza for billionaires. It's paid for by cutting health care and food for millions of working families and seniors. The U.S. national debt stands at $36 trillion, and this bill will raise it to over $40 trillion. Historically, Republican administrations have ballooned the debt. Reagan, both Bushes, and Trump through tax cuts to the very rich coupled with endless wars. It's clear where the debt has come from. Trillions added, unpaid. Now they're coming after health coverage and food assistance. President Trump already has added $8.4 trillion to the debt from his last tax cuts. Meanwhile, as billionaires use their tax refunds to do stock buybacks, American workers are left behind. Let's call it what it is, another Republican budget buster, betraying working people while causing prices to rise. 40,000 people across the district I represent and nearly 14 million nationwide will lose coverage for health care to pay for these bonanzas for billionaires. Mr. Speaker, this bill must be
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Vote no. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I would remind my colleagues over the last 4 years, their failed economic policies, their unbridled spending put a 20% inflation, regressive inflation tax on working families all across this great land. With that, I yield to my good friend from Ohio, our GOP chair of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jim Jordan.
For how much time?
For 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, you know it's a good bill because the left hates it. The left that defunded the police, the left that let 10 million people illegally enter our country in a 4-year time span, the left that wants men to compete against women in sports, the left that lied to us about Benghazi, lied to us about the Hunter Biden laptop, lied to us about President Biden's health, the left that lied to us about COVID. You remember that. They got to go to the fancy restaurants, but all the people we represent, they couldn't go to church, couldn't go to work, couldn't go to school. The left doesn't like this bill. That tells you it's a good bill. This bill's about fundamental conservative principles, regular things that the American people appreciate. This bill cuts taxes. This bill requires work for able-bodied adults in our welfare system. This bill gives school choice to parents. This bill secures the border. We're the party that believes in letting moms and dads keep more of their money to spend on their goals and their dreams. We're the party that says if you get taxpayer funds and you're able-bodied, you should work. That's fair to the taxpayers. That's good for our economy. Most importantly, it's good for the recipient. We're the party that says parents, regular moms and dads, should get to pick where their kid goes to school so they can get the kind of education that will allow them to achieve the American dream. That's in this bill. And this bill secures the border. The primary issue of last fall's election, the issue that decided the election, the issue that put President Trump in the White House and Republicans in control of the Congress, this bill helps secure the border that President Trump's already got under control. That's why we should support this legislation. It cuts taxes, requires work for able-bodied adults, empowers parents to pick the school where their kid's going to get the best education, and secures the border like the American people want us to do. This bill is doing exactly what we told the voters we were going to do, and that's why we should support it. I yield back to the budget chairman and thank him for his good work on this legislation.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Well done,
I would remind the gentleman this bill will kick 404,000 people in Ohio off their health insurance. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Washington, as a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a massive betrayal of working people and poor people across America. It strips at least 14 million Americans of their health care. It slashes food for the hungry, and it cuts basic needs for Americans across the country. And why? So that you can give a $5 trillion tax break to the wealthiest billionaires like Elon Musk. If you had a giant corporate lobby outside, you get a tax break. If you're in the top 0.1%, 0.1% of billionaires, you get a $398,000 tax break. If you're a millionaire, you get an average $83,000 tax break. But if you're a working person or a poor person, you are SOL. You get kicked off your health care. You don't get the $2 a meal in SNAP benefits, and you get hungrier, you get poorer, you get sicker. And here's the thing, if you're so proud about this bill, why are we debating it at 1 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning? Why are these schedules getting rigged so that people don't actually get to see what we are doing here in this chamber? I yield back. I'm a hell no.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I have great respect for my ranking member, but he's rattling off numbers saying this many people will come off of the welfare rolls in my colleagues' districts. Let's remind the American people, the people he's talking about are folks who are in this country illegally, or they're able to work and they're not working. They're able to work and they're not working. So, Mr. Speaker, order, Mr. Speaker.
House will be in order.
So for the record,
Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the record, they are opposing the common sense policy and what every American's expectation is at a base level, that people who are able to work. It's good for their soul. It's good for this country. It's the right policy, and they're fighting us on it. And with that, I yield to my friend and Vice Chairman of the Budget Committee from the Keystone State for 1 minute, Mr. Lloyd Smucker.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your work on this bill. Today, we are charting a bold new course for American prosperity. This bill not only builds on the pro-growth legacy of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, it prevents the largest tax hike in American history. Across the country, years of inflation have taken a bite out of everyone's paycheck. Groceries, gas, housing all cost more. Americans feel left behind, and this bill is the solution. It delivers immediate relief for working families. It locks in permanent tax cuts, unleashes economic growth, and puts American workers first. We're talking about saving 6 million jobs, cutting red tape, securing our borders, and supercharging made-in-America manufacturing. And we do all this while achieving historic federal savings. It is possible to reduce spending, provide tax relief, and protect core services for Americans all at once. This is real, responsible leadership. Mr. Speaker, this bill is bold, immediately effective, and above all, it's common sense. It's time to pass this act and get America back on the path to prosperity.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I have good news for my friend, the chairman of the Budget Committee. We just verified with the Congressional Budget Office, and of the 13.7 million Americans who will lose their health care because of their bill, exactly 0 are undocumented immigrants. So the complete artifice that the other side is attempting to convince you is that almost 14 million Americans will lose their health care, but don't worry about it. They're all illegals. They're all people who are defrauding the system. It's completely false, and every independent source has verified that it is false. Yay. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Chu.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise in strong opposition to the Republicans' unbelievably ugly bill. This bill is worse than we thought. By ripping Medicaid and food assistance away from many millions of vulnerable Americans while slashing taxes for the ultra-wealthy, the nonpartisan CBO found that it would make the poorest 10% poorer while making the richest 10% richer. This bill would also increase the debt so much that it will trigger cuts to Medicare benefits by almost $500 billion. So to my Republican colleagues, think of my constituent Maria. Maria needs Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security to care for her daughter who resides in a nursing home, uses a feeding tube to eat, and can't recognize her mother. Maria asked, if Medicaid is cut, where would my daughter go? Tax cuts for the wealthiest at the expense of Maria's daughter getting the care she needs to survive is despicable. Vote no on this bill.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, according to Numbers USA, over the last 4 years when the Democrats were in charge of this town, and millions of people were flooding into this country from across our border, we were spending $9,000 per illegal immigrant on social services, taxpayer-funded social services. Mr. Speaker, that's more than we spend on our own citizens who depend on Medicaid. That's more than we spend on military benefits for our veterans. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my friend from California and fellow Budget Committee member, Mr. Tom McClintock.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If this bill fails, an average family's taxes will rise 22% next year, about $1,700 a year, the biggest tax increase in American history. But if it succeeds, working families will be able to keep more of their earnings, will be able to complete the border wall and protect our communities from the violent cartels the Democrats allowed into our country. We'll relieve pressure on Medicaid by requiring able-bodied adults on it to look for work. And we can free up America's vast energy resources. You know, the most important economic indicator is how Americans answer this question next year. Are you better off today than you were 2 years ago? By this time next year, Americans could be enjoying one of the most explosive periods of growth in our history, and all that means: secure borders, safer communities, lower taxes, abundant energy, more and better jobs, a higher standard of living, and a better quality of life. A big, beautiful future for all Americans. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I would remind the gentleman that this bill would kick 1.98 million people in California off their health insurance. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Tonko.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. One of the very first bills I ever voted on as a representative in Congress was passing the Affordable Care Act and bringing historic access to health care to millions. That action reflects what Congress should be all about: helping everyday Americans, serving our communities, and fighting against the forces that seek to make us sicker, hungrier, and poorer. Unfortunately, today, those forces are the Republican majority, the President of the United States, and the richest people on the planet. On top of constitutional crises, in the throes of a housing and cost of living emergency, and in the face of catastrophic climate change, Congress is set to make the largest cuts to health care, food assistance, and environmental protections in American history. Families in my district and across our country are hurting. You don't fix that pain by further ripping away the basic needs programs that help those struggling to get by. For me, the choice is clear. I will never stop fighting for my constituents and all Americans whose lives will be destroyed by this monstrosity of a bill. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield a minute to my fellow Texan, Mr. Gill, who's also on the Budget Committee.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, so much of what we have heard tonight from the other side of the aisle is nothing but shrill and hysterical calumny from a political party who has nothing to offer the American people but confiscatory taxes, open borders, and men and women's sports. They talk about cruelty, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you what is cruel. Cruelty is deliberately facilitating the mass importation of millions of illegal aliens, many of whom are murdering and raping and pillaging our people on our soil. Mr. Speaker, this bill will fund border security, it will fund ICE, and it will fund the largest deportation operation in American history. Mr. Speaker, we are taking our country back, and for that I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Well, you're really cheery, aren't you? The reality is this bill, not according to our numbers, according to the independent, certified, nonpartisan authority on this matter, verified at least 13.7 million Americans will lose their health insurance. And you know why they want to talk about every subject under the sun other than this? Because they know it is going to have devastating consequences for the American people, and it will have devastating consequences for them next November. With that, I'm happy to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Kentucky, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. McGarvey.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 13.7 million Americans will lose their health care. We're going to gut America's premier anti-hunger program. It's going to add trillions of dollars to the nation's debt. You don't believe me? The Congressional Budget Office says it. My colleagues, Mr. Schweikert, Mr. Roy, Mr. Massey, they all say this is going to add to the debt and to the deficit of this country. And for what? So Donald Trump's small circle of billionaire donors get a tax break. So we know who it helps. But let's talk about who it hurts. 40% of the people who get Medicaid in this country are children. That's whose health care we're taking away. Those kids who rely on this for life-saving care, they're the ones, like my constituent, June, who has quadriplegic cerebral palsy. She's had 3 spinal cord surgeries in the last month. This enables her to stay at home with her family and to have a life. It will hurt children across this country. We shouldn't do it. We should vote no. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Rhode Island, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Amo.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, budgets are a statement of values, and Republicans have made their values crystal clear. They value those who can buy crystals over the working class. They value putting the needs of the wealthy few over the vulnerable. They value making the rich richer, the sick sicker, the hungry hungrier, and yes, the poor poorer. It's a moral inversion, a reverse Robin Hood scheme to steal from the poor and give to the rich, and it is just plain wrong. This big, bad bill is an abomination that will hurt tens of thousands of Rhode Islanders just to give billionaires a break on their taxes. Republicans have made their values clear, so will I. My Rhode Island values are healing the sick, feeding the hungry, and uplifting the poor, ensuring that there is opportunity in this country for everyone, especially the working people in the middle class. You have my word that I will never stop fighting for vulnerable Rhode Islanders and against this dangerous bill. And if I thought they had it, I'd urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to show some backbone and do the same. But I know they will fall in line. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the gentleman. The budgets do reflect the values of the Republican Party, and my colleagues are to protect 40 million families from having their child tax credit cut in half, 26 million small businesses who would have the highest marginal rates. They'd lose the 20% deduction, 2 million family-owned farms, and the farming families would have the death tax exemption slashed in half. Mr. Speaker, those are our values. We want people to keep more of their money. We want this economy to grow. We want people to have better opportunities and bigger paychecks. We want to give folks hope for a better life, to come up and out of poverty, out of welfare, and put their God-given talents to use. So with that, my dear friend from Georgia and fellow member of the Budget Committee, I would like to yield a minute to Mr. Buddy Carter.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. The American people are suffering. They're suffering from 4 years of government overreach and out-of-control spending that has put us on the edge of fiscal ruin. That stops now. This bill will make President Trump's tax cuts for American families permanent, remove taxes on tips and overtime, unleash American energy dominance, and eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse from key federal programs. Passing this bill means preserving Medicaid for generations to come, and keeping our promise to ensure it's there for Americans who truly need it. This bill will allow families still feeling the pain of inflation to take home tax-free tips and hard-earned overtime. This bill will rein in out-of-control spending by government agencies such as EPA that had little or no oversight under President Biden. Let me be clear. This is a bill that works for America. It will put us back to the path towards fiscal responsibility, keep money in the pocket of those Americans, unleash American energy dominance, and preserve key programs for those who need them.
Gentleman's time has
Thank
expired.
you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Well done, buddy.
Mr. Speaker,
Thank you,
this
Bob.
bill will kick 494,000 people in Georgia off their health insurance. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Washington State, the distinguished ranking member of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, Mr. Larson.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, Transportation and Infrastructure Committee Democrats are for bills that invest in job-creating infrastructure. We are against jamming through fiscally reckless bills that rip health care away from 13 million Americans and take food assistance away from millions of families so that we can hand out tax breaks to billionaires. Democrats want to continue historic funding for transportation infrastructure and stronger and healthier communities. Unfortunately, this reconciliation package leaves very little room for those investments. To make the needed safety investments for the entire air traffic control system, the safety investments that we need to tackle the highway safety crisis, the investments that we need to meet the Coast Guard members' health care, housing, and child care needs. And this bill causes immediate harm by yanking money from locally selected projects that our constituents in Republican and Democratic districts alike are counting on. And for what? To help pay for the tax cuts for the richest Americans and largest corporations. I look forward to a future where the members of this body work together on priorities for transportation infrastructure, but this big, ugly bill ain't it.
Gentleman from Texas.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Maryland, the distinguished ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Raskin.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's telling that President Trump and his cult followers have chosen to name their bill after its size and its looks instead of its contents and its values. They don't want anybody looking inside this monstrosity. There's nothing beautiful or big about stripping 14 million Americans of their health care or removing food security from 11 million people, including 4 million kids. That's ugly. That's small. I know Donald Trump has increased his net worth by more than $3 billion since taking office from his global crypto scam, and that yesterday he brought home a $400 million jumbo jet from the monarch dictator of Qatar, a flying constitutional violation packed with threats of espionage and surveillance. But there's nothing big or beautiful about plundering the wealth of the people of America to give to the people who have already profited from Donald Trump's prior schemes. Let's vote this whole monstrosity down.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you what's big. The $900 billion in tax breaks, special interest tax breaks to green energy corporations that my colleagues passed unilaterally in the, quote, Inflation Reduction Act. That's big. And so the billionaires that got rich off their tax breaks got a big break. And we aim to phase them out or repeal them so we could bring the energy costs down, so we can strengthen America's energy independence. With that, I'd like to yield a minute to my friend from Indiana, Mr. Marlon Stutzman.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman. I rise in strong support for H.R. 1, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Despite the claims from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, this bill will give huge benefits to everyday working Americans in all of our districts. This bill includes many tax benefits, including a Made in America auto tax break, which will not only support American families trying to buy a car, but it will further support new jobs in manufacturing facilities like General Motors and Toyota in Indiana. On top of this, the One Big Beautiful Bill supports building America's Golden Dome defense system, securing the homeland, and bolstering America's capabilities that will start with the skilled workforce in my district in Northeast Indiana. This bill also puts money back into working Americans' pockets. It supports those who work tirelessly in restaurants and supports nurses and factory workers who work overtime to support their families. by establishing no tax on tips and no tax on overtime. This bill supports every American, from small business owners to hourly wage workers, and propels America's economic performance. I urge all of my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Sure, one challenge with doing this massive bill literally in the middle of the night, as I look up, it's 3:40, if I'm reading that correctly, it's 3:45 a.m. right now. And there are all sorts of provisions that we're discovering in this massive piece of legislation being rushed through in the dead of the night. So I want to call out just one deeply troubling provision hidden in this bill, a provision that blocks states from regulating artificial intelligence for the next 10 years. AI has the potential to be transformative, but only if it's developed and used in a safe, responsible way. That requires strong guardrails. This bill does the opposite. And the fact this was quietly tucked into this budget bill, it's reckless and it's wrong. And it shows exactly who this bill was written for. Not working families, but powerful special interests. With that, I yield now 1 minute to the gentleman from California, the ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, Mr. Takano.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this big billionaire payout. We are voting in the dead of night, out of sight of the American people, because the Republican majority knows that the public will be outraged after they find out what is in this bill. It strips health insurance from nearly 14 million people across the country. It puts 11 million people on food assistance at risk of hunger. It increases the deficit by $2.3 trillion. And for what? To give billionaires a tax break. But don't just take my word for it. The independent data crunchers at the Congressional Budget Office found that the richest 10% of Americans would see their incomes go up, while the poorest 10% would see theirs go down. This bill is reverse Robin Hood. It takes from the poor and gives to the rich. I urge my colleagues to reject this shameful bill.
Problems, Mr. Speaker, with the work requirements in the Supplemental Nutrition Program, and I'm sure Mr. Takano knows this, is that states have been allowed to game the system and not effectively enforce those for those able-bodied adults receiving services. And in California, in fact, nobody is working who is on food stamps who is able to work. Nobody is working. And so it's not fair to those people. It's not fair to rob them of the dignity of work. It's not fair in our fiduciary role to the taxpayer. So, Mr. Speaker, we're turning this ship around, and we're cleaning the mess up here in Washington, and we're putting the incentives in place that will do well by everybody involved. And with that, I'd like to yield a minute to my friend from the Keystone State, Mr. John Joyce.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you for yielding. I rise in strong support of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. This important legislation will strengthen Medicaid by cutting waste, fraud, and abuse to ensure that the most vulnerable Americans have access to the critical services on which they rely. Pregnant women, children, seniors, and disabled Americans who need and deserve Medicaid benefits, not illegal immigrants or able-bodied adults simply choosing not to work. This bill also fixes a provision in the Inflation Reduction Act to ensure that new innovative therapies for rare diseases are brought to market, restoring the hope of future cures for millions of Americans. In November, the American people sent a clear message with the election of President Donald Trump. Now, it is our job in Congress to deliver this one big, beautiful bill and produce results for the American people. I encourage all of my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Well, I would remind my friend from the great state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, this bill will kick 404,000 people in our state off their health insurance. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, a distinguished member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Dr. Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
I have a question for Republicans who are, in the cover of night, forcing this one big, ugly bill on working families. What the hell is wrong with you? You're taking away over $300 billion of food from the mouths of millions of hungry children, seniors, and veterans. You're taking away health care from over 14 million people by cutting Medicaid by nearly $800 billion. And despite these and many more cuts to working families, you're raising the debt by more than $5 trillion? For what? To give billions of dollars in tax cuts to billionaires like Elon Musk? What the hell is wrong with you? The millions of uninsured will be millions of uncompensated care for hospitals that rely on Medicaid. Hospitals will cost more, cut services like pediatrics, maternal health, and labor and delivery, and many will close. Premiums will rise and cost more, whether you have private insurance or Medicaid. If your community hospital closes, where the hell will you get your constituents' care?
Gentleman's time has expired, and members are again reminded to address their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Texas.
I think the Speaker yield 1 minute to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Russell Fry.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The One Big Beautiful Bill is exactly what this country needs. It is bold, it is clear, it is packed with real solutions. While Democrats have buried their head in the sand on the biggest issues facing America, Republicans are stepping up. They ignore the border crisis while towns are overrun. They downplay inflation while families can't afford groceries. And they pretend crime isn't skyrocketing while our cities become war zones. Democrats would rather police your speech than protect your streets. They'll rush to ban plastic straws, but look the other way when fentanyl overruns our cities. And when parents speak up at school board meetings, they get labeled as extremists, while actual criminals walk free. The One Big Beautiful Bill does exactly what they want. It secures the border, protects our communities, strengthens our economy, cuts taxes, cuts waste, unleashes American energy, and puts the American people first. No more excuses. No more distractions. It's time to fix what is broken, and this bill is the blueprint.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Would remind the gentleman this bill will kick 220,000 people in South Carolina off their health insurance. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, distinguished member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Ms. Trahan.
Thank you. Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I oppose this bill because it is a targeted attack on Planned Parenthood, one of the most trusted providers of reproductive health care in our country. The bill bans federal Medicaid and CHIP dollars from going to Planned Parenthood for 10 years, without even naming the organization by using vague criteria clearly designed to single them out. This provision threatens access to cancer screenings, birth control, and other essential care for millions of Americans, particularly low-income women. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to the committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would strike the provision that blocks Medicaid reimbursements to Planned Parenthood because no one should lose access to basic care just because of where they go to get it. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment.
Without objection.
I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for this motion to recommit, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield a minute to the gentleman from Michigan, my good friend, Mr. Tim Walberg, who is also the chairman the Education and Workforce Committee.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hear a lot of hyperbole today, and of course we understand the louder you speak, the more fear you produce in people and ultimate power that you have over them. As chair of the Education and Workforce Committee, I'm concerned, though, as young people are going to college and universities and trying to lift themselves up, we find another challenge that goes on with big government and the control through student debt. The Education and Workforce Committee's portion of the Big Beautiful Bill delivers the kind of accountability students need and our economy demands. The bill saves taxpayers almost $350 billion. It also streamlines loan repayment options, making it easier for borrowers to repay while also targeting assistance to those who actually need it. By curbing excessive student loan debt and holding colleges accountable, this legislation also puts an end to colleges hiking tuition and spending recklessly. Simply put, it provides schools with an incentive to deliver real value for students and taxpayers. The American people want this. Let's support this bill and make America free.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I would remind the gentleman this bill will kick 372,000 people in Michigan off their health insurance. I yield now 1 minute to the gentleman from Maryland, distinguished member of the Small Business Committee, Mr. Olszewski.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, there is nothing beautiful about this bill, but the deficit growth, at least, is big. Maybe that's why my Republican colleagues are debating it under the cloak of darkness again. This bill is ugly. The bill is a scam. The nonpartisan CBO has confirmed that under the bill, the poor will get poorer and the rich will get richer. And to fund tax breaks for the wealthy, the bill borrows trillions while taking away food from hungry kids and health care away from hardworking Americans. My amendment to address the hypocrisy of Medicaid work requirements imposed under this bill was not included. The amendment was simple. Before prying health care away from able-bodied constituents, make sure they actually have access to a job. 14,000 will lose Medicaid coverage in my district alone. Thousands more will see their premiums soar. 20,000 who rely on SNAP for their next meal could go hungry. Nationwide, it's millions. It does nothing to lower costs for average Americans. It does the exact opposite. This bill is cruel. We should all vote no. And I yield.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's a scam to prevent a 22% tax hike on average Americans. Let's be clear. My colleagues and I don't think it's a scam to steward tax dollars and root out waste, fraud, and abuse across the people's government. We don't think it's a scam to prohibit people who are not citizens of our country from draining the social safety net and impacting its sustainability for future vulnerable Americans. That's not a scam. That's our job, and we intend to do it. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from the Commonwealth of Virginia, distinguished member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Ms. McClellan.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
This big bag billionaire bonus extends tax cuts for the wealthiest few at the expense of the most vulnerable Americans. It kicks millions of Americans off their health insurance and takes food out of the mouths of millions more, including children, seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities. This bill will make someone who earns up to $300 a week pay up to a $35 copay because they need to have skin in the game, ignoring the fact they also have to pay their rent, childcare, utilities, on and on. This disastrous bill mandates that states implement burdensome red tape requirements and force Medicaid recipients to prove they are working, even though when given a chance to implement such requirements, only 2 states did. 18,000 working Arkansas people were kicked off because they couldn't meet the state's requirement, which are no longer in place. And Georgia spent more on administrative costs for their work requirements than on the cost of care. And once kicked off Medicaid, these people won't be eligible for subsidies to purchase marketplace plans, but they will get sick, they will go to the hospital, and the cost will go to the rest of us. This big bad bill is a bust, and I urge a vote.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield a minute to my friend from North Carolina, also Budget Committee member, Mr. Chuck Edwards.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This one big, beautiful bill delivers on 2 of our nation's most urgent priorities: securing our southern border and unleashing American energy independence. It invests that they finally need to stop illegal crossings, combat drug trafficking, and to protect our communities. At the same time, we're rolling back the Biden administration's reckless energy mandates and cutting red tape to expand American oil, gas, and infrastructure. By restoring the free market and prioritizing domestic production, this bill lowers costs for American families in this way also and strengthens our national security. It's just common sense. Secure the border and power America with American energy. Let's get this done for our agents, for our workers, and for the future of this country. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, distinguished member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Kamlager-Dove.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
With this backstabbing billionaire bill, House Republicans are selling their soul and constituents to the highest bidder, Donald Trump. First, he crashed the economy with his temper taxes, driving up the cost of groceries and down our credit rating with Moody's. Now Trump and Republicans want to steal even more from hardworking Americans to provide tax breaks to those who kiss the Mar-a-Lago ring. They are stealing your food, your health care, your security. My district in LA has the 4th highest Medicaid enrollment in the entire nation. 225,000 of my constituents rely on food assistance to feed their families, and nearly 1 million people in my state live in subsidized housing. My constituents call my office asking me to protect their Medicaid. They don't ask that their life-saving benefits be taken away and given to the 1%. Daylight is the best disinfectant, which is why all of their dirty deeds have been happening at night with this bill. I urge my colleagues to listen to their constituents instead of tasing them at town halls and vote against this dangerous bill. I urge America to keep the receipts on the vote.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield a minute to the gentleman from Georgia, a great champion for the Second Amendment and a good friend and Budget Committee member, Mr. Andrew Clyde.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My Democrat colleagues have challenged why the deregulation of silencers is in this bill and why are we removing the $200 tax. Well, under the law, they are firearms and therefore protected by another law enacted in 1791 called our Second Amendment of our beloved Constitution. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, and neither shall it be taxed. Chief Justice John Marshall in 1819 declared that the power to tax includes the power to destroy. If you can tax it, then you can destroy it. You can raise the tax so high that almost no one can afford it, and then you really don't have a right at all. But the Second Amendment is an unalienable constitutional right, God-given, that governments are required to protect, not to tax. The Supreme Court in the Heller decision of 2008 declared the Second Amendment to be an individual constitutional right, further protecting it from taxation, just like the right to speak and the right to vote. This bill simply restores that right from over 90 years of draconian tax. My Democrat colleagues have asked, how did this get in the bill? What was the deal and who asked for it? No deal. I believe the Speaker, with the purest of motives, simply wanted to restore a constitutional right. And who asked?
Time has expired.
Me. I asked. I yield.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Speaker, perhaps it's because it's now past 4 a.m., but I feel like I've entered the twilight zone. We have 13.7 million Americans, at least, who are going to lose their health insurance because of this bill. Another $500 billion worth of cuts to Medicare on top of that. And what is one of their last speakers talking about? A tax cut if you buy silencers. This is bizarre. The reality is millions and millions of Americans are going to lose their health coverage, all to help subsidize tax cuts for billionaires, oh yes, and also tax cuts for those who buy gun silencers. And with that, I'm happy to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, distinguished member of the Agriculture Committee, Mr. Riley.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm new here. But this bill confirms what I suspected. This place is corrupt as hell. My amendment would have used this opportunity to negotiate prescription drug prices. It would have saved us billions of dollars that we could have used for tax cuts for the middle class. But you know what happened? The drug companies sent their armies of lobbyists here to kill it. Because y'all are fine taking food off the tables of kids, but God forbid you would do anything to rein in the profits of the drug companies. We could have used this opportunity to close the carried interest loophole, make Wall Street finally pay its fair share. That's common sense, but you know where all that super PAC cash comes from, so you'd rather close rural hospitals than close tax loopholes. And you wonder why the American people hate this place. You really want to drain the swamp? Start by killing this bill and working across the aisle to deliver real tax cuts for the middle class instead of your handlers. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas?
I reserve, Mr.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Pennsylvania?
Mr. Speaker, we're prepared to close on this side.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it has been a long debate. I think we started, 48 hours ago or whatever it is by now. But make no mistake about it. This is not a debate that should have been happening in the middle of the night. It shouldn't have happened in the middle of the night last night in Rules Committee. Shouldn't be happening in the middle of the night tonight. Frankly, if I had a bill that I was proud of, I would want to put it on when people are most paying attention. I can understand, however, why there are some folks on the other side who might want folks to not quite pay attention to what's in this bill. You have heard speaker after speaker on this side, however, expose the damage that this bill for billionaires will do. 13.7 million Americans, at least, to lose their health insurance because of devastating cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. Another $500 billion more cut in Medicare. All sorts of cuts to nutrition programs, food assistance, education programs, Head Start. The list goes on. And why? To subsidize tax cuts for the top 1%. And for the bottom 10%, we learned in the last 24 hours, they won't even get a little bit of a tax cut. In fact, when all of the components of this bill are factored in, they will be 4% worse off than they were before. And oh, by the way, for the side that always talks about deficit and debt, boy, they really care about the national debt when there's a Democrat in the White House. But then when there's a Republican in the White House, they go about adding more to it. Don't take my word for it. The nonpartisan CBO shows, the bipartisan Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget shows, the right of center Cato Institute shows, left of center group shows. They've actually united the right, the center, and the left, all in agreement that this bill adds trillions more to our national debt. We can do better. As I said at the very beginning, this is one of the most important votes we will ever cast in this chamber. I am proud to stand here on behalf of this side of the aisle and say hell no to this bill. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, the nonpartisan CBO was off by $1 trillion in projecting the annual deficit back in 2022. They were off by $1 trillion in projecting what the revenue would be. It was record revenue after we passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. So I just thought I'd say that for the record. Not the remainder of my time, I want to say thank you to my ranking member. He is a great guy, and he is a good friend and an excellent partner in this endeavor. I know he loves the country. We disagree today. We've disagreed along the way, but we've also worked together to have record bipartisan legislation for the Budget Committee, and I'm just grateful for you. So I want to thank the ranking member, and I now urge the adoption of the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time, which I don't think I have any, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. All time for debate by the Budget Committee has expired.
For how their pay works in terms of reimbursements. Overwhelmingly, it's almost 2/3 from Medicare and Medicaid, and this is going to lead, particularly in red states, to closure. So let me give you some numbers I think that are really intriguing, despite that argument that we heard from the other side about how all this money is going to go to people at the lower end. Their slogan ought to be, we're rich and we're not going to take it anymore. That's where this argument is headed. So let me give you some numbers. If you made $1 million last year, you're going to get $81,000 of tax relief. If you made less than $50,000, guess what? Not quite so lucky. But you know what? $1 a day goes a long way, because that's where the numbers land. When they talk about broken promises, I listened to a Republican tonight on TV, a younger guy. He said, well, we reject what CBO has had to say. In the Ways and Means Committee in the tax world, this is scripture. That's how important it is. We might not like the answers we get from time to time. We might be upset about it, but we know that the people who have delivered that are not Democrats, they're not Republicans, they're economists, tax attorneys, and CPAs. So let me just remind everybody on the Republican side about a couple of other things that I think are really important. Most of them supported postal reform. That cost money. Republicans voted for the CHIPS Act. That cost money. They voted for the infrastructure bill. That cost money. 30 of them voted for the Butch-Lewis Act. That cost money. How about the PAC Act for our veterans? That costs money. The Inflation Reduction Act, despite their efforts to deride it, their members are going to groundbreakings and taking advantage of it right now. One piece of testimony the other night in the committee said that there's one congressional district that is receiving $6 billion of investment. Boy, I hate to explain that to my constituents, that I was sending $6 billion back to Washington. I call attention to this because they supported these issues along the way, and now they want an excuse to cut taxes for people at the very top. And that's where these tax cuts are going, to people at the very top. That is not to be denied. I hope as we listen in the next few minutes to the contrast that we would offer if we were in the majority, where we could agree tonight on the very basic fact that I'm going to offer. We could agree with 98% of the tax legislation if they kept the number at $400,000 and fewer. So people under $400,000 would keep their tax cuts, and people at the top would go to 39.6. Those are Clinton-Obama rates, and they work fine for the country. We all have some degree of honor to keep here. How about those soldiers from Afghanistan and Iraq? They deserve our care. Closing veterans service offices? I just did a town hall with veterans. They're astounded by what's happening already. I'm looking forward to the next 25 minutes of debate on this side and the next 25 minutes of debate on the other side, because I'm telling you, they're trying to sell you at 4:22 in the morning a bad piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith.
Gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of this package, which fulfills commitments to secure our border, rein in waste, and strengthen the economy for American families. In the Ways and Means Committee portion of this bill, we build on the success, huge success, of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act by further increasing the standard deduction, increasing the child tax credit, and further reducing taxes on income earned by family-owned farms, ranches, and small businesses. We also make a landmark investment in educating kids with the inclusion of my bill, the Educational Choice for Children Act, which creates a tax credit for scholarships to meet the needs of K-12 students and puts more parents back in control of their child's education, regardless of zip code. In addition, we are bringing an end to the unauthorized, wasteful, and redundant IRS direct file program, which directly contradicts taxpayers' best interest. This moment is years in the making, and we now have the opportunity to deliver on the job Americans elected us to do in a fiscally responsible way. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, a recipient of the Purple Heart who knows something about veterans issues, Mr. Thompson.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this big, terrible bill. This bill takes health care away from 14 million people. 9 million people lose food assistance with this bill. And it adds $4.3 trillion to the debt. And that's before the interest on that. This bill also advances China in the race for renewable energy superiority at a time when energy demand is soaring off the top of the charts. All of this to give a tax cut to the Musk billionaire-type donors. Mr. Neal talked about the distribution charts. The distribution charts are the coin of the realm. That's what we go by. And you look at those distribution charts, they tell the truth. If you make under $50,000 a year, you get a tax cut of about $260. If you make $1 million a year, you get a tax cut of about $81,500. All of this to give a big tax cut to the richest people in the country. Our constituents lose, our hospitals and our clinics close, our veterans community lose. This is a bad bill. I urge a no vote.
Gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind the gentleman from California that a family of four making $96,334, the median income in California's fourth, would see a $2,167 tax increase if the Trump tax cuts expire. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes.
Gentleman from Kansas, recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to urge my colleagues to support our one big beautiful bill. First, let me outline what this bill doesn't do. It doesn't take away Medicare, Medicaid, or Social Security from Americans who need it. And it doesn't give lavish tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. Here's what it does do. It ends benefits for illegal immigrants. Instead of giving Medicaid to able-bodied adults, it prioritizes the benefit for children, seniors, and low-income Americans. It provides a tax credit for seniors, exceeding President Trump's plan to end taxes on Social Security. It provides funding for more border security to keep our country safe. And perhaps more importantly, it extends the pro-family, pro-growth policies from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that even the New York Times and Washington Post admitted giving tax cuts to middle-class Americans. And how do we know this will work? Because we saw TCJA boost wages, job growth, and tax revenue, despite the CBO's biased and inaccurate scoring in 2017. Mr. Speaker, I urge our colleagues to vote in favor of one big, beautiful bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Gentleman from New Jersey is
Ranking member of
recognized
Energy
for 2
and
minutes.
Commerce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For months, President Trump and congressional Republicans have been promising that they would not cut Medicaid or Medicare. The reality is that Republicans are cutting both Medicaid and Medicare in this bill. They're essentially repealing parts of the Affordable Care Act, and this bill will destroy the health care system in this country, and it keeps getting worse with each GOP amendment. The GOP tax scam takes health care away from at least 13.7 million Americans and can give giant tax breaks to billionaires and big corporate interests. It's a shameful reverse Robin Hood scheme. They're stealing from you to give to the rich. And Republicans are stripping health care away from people by putting all sorts of burdensome and time-consuming roadblocks in the way of people just trying to get by. The vast majority of people on Medicaid are already working. This is not about work. It's about burying people in so much paperwork that they fall behind and lose their health coverage. And if someone loses their health coverage through Medicaid, this GOP tax scam also bans them from getting coverage through the ACA marketplace. It's just one of the cruel ways that this bill basically repeals the ACA and makes it more difficult for people to get affordable health insurance. Now, I just want to say the Republican bill also makes it more difficult for states to finance their share of Medicaid costs by preventing them from implementing new provider taxes. This will be catastrophic for states as their health care needs change over time and will force them to either increase taxes on their residents or cut health care services. And for those of you who say it doesn't impact Medicare, the GOP tax scam will also cut Medicare. I repeat, Medicare. And it basically a $500 billion cut to Medicare because of the sequestration under the PAYGO. And the Medicare cuts will lead to reduced access to care for seniors, longer wait times for appointments, and increased costs. Mr. Speaker, the GOP tax scam destroys the health care system, by cutting over $1 trillion, and this bill should be defeated. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Missouri.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the One Big Beautiful Bill. For the past year, Republicans on the Ways and Means Committee have worked to craft tax policy legislation that delivers on our promises to the American people and will provide rocket fuel to our economy. By making President Trump's historic tax cuts permanent, expanding the child tax credit, expanding tax on tips and overtime pay, delivering tax relief for seniors, permanently expanding the small business deduction, and putting in place the research and development tax credit, and much more. The bottom line is H.R. 1 will give a vital boost for our families, workers, farmers, and businesses nationwide. I'm proud to say that this package also includes language from my bipartisan legislation, the Affordable Housing Credit Improvement Act. I've heard from constituents and local leaders across Illinois' 16th congressional district that have expressed that a lack of available affordable housing is one of the most significant barriers to economic success in their communities and across the country. By expanding and improving the low-income housing tax credit, H.R. 1 will jumpstart the development and construction of affordable housing nationwide and support the needs of our growing workforce. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois whose work in the adoption space is a model for America, Mr. Davis.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I behold no beauty in cutting and seeing cut the heart out of health care in America. I see no beauty in children not being able to take care of themselves because their parents don't have the resources. I see no beauty in a bill that promotes wealth for the wealthy, decreases services and resources for those at the bottom. It's a bad bill. It's not good for America. I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra.
Gentleman from Iowa is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Smith. President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill delivers on the promises that we made to Iowa workers, manufacturers, farmers, small businesses, and our families. The bill increases the small business deduction, helping Iowa small business invest in their workers and grow their operations. It also doubles 179 small business expensing, which means better paying jobs for every Iowa worker. President Trump promised a manufacturing revival in our country, and Iowa will be the first to deliver it. We restored R&D expensing and 100% bonus depreciation to rebuild domestic manufacturing, creating new jobs and bringing investment back to our country and back to our state. President Trump promised a strong economy, manufacturing dominance, and our big, beautiful bill delivers this for our country and for Iowans. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from California, Congresswoman Sanchez.
The gentlelady from California is recognized for 1 minute.
The bill that we are debating this morning is an insult to every American who works for a living. American families are struggling. Under President Trump and Republican leadership, they've seen nothing but chaos. Prices for everyday necessities like food, clothing, diapers, and formula keep rising because of Trump's tariffs. Premiums for health insurance, car insurance, and housing are going up, making it harder to make ends meet. Americans are worried about their future. People are afraid about losing their jobs, their health care, student aid, and food assistance. And this bill brings that pain. Almost 14 million people will lose their health care coverage under this Republican bill. And for what? So billionaires can get even richer while the rest of us drown in debt. This is outrageous. Republicans are doling out tax cuts for the wealthiest while destroying the means of survival for hardworking families. This bill assaults those seeking the American dream by stealing tax benefits and services from working people who are paying taxes. It would deny the child credit to 2 million children who live in the United States. Here's an idea. How about you start working for the people that you represent, not your wealthy donors?
Time has expired. Gentleman
but I guess that's asking
Missouri.
too much from people who have lost their moral compass.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the Trump tax cuts expire, in the Congresswoman's district, 95,070 of California 38 families would see their household child tax credit slash in half. That is helping your constituents. I'd love to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this one big, beautiful bill. The American people have heard a lot of lies about this bill. The left and their friends in the media have settled for demagoguing and fear-mongering to try to stop President Trump from delivering on his promises to the American people. Fortunately for all of us, the bill that they conjured up just simply doesn't exist. What does exist is a bill that champions working-class families. It strengthens the middle class and provides much-needed support to small businesses. It's thanks to President Trump's leadership on this big, beautiful bill that we have something we can all be proud of. I'd like to thank all of the committees and the chairs who worked on this legislation, but in particular, our chairman of the Ways and Means, Jason Smith, who knew 2 years ago that this might happen, this might occur. And we'd be exactly in this position, and he spent those years ensuring our committee was prepared, educated, and empowered to be ambassadors for the president's tax policies. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Before I recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, let me remind both sides. Direct your comments to the chair as we continue through debate. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I always do, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I want to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Alabama, whose hospitals I have visited, Congresswoman Sewell.
Gentlelady from Alabama is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to the one big billionaire boondoggle bill. We are here because, according to President Trump, Elon Musk, and Republicans in Congress, billionaires and giant corporations don't have enough money. We could be working to help Americans deal with the high cost of living. We could be working to make sure that health care is affordable for all. But what are we doing? At 4:35 a.m. in the morning, we're preparing to vote on a bill that will provide a $4 trillion tax giveaway to the wealthy, well-connected, and well-off. And how will we pay for it? We'll pay for it by kicking 13.7 million Americans off of Medicaid and cutting $300 billion in SNAP benefits from hungry families. The people that I represent in Alabama's 7th Congressional District are good and honest Americans. They work hard every day. They make enormous sacrifices to support themselves and their families. But they are hurting. They are hurting and being crushed by high cost of living, and they live paycheck to paycheck. Meanwhile, my Republican colleagues are hell-bent on providing and making life much harder for them. It's outrageous. It's simply unacceptable. This is a sad day in Congress. I strongly oppose this bill, and I give this warning. Hands off Medicaid and hands off SNAP.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from Missouri.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from West Virginia, Ms. Miller.
Gentlelady from West Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in strong support of one big, beautiful bill. Ways and Means Republicans have worked tirelessly for 2 years, traveling across America and hearing from real people about the impact of the 2017 Trump tax cuts had on them. Working families got more money back in their paychecks from a simplified tax code. Main Street America was able to utilize the small business deduction to weather the storm of high inflation during the Biden years, and larger businesses were able to invest more of their money domestically because of a globally competitive corporate rate. This one big, beautiful bill builds on all of that successful tax policy and then some. This bill gives the average working family a $1,300 tax cut. It delivers on President Trump's promises of no tax on tips and no tax on overtime pay. It makes permanent the 199A small business deduction to keep our economy humming. It provides relief to gig workers by ending the Democrats' ridiculous $600 1099K reporting threshold and reverting back to the time-tested standard of 20,200 transactions. This legislation will undoubtedly make the life of the average American better. And thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I want to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Washington, Congresswoman Del Bene, who really knows something about the child credit.
Gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
President Trump and Republicans love calling this one big, beautiful bill, but it's really one big broken promise. Republicans swore they would lower costs on day one. Instead, families are paying more for groceries, energy, and health care bills. Republicans have spent months fighting over how many Americans they're going to kick off of Medicaid and how fast. This is literally a matter of life and death. And for what? Another massive round of tax breaks to pad the wallets of the ultra-wealthy and big corporations. A mom from Kirkland told me recently that she was horrified to see what Republicans are doing to these programs. She raised 2 kids with the support of Medicaid, SNAP, and the child tax credit. She said the supports Republicans are cutting help real people live real, productive lives. I've urged you to listen to your constituents and vote no on this big, broken promise. I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, this is what the one big, beautiful bill is all about. This is what 77 million Americans voted for. Make the 2017 Trump tax cuts permanent. No tax on tips. No tax on overtime. No tax on car loan interest, and tax relief for seniors. The one big, beautiful bill puts money back in the pockets of the people who make this country run. President Trump promised a new golden age, and House Republicans are delivering on that promise. The American people, they're counting on Congress to get the job done. Let's pass this bill and let's deliver for American workers, farmers, families, and small businesses. I yield 1 minute and 15 seconds to the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Malliotakis.
Gentlelady from New York is recognized for 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this bill, we are providing real tax relief for hardworking Americans, for middle-class families, for us senior citizens, not the billionaires like the Democrats claim. We increase the state and local tax deduction, the standard deduction, the child tax credit. The last 2 would be cut in half if we take no action today. We provide tax relief by including my legislation to provide a bonus deduction to reduce the taxes that our seniors pay on their Social Security income. We fulfill President Trump's commitment to eliminate taxes on tips and overtime, and we stop the return of the alternative minimum tax that crushed middle-class families. We allow Americans to fully deduct auto loan interest on their American-made vehicles, and we help young graduates with student loan debt get reimbursed by their employers tax-free. All of that is for working class, middle class, not billionaires. We also make sure that this bill keeps our borders secure and funds the deportation of criminal illegal immigrants, and we increase and strengthen domestic energy production and security, and we safeguard Medicaid for our seniors, for our disabled, for our children with disabilities, and we crack down on the fraudsters by targeting waste, fraud, and abuse. The Democrats can continue to fight for the fraudsters. They continue to fight for the illegal immigrants, but we're going to deliver for the working families, middle class, and senior citizens. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remind the gentlelady that the SALT deduction that we offered in our tax bill on a secret ballot would have gotten all the Republicans from New York and New Jersey and California. With that, I want to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Wisconsin, Congresswoman Moore, who nobody has ever walked away from saying, I think she's undecided.
Gentlelady from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll just say this, that the greatest trick that the devil plays is to convince you that it won't be you who he devours. It will be those others, those so-called illegals, those trans people, the welfare queens, and the boy in the basement who won't work. So you justify slashing hundreds of billions of dollars from Medicaid, undermining the ACA, cutting $500 billion in Medicare, adding trillions of dollars to the debt, facilitating the dismantling of care from hospitals, community health centers, nursing homes to finance billionaire tax cuts. And then the bell sounds and you screech. For whom does the bell toll? It tolls for thee. And Mr. Speaker, I will yield back, but I will not yield my soul. Do not vote for this bill.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to speak in favor of the One Big Beautiful Bill. My colleagues and I on the House Ways and Means Committee on the Republican side have been preparing for this moment for 2 years. Mr. Speaker, we have traveled across the country and conducted field hearings, meeting and hearing from individuals, from manufacturers, from farmers, and from small business owners. And the message that we got from them was clear. Make permanent all those successful provisions from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017. There is no doubt that when we passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017, we ushered in a red-hot economy that created jobs and opportunities for all Americans. It's essential that the House of Representatives pass this bill today to cement a pro-growth tax code and usher our nation into a new era of prosperity for all. The American people in November voted overwhelmingly for this, and now it's our time to deliver. And thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, the ranking member of the Oversight Committee, my friend, Congressman Lynch.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Springfield for yielding. I rise this morning on behalf of our friend and colleague, General Jerry Conley, the gentleman from Virginia, with the hope of infusing this debate with his passion and his wisdom on behalf of the federal workers for whom there was no greater champion. Jerry was especially grateful for the federal workers at the VA and the Walter Reed Medical Center, especially the nurses and therapists and physicians and support staff that cared for our veterans and active military. In all honesty, Jerry was furious at the way the federal workers and veterans are being treated under this bill. He was angry that Donald Trump purged 325,000 federal workers, including at least 3,000 workers at the VA, and that the cuts in this reconciliation bill will require the firing of 80,000 more workers at the VA, at least 27,000 of those workers veterans themselves. While the termination of these workers at the VA is outrageous and disrespectful, it's only half the story, because it is the mission of those workers at the VA to care for our veterans that will be ended as well. We should each of us remember that veterans' benefits are different. They are special obligations taken on by our country, our society, and our Congress. Veterans' benefits are obligations owed to our veterans for courageous service previously rendered. And the promise to every son and daughter who puts on that uniform is that if you come home from service with the scars of war, visible or invisible, we will take care of you and your family. That promise has been maintained throughout this nation's history by Democrat and Republican administration without pause. Until now, until tonight, until Donald Trump signs this bill. Mr. Speaker, this is a disgraceful way to treat both workers at the VA and the veterans they serve. I urge my colleagues to vote against this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, the chairman of the Natural Resources Committee.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, for yielding, and also thank you for your leadership, your patience, and your unwavering dedication to put this tax policy and this budget reconciliation bill before us. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the opportunity we have to not only provide historic tax relief for hardworking Americans, but also to spur investments in our economy by developing the resources of our land. This is our unique opportunity to do something truly worthy to be remembered in our day and in our generation. The Natural Resources Committee is proud to have played a key part in this legislation. Our title far exceeds our $1 billion instruction. The Congressional Budget Office estimates it will generate over $20 billion in savings and new revenue for the federal government, primarily by direct royalty and lease fees from the sale of oil, gas, timber, and mined resources, while curbing wasteful spending. But CBO's direct revenue evaluation is only a paragraph in a much larger story. Mr. Speaker, it is impossible to utilize billions of dollars of resources without massive investments in oil rigs, pipelines, LNG facilities, mines, refineries, sawmills, mobile equipment, machinery, workforce development, and the list goes on with the upstream and downstream economic benefits of resource development. Our title reinstates onshore and offshore oil and gas lease sales, holds annual geothermal lease sales, and ensures a fair process for critical mineral development nationwide. We've also directed the Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management to utilize long-term timber sale contracts. We're putting our fiscal foot forward by using America's resources to generate wealth for America, while restoring American energy dominance and giving Americans the opportunity to make products from America, in America, for America, and the world. I urge my colleagues to join me in kickstarting this new golden age of America by voting yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Congressman Beyer, who really knows something about the bond market.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our dearly departed friend and colleague, Jerry Conley, used to say our job was to comfort the afflicted and to afflict the comfortable. This bill does the opposite. My Republican friends say this act is about helping the working families in America, but nothing could be further from the truth. This monstrous bill strips health care from 14 million Americans. It cuts $300 billion in food and nutrition from working Americans, while giving a temporary head fake to those working on overtime and those working for tips. It actually raises taxes on the poorest 20% of Americans, exactly the folks my Republican friends pretend it helps. The overwhelming benefits of H.R. 1 flow to the wealthiest Americans, the largest transfer of wealth from working Americans to rich in the history of our country. Mr. Speaker, Jerry Conley was a devout Catholic who studied to be a priest, and he and I agreed that the essence of this bill sends the opposite of the message of the New Testament, which is to give our lives to help the poor. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in strong support of the One Big Beautiful Bill. This bill is our opportunity to deliver on the promises we made to the American people. It's our chance to put working families, small businesses, and communities back at the center of our economic future. In the 1st District of Texas, the median income is just $62,000. And if we fail to pass this bill, a family of 4 at that income level will see their taxes go up by over $1,100, a staggering 22% increase. That's not just a number, that's 6 weeks' worth of groceries. That's money that can be used to fix a truck, invest in a small business, or save for a child's future. But if we do pass this bill, we protect that $1,100 of hard-earned income. In fact, we protect every American's money. At its core, the One Big Beautiful Bill is about more than dollars and cents. It's about liberty and empowering the American people. It's about giving families, workers, and small businesses the freedom to thrive without government taking more of their money. We have the chance in this moment to expand opportunity, restore dignity in work, and strengthen the American dream. That's worth fighting for. Let us not fail in this task. Let us pass the One Big Beautiful Bill. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts with 13 3/4 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the very thoughtful gentleman from Illinois and a member of the Ways and Means Committee,
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill and in support of America's working families, families who are trying to provide health care to feed their children, to secure their future. My Republican colleagues continue hiding under the cover of darkness as we sit here at almost 5 a.m. in the morning wrapping up. What are you trying to hide, I ask them. The largest cut ever to Medicaid, 14 million losing health care. The largest cut ever to fighting child hunger. Adding $5 trillion to the nation's debt, all to line the pockets of Trump's super-rich family and friends. Just yesterday, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office assessed that the bottom 10% of taxpayers will be poorer because of this bill, while the top 10% will get richer. Not only that, the CBO determined that the Republican plan to explode the deficit will trigger mandatory cuts to Medicare totaling $500 billion. My Republican colleagues are attempting to hide the truth of this bill because they know the pain it will inflict on American families. This is not one beautiful bill. It's one awful deal for the country. I urge my colleagues to oppose the bill. Stand up for your constituents who will be worse off if this bill passes. I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri with 11 3/4 minutes remaining.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Yocum.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the one big, beautiful bill. The pro-family, pro-worker, pro-growth bill before us. We keep hearing the same tired claims from my friends on the other side of the aisle about giveaways to the rich. They said the same things about the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. But you know what? It wasn't true. Even the New York Times admitted that most payers got a tax cut, but many didn't believe it. Why? Quote, to a large degree, the gap between perception and reality on the tax cuts appears to flow from a sustained and misleading effort by liberal opponents. So I ask the American people, are you going to believe your bank accounts, or will you believe the same people who told you it was a racist conspiracy theory that COVID originated in a Wuhan lab, who censored Hunter Biden's laptop as Russian disinformation, who insisted that the former president was doing cartwheels in the Oval Office? Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you. I might say that the former president was writing historic legislation in the Oval Office and at least signing the products that came from these committees. With that, let me yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, a very important member of the Committee on Ways and Means, Congressman Panetta.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
This Republican partisan tax bill will be the largest self-inflicted wound on America's working families in our nation's history, with the largest cut in health care and food assistance to pay for the largest tax cuts for billionaires. Now, I get that this bill is about fulfilling the president's promises, but like the president, you can't rely on it for working families, as the bottom 10% would lose basic services so that the top 10% can increase their wealth. What's worse is that in order to pay for this bill, you're relying on not just the cuts, but fabricated economic growth numbers, ignoring costs of the TCJA, and hoping that there's revenues from tariffs. Yet even with all of that, you stick it to our children by adding trillions to our federal debt. Look, not only are our creditors and our allies losing faith in our nation, but Americans watching this tonight are losing faith in Congress. If we worked together, we could have helped working families bring down prices and bring down our national debt. Ultimately, we could have restored faith in this institution. Instead, I'm voting no on this partisan bill because it gives in to the president's politics, it breaks your promise to working families, and it gives up on our promise to the future of our children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Missouri.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Over the past 2 years, my colleagues and I on Ways and Means have traveled around the country listening to working families, to small business owners and job creators. North Texans have been very clear. They want relief, certainty, and a tax code that works for them, not against them. Last week, we delivered. The bill that we passed out of committee reflects the needs, the real needs of our communities, and the promises that we made to the American people. It is a strong, common-sense compromise that builds on the success of the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. This bill expands the child tax credit, makes the small business deduction permanent, and boosts the standard deduction with a new enhancement for seniors. It restores immediate expensing for R&D and increases access to tax-free health savings accounts. In short, this one beautiful big bill stops the largest tax increase in American history and delivers historic tax relief instead. I look forward to its swift passage and to President Trump signing it into law.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from California, a valuable member of the Ways and Means Committee, Congressman Gomez.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Richie. So let's get straight. This is one big bill, but it's a bill that steals Medicaid, it steals SNAP, it steals all the assistance from working people in order to give tax breaks to the billionaires in this country. If you're making less than $30,000 a year, you're you will pay $20 billion more in taxes over the 10-year period. If you make $50,000 a year, you have a 50-50 chance of seeing any kind of change in your taxes, while the billionaire establishment gets a cut of $270,000. This is the biggest transfer of wealth in our nation's history. It is literally stealing from the poor to give to the rich. And they want to talk about how they went around the country to listen. Well, they didn't listen very hard, because what they are doing, the Republicans, are hurting average working people. They're not helping when it comes to housing. They're not helping when it comes to childcare. They're not helping. And when they do talk about housing, it's 20,000 units a year for 10 years. That's a drop in the bucket. So we need our Republican colleagues to actually do something besides the cheap talk and the theatrics of going around the town, but only listening to the billionaires in the end of the day. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, if the Trump tax cuts were to expire in Mr. Gomez's district, a family of four making $62,008, the median income in California's 34th district, would see a $1,139 tax increase if the Trump tax cuts expire. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it's a scary time to be a taxpayer in the United States or those that own a small business. Both are facing a tsunami of tax increases, the largest in U.S. history. But, Mr. Speaker, I've got good news. Help is on the way. The one big, beautiful bill is real tax relief for real Americans. It's for those that are paid in tips, hourly workers that are working overtime, for families and seniors who've been struggling under the weight of inflation, and it's for the 91% of Americans who use the standard deduction. The bill expands the child tax credit. It secures our border, enhances education and health savings options. It unleashes American energy. It will encourage production on U.S. soil. Made in America will mean something once more. So buckle up, America, and put your seat in the upright position, because with the passage of this bill, the golden age of America is ready for takeoff. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, might I inquire as to the time remaining on both sides?
Gentleman from Massachusetts has 10.5 minutes remaining. Gentleman from Missouri has 8.5 minutes remaining.
With that, let me yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Nevada, who is a terrific advocate for the people of his constituency, Congressman
Gentleman from
Horsford.
Nevada is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the chairman. This is no way to govern. In the dead of the night, congressional Republicans are passing this partisan, big, ugly bill for billionaires. Who are you here to serve? Billionaires or the constituents that elected you to bring down costs and to make life more affordable? Your constituents, like mine, rely on Medicaid and public education, veteran programs, SNAP, child care, Head Start, Medicare. But yet Republicans claim to be for working people, and yet the meager tax relief that middle-class workers and families receive under your plan, about $1 a day, are temporary. But the tax cuts for billionaires and big corporations are permanent. That is a choice. I'm for permanent tax cuts for moms and dads, for small business owners. Who are you here to serve? The GOP budget cuts from the masses to give to the few, to billionaires who barely pay taxes to begin with. I know who I'm here to serve, the 750,000 people who elected me from Nevada, and I'll continue to fight for them to make their lives better, not worse. I urge my colleagues to stand with your constituents and against the billionaires.
From Missouri.
Speaker, let's talk about who benefits from this bill. A single mom, a waitress in Nevada, working long hours. She's raising one child. She's living paycheck to paycheck. She gets a bigger standard deduction underneath our legislation. She won't pay tax on tips on our legislation, and she gets a boosted child tax credit. That's a $4,891 tax cut. not pennies. That's real money for working Americans. This is what it means to stand with the working class and millions of tipped workers. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Ohio.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Chairman Smith and the Ways and Means Committee for all the hard work that we put into this legislation. Mr. Speaker, strengthening our economy starts at home, and I'm proud to rise in support of the One Big Beautiful Bill, which delivers much-needed tax relief to the American workers, farmers, and families. This legislation builds on the foundation laid by the 2017 tax reforms, allowing families to keep more of their hard-earned money, empowering them to invest in their futures, support their children, and build brighter lives. I'm especially pleased that this bill includes making the increased standard deduction levels from 2017 permanent. Simplifying the tax code has been transformative, especially for working-class communities where most taxpayers claim the standard deduction. The guaranteed standard deduction has made tax season faster, easier, and far less stressful for millions of Americans. Mr. Speaker, the facts are clear. Over 93% of my constituents claim the standard deduction. If we fail to act, millions of Americans will see a tax hike of nearly $2,000 per household. Permanency gives working families the certainty they need to plan ahead, whether it's saving for college, investing at home, or simply trying to make ends meet with confidence and greater financial security. I urge my colleagues to vote yes. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, let me yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley.
Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in vigorous opposition to this bill that is callous and cruel and clueless about what the American people are dealing with. This bill, if passed, we're talking about generations of harm, lives lost because of defunded cancer research, pregnant mothers denied essential health care, school lunch programs gutted, our babies hungry, and for what? To line the pockets and stroke the egos of a few petty billionaires? I believe in the promise of this nation. I believe in the possibility that government can do right by people and help us through our most vulnerable moments. This bill is the antithesis of that. This bill is a threat to the lives and livelihoods of so many people. The mood up here is somber. Y'all are gleeful. It's somber because this is shameful. Republicans, we just need 4 of you to be people of conscience to stand up against this, and in exchange, you can save lives. You can look your kids in the eye, and you can say that when everything was at stake, that you had clarity and you did the right thing. I'm not begging you for benevolence. I'm asking you for decency. Do right by the people that sent you here. I yield.
Gentleman from Missouri.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. McGuire.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding me the time. Mr. Speaker, President Trump and the Republican trifecta were elected this November to deliver results for the American people. This one big, beautiful bill we are considering tonight pinpoints waste, fraud, and abuse, secures our borders, and reignites economic growth. These are impactful tax cuts, reducing Social Security taxes, eliminating tax on tips, and eliminating tax on overtime will help the middle class American people. If the 2017 tax cuts are allowed to expire, 56,000 small businesses in my district alone would experience a 43.4% tax hike, and over 8,000 family-owned farms would have their death tax exemption slashed in half. I came to Congress to deliver real results, and that's what this bill does. In the defense portion of the bill, $34 billion is allocated for shipbuilding and the maritime industrial base in my district, Virginia, and the United States. This bill delivers on the America First promises President Trump and congressional Republicans made to the American people. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts, with 8½ minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what I intend to do here is to close my time before I yield to the Democratic leader. And I want to talk a little bit about what I began with. First of all, let me just say as a courtesy and as a member of the Ways and Means Committee for 33 years, this debate should be taking place during the day. And I know the members on the other side feel the same way. There is no reason at 10 after 5 in the morning to be debating a bill of this consequence. It's as simple as that. These were legislative courtesies that we once extended to each other. And there is no reason for it to be playing out at a time when most Americans can't dial in to hear the debate. So there's no getting away from the fact that the Republican Party, the party of fiscal rectitude, the party that has lectured us for decades on spending patterns, who are about to borrow $4 trillion for a tax cut that is overwhelmingly going to go to people at the very top, including the billionaire class. What's troubling about it is that if you look back at these tax cuts, as I noted, $10 trillion of tax cuts since 2021. I'm sorry, since 2001 to the moment. In 2017, it's borrowed money, $2.3 trillion. This is $4 trillion, and when you get done paying the interest on it over the next 5 years, as the bond market reminded us again today, it's closer to $5 trillion. The party of fiscal rectitude. I call attention again to this because we would say that if you kept these tax cuts for people under $400,000 a year, you'd get a buy-in from us. We're okay with that. We object to the idea that people who are about to derive the biggest benefit don't need it. And you know what? In most instances, weren't asking for it as well. The theology that tax cuts pay for themselves is nonsense. We've heard that forever. But it is that continued effort that Republicans have to suggest that no matter what happens, a tax cut should be the most important consideration. 2 wars, Iraq and Afghanistan, and 2 tax cuts during those years? The collapse of Wall Street during those years of $2.3 trillion of tax cuts? Ronald Reagan had the good sense when he found out what the tax cuts meant against spending cuts, he reversed the position during that time. But the current Republican Party subscribes to this notion that you can be for infrastructure, you can take defense spending now that's headed over $1 trillion. You can vote for the infrastructure bill. You can vote for the CHIPS Act. You can vote for postal reform. And yes, 30 members voted on that side for the Butch-Lewis Act. You can do all of these things and simultaneously cut taxes. No, you can't. And we know that. We're in a position to argue, I think, with great force for the American people, because I know what happened. For all their talk about what happened in the tax cut of 2017, we easily won the House the next year. The American people don't buy this because they know where these tax cuts are going and intended to help people at the top when it is really the people at the bottom and then the middle who need help. So hospitals are going to close, children are going to go hungry, health care is going to be denied, but the billionaire class is going to pick up a considerable number of dollars. And again, the number that I cited earlier, if you make $1 million, you pick up $90,000 additional dollars. It's almost 10%. And if you make under $50,000, Mr. Speaker, you're getting $1 a day? That's what this tax package means? Defeat this bill, send it back to the Ways and Means Committee, compel the committee to negotiate, and we'd come up with a plan where the middle class would get the tax cuts, and then we would address subsequently the debt that is plaguing this nation. This legislation will take us to $40 trillion worth of debt. And they're going to lecture us on debt. It's the old story. On Monday, they blame us for debt, and on Tuesday, they add $4 trillion to it. So I'm going to reserve what I have left of time. I'm finished, but I will yield at the appropriate moment to the Democratic leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the fair manner in which you did this as well.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Missouri.
I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, when I ran for Congress, I said I would never support a tax bill that did not adequately lift the cap on salt. This bill does that. It increases the cap on salt by 300%. And I would remind my Democratic colleagues, when they had full control in Washington, they lifted the cap on salt by exactly $0. Zilch, zip, nada. Not $1 of increase in tax relief for hardworking New Yorkers. So to all my New York colleagues on the other side of the aisle, before you speak out and say that you don't support a 300% increase on the cap on salt, the fact is that this bill adequately addresses the cap on salt and provides tax relief to hardworking middle-class families.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I had not intended to rebut, Mr. Speaker. However, our tax bill had an $80,000 cap on salt, and it passed the House of Representatives.
Gentleman.
I reserve my time.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from Missouri.
Never became law.
Gentleman from Missouri.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins.
Stand by. House will be in order. How many minutes? For him. No. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, as a small businessman who started his business career under H.W. Bush and operated that business all the way through all the administrations up to and including the Biden administration, I can unequivocally say that the Trump tax policies and the Trump administration was the best for small business, period. That's why I joined the majority of the Americans across this country to vote to make those Trump policies permanent. You see, it doesn't matter. If you have 2 college degrees, no college degrees, brown, black, white, Trump's policies lifted all boats. That's why I encourage my colleagues to join me, pass this bill, and vote for Main Street. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I reserve, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman, time is reserved. Gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Louisiana, Leader Scalise.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Missouri for his leadership in getting us to this point. So many other chairmen will talk about that too, but I want to rise in strong support, Mr. Speaker, of this one big, beautiful bill. This bill that's going to deliver on so many promises that the American people asked us to do for them. You know, we have elections in this country, and we had an election that had a lot of crystal clear messages sent in November. And we had a contrast, maybe one of the sharpest contrasts between 2 candidates for president. And if you read this bill, and maybe some of my friends on the other side haven't read it by some of the comments they've made, because you would think it's 2017 all over again when you listen to the things that they said, the same things they're saying tonight that they said in 2017, none of which turned out to be reality. And so they had an opportunity to make their case for raising taxes on the American people. In fact, their candidate for president was for a lot of the same things they're for tonight. Letting the Trump tax cuts expire, to punish those middle-class and low-income workers who benefited the most from those tax cuts, benefited tremendously. President Trump said that he was going to lock those tax rates in, not giving all these tax breaks you're talking about to millionaires and billionaires, but in fact to help the working families of this country who are struggling. They struggled after 4 years of the last administration. The weight of the failures of their policies that raised inflation, raised interest rates, made home ownership unachievable, made the ability to fill their own grocery carts unachievable. And President Trump said he would reverse it. How else did he say he was going to reverse it? President Trump said that we were going to produce more American energy. Now, the other side of the aisle has been very clear for years with an all-out assault on American energy. They've carried it out. They voted for it. They campaigned on it. And the voters rejected that false premise, that failed approach. Now, maybe they're upset that the voters said we want to produce more energy in America. But President Trump was crystal clear. You elect us, elect President Trump, elect a Republican House and Senate, and we will deliver for you. We will open up more American energy. From Anwar in Alaska to the Gulf of America. That's what he campaigned on, and maybe they're upset that he's actually delivering on those promises. And this bill delivers on those promises. A promise that will lower prices at the pump. When you go to the gas station, you'll be able to fill up your car. And so that's in this bill, but it also creates more jobs. Now, there are some people clearly who don't like that. Not just my friends on the other side of the aisle don't want to produce more American energy. You know who else doesn't want those provisions in this bill? Countries like Russia, countries like Iran, who have been making billions of dollars a month selling their energy on world markets because of the failed Biden policies. The policies that allowed them to enrich their countries and use that money for evil, to fund the war in Ukraine, to fund wars on terror around the world, terrorist organizations like Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis, funded by the billions of dollars a month that those countries got from selling their oil on world markets because America was shut down. Well, America will be shut down no more when this one big beautiful bill is passed into law, because we will be able to produce our own energy here in America. You know, my friend Chairman Smith worked incredibly hard to make sure that this bill delivers for the whole country to get economic growth again. You will see an American renaissance, a golden age in this country that we haven't seen in generations. Why would people vote against that? Who knows? Who knows? I mean, the press talks about the other side being a party in disarray, and maybe you're seeing on display right now why, when they are vocally opposed to these kind of policies that'll get the country back on track. Why do they say tax cuts for the millionaires, and the billionaires, when they know it's not true? I'll tell you why, Mr. Speaker. Because not only do they know that's not the case, but they know who benefits the most from this bill. You know, one of the great new provisions of this bill that President Trump campaigned on, that Chairman Smith made sure to deliver on, was no tax on tips. Now, the last time I checked, Elon Musk does not get paid in tips. But you know who does? A lot of hardworking people across this country. Any restaurant you go to, talk to the waiters and waitresses. Ask them about their hopes and dreams. Ask them about their families and what would they do with just a little bit more money in their paycheck. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, that big provision that every Democrat is going to vote against, the average tip worker makes $32,000 a year. And every Democrat will vote no on that benefit while they hide behind the lie of the millionaires and the billionaires. Because they know that's not the case, but they also know if they're going to vote against every hardworking waiter and waitress who averages $32,000 a year, how do they get away with it? They've got to create some fake boogeyman that they can point to and say, gee whiz, look at the billionaire over there, as if class warfare, dividing Americans, is their way to try to get more power in Washington. How about we give people in America more power? Take it away from Washington. Empower the people in this country who have been struggling for too long. If you want to live the American dream, it can still exist. For a lot of people, they thought it was going away. President Trump ran and said, I will renew that promise. But it only happens if Congress delivers. Now, the other side will vote against it, every single one of them in lockstep. And they will root against the success of this bill. And then if it were to fail, they'd just go, look at that, the country's still in demise. Because they were against it every step of the way. We saw this play out, by the way, in the State of the Union just a few months ago, right here in this chamber. And America watched in shock. They want to see us come together. Can't we at least come together on things we agree on? And so there stood President Trump right at that podium, Mr. Speaker, And he talked about so many of the great things of this country, not partisan things, things that we used to all celebrate. Mr. Speaker, the President Trump, pointed over there to the balcony, where not only was the presidential family seated, but they also had some special guests. He pointed to a 13-year-old boy who had just beaten cancer. You want to talk about something that can unite the whole country, that can bring us all together, to say, yeah, you know, we might disagree on issues, big and small, and that happens. That's America. But we can all celebrate a 13-year-old boy who just beat cancer, Mr. Speaker. And what happened when he said that? We rose up and applauded, as we all should have. But what else happened? The other side sat there, sat down, grumpy, angry. I don't know why. I wouldn't even say, Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order, Mr. Speaker.
House will be in order.
Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't say it was because that he beat cancer, but it was just because President Trump happened to point out that he beat cancer. We should not root for or against a person like that based on what President Trump says he's for. Just because the talking points of the party went out and said, anything President Trump's for, be against. That's not a party platform. This country wants direction. President Trump ran on a direction, and their party did too. Wasn't like it wasn't laid out in the campaign. President Trump said he would secure America's border. That actually was the #1 issue. All across the country. I got to go around to a lot of parts of this country. You hear from a lot of different people. You see what their hopes and dreams are, but you'll also see from them, and they'll tell you, what they want to see us come together and address. And it didn't matter what part of the country you went to. They all said, for goodness sake, can we secure America's border? Millions of people coming in illegally. Many of them really bad people. Gang members, violent people that were harming Americans. We saw it over and over again. Laken Riley murdered. We finally brought, by the way, the first bill President Trump signed into law was the Laken Riley Act. To say if you come here and harm an American citizen, you're gone, you're deported. And this bill allows for the deportation of violent criminals that come here illegally and harm American citizens. We should all support that. The other side doesn't. They'll fly to Venezuela and El Salvador, Mr. President, to try to get out of prison a gang member who beats his wife. But in this bill, it allows President Trump to continue securing America's border. He's done phenomenal work on his own through executive action protecting America. But he needs money to build the wall. He needs money to let our Border Patrol agents have the ability to compete with the drug cartels of Mexico. It's embarrassing that today the drug cartels of Mexico, have better technology than America's Border Patrol agents. And we said, we're not going to allow that to happen again like the other side did. We're going to do something about it. We're going to give them those tools, night vision goggles, drones, other things, so that they can actually do the job that they came here to do. They put their lives on the line to keep us safe. The least we can do is allow them to have the ability to be safe themselves, to go home at night to their families while keeping our country safe. It's in this bill. We deliver on that promise, and so many others. We're making America competitive again in our military so that we can finally confront the threat that China poses militarily. We all talk about it. We all know what it means. But are we going to talk about it or do something about it? President Trump wants to do something about it. This Republican majority wants to do something about it. In this bill, we deliver on that promise. Everybody who votes no is saying no to that. Again, hide behind the millionaires and billionaires, but you're voting against strengthening America's military because that's in the bill. You're sure not talking about it on the other side, Mr. Speaker. We haven't heard them talking about it because they're about to vote against that. So let's be honest about it. But when you think about those benefits,
you also got to recognize what a no vote means today. Because we've got two buttons. You press yes and you can press no. And if you vote no, you're voting against American energy. You're voting against securing America's border. You're voting against helping those middle-class families. You could run all the numbers. 22% tax increase on low and middle-income families. We're not talking about the millionaires and billionaires. We're talking about a family making $70,000 a year combined, who's struggling to get by, would like to make a little bit more investment maybe in their kids' education, might want to take a family vacation, and this bill gives them the opportunity to do it. And it also gives every small business in America the opportunity to make investment in America again. 199A provision that's locked in permanently so there's no uncertainty, so we can grow more jobs in America. That's a good thing. It's a good thing for a lot of us here. That's what a yes vote gets. A no vote tells every small business in America that they will be at a competitive disadvantage with the big corporations. So you hear them rallying, Mr. Speaker, against the fat cats and the big corporations, yet if they vote no, these are the facts, the big corporations, the global companies get a 21% rate, and your local small business would end up with a 43% rate. More than double. They would be non-competitive, your local small businesses, with the big corporations. We said that's not fair. We want to allow our small businesses to compete on a global stage with the big national corporations, and we do that in this bill. A no vote doesn't do that. And yes, we root out waste, fraud, and abuse, Mr. Speaker. Waste, fraud, and abuse so that vital programs in America actually work better for the people who deserve them. Why would somebody come up here and defend hundreds of billions of dollars of waste, fraud, and abuse in Washington when hardworking families are barely struggling to get by and pay their taxes and are infuriated when they find out some of the waste that's going on up here and saying, when is somebody going to finally do something about the fraud so that I feel comfortable that if I'm funding my government, it's going to go to help the people who deserve it and not some 35-year-old kid who's fully able-bodied who's sitting in his mom's basement playing video games, getting over $40,000 in taxpayer-funded benefits while you're working two jobs, while the waiter or waitress averaging $32,000 a year is struggling to get by. We help them. That's who we're helping, those families who are struggling, and we will get this economy moving again. You can vote yes or you can vote no. I wish everybody would vote no. A yes vote gets America's economy moving again, allows President Trump to continue fighting for the hardworking families who elected him all across this country. Every swing state, majority of the American population want this kind of relief. So we're going to keep moving forward, Mr. Speaker. We're going to deliver for those families who deserve this help, who want to see America come back. And they know America can come back, but they know America's been held back for the last 4 years. The same people who have been telling you that President Biden's health was just fine are now telling you all these other things about millionaires and billionaires. We're going to get this right. This bill finally starts to right the ship of state. We all should come together and do that, Mr. Speaker. We've got so many great people who have worked so hard to get to this point, and we're still at the early stages. Let's send this bill over to the Senate, give them the opportunity to have their say as well. But ultimately, let's go deliver. Let's go deliver for that single mom who's working the night shift at a diner right now, who's going to have more money in her pocket because of this bill, who's maybe going to be able to send her kid to college because of this bill. We're going to deliver for those families. You could say yes or no. America's absolutely watching. America went to the polls in November and said we want and are calling on Congress to provide this relief.
We ran and said, we'll do something about it and we'll fix it. And we're actually following through, Mr. Speaker, on that promise made to the American people. President Trump is leading the way. President Trump is going to turn this country around, and this bill gives him the tools to do just that. I urge everybody to vote yes. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me say to my friend, the majority leader, everybody on this side was cheering for the success of that young man defeating cancer. The way we're going to defeat cancer is not to cut NIH. Let me yield the remainder of our time to the very capable and distinguished minority leader, Mr. Jeffries, for 1 minute.
Gentleman from New York, the minority leader, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me also thank the distinguished gentleman from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts who's done a tremendous job leading the Ways and Means Committee on our side, Congressman Richie Neal. I also want to thank Ranking Member Brendan Boyle, Ranking Member Jim McGovern, all of the members of the Ways and Means Committee, the Budget Committee, the Rules Committee, every single member of the House Democratic Caucus who has stood on this floor, stood before the Rules Committee, participated in markups on behalf of the American people, in defense of the American people. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to this reckless, regressive, and reprehensible GOP tax scam. This is one big, ugly bill that House Republicans are trying to jam down the throats of the American people under the cover of darkness. This legislation will not make life better for the American people. The GOP tax scam represents an assault on the economy, an assault on health care, an assault on nutritional assistance, an assault on tax fairness, and an assault on fiscal responsibility. There are more than 100 other reasons to vote against this one big, ugly bill that can be found by reading this more than 1,000-page document. Those reasons are too numerous to mention, but this legislation also undermines reproductive freedom, undermines the progress that we have made in combating the climate crisis, undermines gun safety, undermines the rule of law and the independence of the federal judiciary. It even undermines the ability of hard-working and law-abiding immigrant families to provide remittances to their loved ones who may just happen to live abroad. There are more than 100 different reasons to vote against the GOP tax scam. And in the days and the weeks and the months to come, all of those reasons will be exposed for the American people in each and every one of your districts. But this bill represents a failed promise. Last year, Donald Trump and House Republicans spent all of their time talking about their promise to lower the high cost of living in the United States of America. In fact, Donald Trump and Republicans promised that costs would go down on day one. We're now more than 120 days past the inauguration. Costs aren't going down, they're going up. Inflation is out of control. Insurance rates remain stubbornly high. Our Moody's rating, our credit rating, has been downgraded. And you've got people losing confidence in this economy. Republicans are crashing this economy in real time and driving us toward a recession. But beyond that, costs are actually going up. The trade war that Donald Trump has recklessly launched, his tariff scheme, will raise the cost of goods and groceries and gas for everyday Americans, the Americans that you claimed you were going to help, but the Americans that you are clearly hurting. You've destabilized the business environment. Small businesses are at risk of closing. Farmers, small family farmers are in distress. Businesses can't invest. People are not hiring. You are actively crashing the economy, driving America toward a recession. You promise to lower costs on day one. Costs aren't going down, they are going up. Now, as House Democrats, we believe that we have to build an affordable economy for hardworking American taxpayers. We're committed to lowering housing costs and grocery costs and insurance costs and child care costs and utility costs. America, the wealthiest country in the history of the world, there are far too many people living paycheck to paycheck, struggling to make ends meet. Here in this country, no American should find themselves in that situation. And you promised that you would do something about it. But things are not getting better, they are getting worse. We could have partnered together to try to find a bipartisan path toward building an affordable economy for hardworking American taxpayers. But you chose to go it alone, to try to drive your extreme right-wing policies down the throats of the American people. And that's what this one big, ugly bill represents. Not simply a broken promise as it relates to your failures on the economy, and despite the gentleman from Louisiana trying to articulate all of the so-called successes that have taken place, we know that this presidency has already been a failure, filled with crisis and chaos, cruelty, and corruption. And the American people know it, which is why Donald Trump, at the 100-day mark, was the most unpopular president in American history. The American people understand. It's unfolding right before their eyes, no matter what kind of MAGA spin you try to put on the situation. And things are going to get worse. Why? Because of this big, ugly bill. Not simply an assault on the economy, a broken promise, it's an assault on the health care of the American people. You see, as Democrats, we believe in this country, health care is not simply a privilege, health care is a right. And from Medicare to Medicaid to the passage of the Affordable Care Act and subsequently enhancing it, we've begun to move America to a place where every single person in this land could have access to the health care that they need to live a life of dignity and respect. At this moment in America, we have the lowest rate of uninsured people in our nation's history. But this GOP tax scam will reverse that with this assault on health care, the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. And here's what it will mean for the American people. Children will get hurt. Women will get hurt. Older Americans who rely on Medicaid for nursing home care and for home care will get hurt. People with disabilities who rely on Medicaid to survive will get hurt. Hospitals in your districts will close. Nursing homes will shut down. And people will die. That's not hype. That's not hyperbole. That's not a hypothetical. The people that you all represent have been writing to us to make that clear. Thousands of people who've written to us, everyday Americans, have made that clear. And let me just present a few of those stories into the record. I have type 1 diabetes and was diagnosed when I was 7 years old. I've had jobs with private insurance in the past, but I lost my job during the pandemic. With childcare becoming a major challenge, it made more sense for me to stay home with the kids, but that also meant losing my health benefits. Right now, we're all on Medicaid. It's crucial for me to stay alive and healthy. I need insulin and supplies to manage my diabetes every single day. Without it, I could die. That's Shauna, who lives in Arizona's 6th congressional district. My youngest son has leukemia. He was a self-employed handyman, and therefore he didn't have sufficient insurance. When the cancer became more debilitating, he could no longer work. He has undergone radiation, stem cell transplant, and then more radiation. He is still fighting the cancer, and without Medicaid and the fine physicians, he would surely die. That's Greg, who lives in the 8th congressional district of Colorado. As a cancer survivor with chronic illnesses, I rely heavily on Medicaid and food stamps to get by. Without these essential programs, people like me would suffer. I'm currently taking expensive medication to stay in remission, but my condition and the side effects of my treatment make it impossible for me to work. Unfortunately, my work history also disqualifies me from receiving Social Security benefits. I'm not alone in my dependence on these Medicaid and food stamps benefits. Children, elders, and many others who are sick or struggling also rely on them to survive. I urge you to do the right thing for the people you represent. Without food stamps and Medicaid, the consequences would be painful and even deadly. That's Jalissa, who had a message for her representative in Pennsylvania's 8th congressional district. But we're here to say, as House Democrats, to Shauna, to Greg, and to Jalissa, that if your representatives won't fight for you, we will. We will. We will. If they won't fight for you, we will fight for you, for your health care, for your decency, for your well-being, for your grace, and for your dignity. Now, in addition to visiting the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, that's not enough for the MAGA extremists. CBO has independently confirmed that this one big, ugly bill will also set in motion a $490 billion cut to Medicare in this country. Now, unfortunately, that should come as no surprise, because we know that our Republican colleagues for decades have been trying to attack Social Security, as they're doing right now, not necessarily in this bill. Why? Because the 1974 Budget Control Act prevents you from doing it. But you've been going after Social Security for a long time, going after Medicare for a long time, and Elon Musk, who seems to function as your puppet master, has made clear his intentions, which you just follow as if you work for him. Elon Musk wants to take a chainsaw to Social Security, a chainsaw to Medicare, as you're doing in this bill, a chainsaw to Medicaid, as you're doing in this bill. Here's our message to you and the American people: no matter how long it takes, House Democrats are going to take a chainsaw to Project 2025, because it's not in the best interest of the American people. And what this bill represents is your effort to try to put into law Project 2025. You acted like you didn't know anything about it. This is why you have no credibility right now. You spent all of last year lying to the American people, saying to them that you were going to lower the high cost of living. In fact, you're doing the exact opposite. At the same period of time, you acted like you knew nothing about Project 2025, and this bill is an effort to try to implement it into law. So you mentioned credibility issues. I think it exists on the right side of this chamber. Now, not only have you gone after Medicaid, not only have you gone after Medicare, in this,
you are to direct your comments to the chair.
Mr. Speaker, you know what's interesting is that every time I've come on this floor, I can use sharp language, he can use sharp language. You choose to admonish me. I don't work for you, sir. I work for the American people.
I understand. House will be in order. As I said, Mr. Leader, we've been very patient. Just listen to the majority leader of the other side, who directed all of his comments to the chair. It is important for the decorum of the institution for you to do the same. You may proceed.
We can continue this.
You may proceed.
And every time I'm interrupted, that's going to add another 15 minutes to my remarks.
Fair enough.
Mr. Speaker, so what we've seen is the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, an effort to devastate Medicare. And of course, what this bill also does is strip away some of the coverage provided by the Affordable Care Act. Millions of people will lose their coverage as a result of this GOP tax scam. And so when you aggregate the assault on health care that's taking place, what we're likely to see is at least 13.7 million people are going to lose their health care in the United States of America. That's what we're fighting for. That's why we're a no, amongst several other reasons, on this bill. It's an assault on the economy, an assault on health care. It's also an assault on nutritional assistance. Now, in the 1960s, the American people were shaken up and disturbed by images that they saw after some investigations exposed the conditions of some people in America who were dealing with intense hunger in rural America, in under-resourced communities, in communities of color, images of children with distended bellies, families rummaging through garbage in order to find food so they wouldn't starve. That's what eventually led to the creation of what is now the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program. Because the American people concluded that in this great country, not a single child should ever go hungry. That's our position. Apparently, it's not the position of my Republican colleagues. Because in this bill, SNAP, the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, will experience more than $300 billion in cuts, the largest cut to nutritional assistance in American history. Literally, Mr. Speaker, Republicans are taking food out of the mouths of children, disabled Americans, veterans, and older Americans. That is another reason why we are strongly opposed to this bill. This is the United States of America, the wealthiest country in the history of the world. It is indecent to rip food out of the mouths of children and everyday Americans. It is indecent. And to make matters worse, we know that as a result of this bill, according to an analysis from the Urban Institute, there are 18 million children in this country who are at risk of losing school meals. Decade after decade after decade in America, we've made great progress. That progress, as it relates to alleviating hunger and food insecurity, is now at risk of being rolled back. And one of the excuses that I'm sure we'll hear from the Speaker of this institution is that this one big ugly bill is all about waste, fraud, and abuse. It's interesting because month after month after month, we continue to hear that phrase. And let's be clear, as Democrats, we believe in trying to make sure that federal taxpayer dollars are spent in an efficient and an effective way. We're all for that. But that's not what's being done in this bill. No evidence of waste, fraud, and abuse has been presented in a compelling way. In fact, you know what's interesting? You're talking about taking away nutritional benefits that amount to $2 per meal, $6 per day. At the same time, when Elon Musk and his federal contracts are worth $8 million a day. If you're trying to find waste, fraud, and abuse, I have a suggestion. Start right there. Start right there. Don't take food from the mouths of our children. Start right there. And so, it's one big ugly bill. It's GOP tax scam. It's reckless Republican budget. It's an assault on the economy. It's an assault on health care. It's an assault on nutritional benefits. It's also an assault on tax fairness. I mean, here's the thing, that it's the largest cut to health care in American history, coupled by the largest cut to nutritional assistance in American history, in order to enact the largest tax breaks for billionaires in American history. That's unacceptable, that's unconscionable, and that's un-American. That's un-American. Because my Republican colleagues promised that they would actually focus their efforts on trying to make life better for everyday Americans. But disproportionately, the benefits of this bill, as confirmed by independent observers, don't go to those who may be at the lower end of the socioeconomic spectrum. They actually go disproportionately to those at the highest end of the economic spectrum. CBO analysis requested by Congressman Boyle and myself just confirmed that. Not hype, not hyperbole, not a hypothetical. It's what will happen if this one big, ugly bill became law. And so it's an assault on tax fairness. And of course, that's coupled with the assault on fiscal responsibility. It's ironic to me that many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle claim to be the party of fiscal responsibility. But as Richie Neal has often eloquently articulated, that's not what the record shows. The record shows something very different. And this fiscal irresponsibility that comes from the other side of the aisle is actually connected to the obsession with massive tax cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. We've seen this rinse and repeat scenario play itself out over and over and over again. President Reagan comes into office, and what is his signature domestic priority? His signature domestic priority, massive tax cuts for the super wealthy. And as a result, he escalates the debt and the deficit. Those policies, of course, are continued by his successor, President George H.W. Bush. But then President Clinton takes office, and in his 8 years, turns a deficit into a budget surplus. That's fiscal responsibility. And then after 8 years in office, President Clinton is replaced by President George W. Bush, who proceeds to follow the same playbook. You used to call it trickle-down economics. The American people aren't buying it because they figured out what trickle-down economics means. We may get a trickle, but we're guaranteed to stay down. And that's what's happened over and over and over again. So President Bush comes into office, and what does he do? Massive tax cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. The 2001 tax cuts, the 2003 tax cuts turned a budget surplus into a massive deficit, and then further exacerbated the problem with a failed war in Iraq and a failed war in Afghanistan, asleep at the switch as it related to the economy, which resulted in the Great Recession. So President Obama takes office to once again demonstrate what fiscal responsibility is all about. And in 8 years, takes the deficit that he inherited of $1.5 trillion and cuts it by $1 trillion, notwithstanding the economic mess that he inherited, having to dig the country out of the Great Recession. And then, of course, after 8 years of President Obama, which brings us to the current administration in its first term, as my colleague from Louisiana talked about, what's your signature legislative accomplishment? The 2017 version of the GOP tax scam, where by some estimates, 83% of the benefits were set in motion for the wealthiest 1%, and you borrowed more than $2 trillion to do it. Once again, exploding the debt and the deficit in the United States of America. President Biden comes into office in his first 2 years, notwithstanding all of the signature accomplishments, many of which did have some bipartisan support, particularly in the Senate, significant accomplishments led by President Biden, Speaker Pelosi, Democrats in the House partnering with our colleagues in the Senate, notwithstanding all of those accomplishments, reduces the deficit in his first 2 years by $1.7 trillion. That's what fiscal responsibility looks like. So we're not going to be lectured on this issue. And then my colleagues have the nerve to talk about fiscal responsibility, to try to pass a bill that disproportionately benefits their billionaire donors like Elon Musk, and will add to the debt more than $5 trillion. That's an assault on fiscal responsibility. That is forcing our children and our grandchildren, all of them, to shoulder an unnecessary burden that will limit their ability to fully experience the American dream. And so that's why we oppose this bill. An assault on the economy, an assault on health care, an assault on nutritional assistance, including on our veterans, an assault on tax fairness, and an assault on fiscal responsibility. As I close, let me make one other observation. I do believe that there are people of faith on both sides of this chamber. Authentically, people of faith on both sides of this chamber. I'm not one to question anyone's faith. But I do think we have to ask the question, particularly when you study the gospel, and the gospel in particular of Matthew 25 and 35 through 40, where Jesus talks about the importance of standing up for the least, the lost, the left behind, the poor, the sick, the afflicted, the homeless, the people who are confined, strangers in a foreign land. That when you know the gospel, when you are charged with trying to live the gospel, it cannot be the case that one goes to synagogue, or one goes to the mosque, or one goes to church, as I do, but one goes to church to pray on Sunday, and then comes to Washington, D.C. to prey on the American people the rest of the week. P-R-E-Y. Can't prey on the poor, prey on the sick, prey on the afflicted, prey on our children, prey on people with disabilities, prey on our veterans who serve this country, and project that that is consistent with the faith that I at least know, anchored in Matthew 25 and 35. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this, in some ways, is a sad day here for this institution. James Madison, one of our great thinkers, I believe it was in Federalist 51, talks about Congress at its best should function as a rival to the executive branch, serve as a check and balance on the out-of-control impulses of an executive that may emerge from time to time. Congress, according to James Madison, at its best, would serve as a rival to the executive branch. But unfortunately, our House Republican colleagues haven't followed the vision of this Madisonian version of democracy because you have consistently proven to be nothing more than a rubber stamp for Donald Trump's extreme agenda. And the American people are paying attention. The American people are paying attention. So I think that when the story is told of the 119th Congress, when the votes are ultimately cast on that first Tuesday in November next year, that this day may very well turn out to be the day that House Republicans lost control of the United States House of Representatives. Because the American people are paying attention. They are smarter than you think. And they know when they are being hurt. They know when their interests are not being served. And they know when they have been lied to and deceived. You see, they know that Congress was meant to be a separate and co-equal branch of government. We don't work for President Trump. We don't work for J.D. Vance. We don't work for Elon Musk. We work for the American people. That's what House Democrats are all about. And because we work for the American people, we will continue to stand up for an economy that's affordable and makes life better for hardworking American taxpayers. Will stand up for Social Security, stand up for Medicare, stand up for Medicaid, stand up for nutritional assistance, stand up for our children, stand up for our veterans, stand up for our seniors, stand up for our families, stand up for the American way of life. That's what House Democrats will continue to do. We will stand up today, stand up tomorrow, stand up this week, stand up next week, stand up this month, stand up next month, stand up this year, stand up next year, stand up at all times until we end this national nightmare and restore the American dream for every single person in this great land from sea to shining sea. Vote no. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Democrat leader is mistaken. We aren't currently in the dead of night. We are voting for the one big, beautiful bill.
House to be in order.
We are voting for the one big, beautiful bill. First thing in the morning because the relief for working families simply can't wait, and we'll work until the job's done, and we're going to do that. I am pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Louisiana, our Speaker, the Speaker of the House, Mr. Mike Johnson.
The gentleman from Louisiana, the Speaker of the House, is recognized for 1 minute.
After that very long and wandering speech, my friend, and after a long week and a long night and countless hours of work over the past year, a lot of prayer and a lot of teamwork, my friends, it quite literally is again morning in America, isn't it? All right, all right. And after 4 long years of President Biden's failures, President Trump's America First agenda is finally here, and we are advancing that today. What we're going to do here this morning is truly historic, and it will make all the difference in the daily lives of hardworking Americans. The Dallas waitress pulling overtime, the Detroit mom counting bills late at night, the Kentucky coal miner waiting on his second chance. These are the forgotten men and women of our country that we are all called here to serve. And the one big beautiful bill will deliver for those people. It revives our economy. It will deliver historic tax relief. It will make the largest investment in our border security in a generation. It will unleash affordable American energy again, restore common sense to government, secure generational savings, and strengthen our national defense, while it also strengthens our essential programs like Medicaid for the people who need it the most. That's what we're doing with the One Big Beautiful Bill. To put it simply, this bill gets Americans back to winning again, and it's been a long time coming. This One Big Beautiful Bill is the most consequential legislation that any party has ever passed, certainly under a majority this thin. Legislation of this magnitude is truly nation-shaping and life-changing. It's the kind of transformational change that future generations will see this day as a turning point in American history. And it's exactly what we were sent here to do. Let the record show that when the House Democrats vote in a few moments, this is what they'll be voting for. Their vote will show that they are apparently for the largest tax increase in the history of our country. They will be voting for, when they vote against this bill, waste, fraud, and abuse. They will be voting against safer communities, American energy dominance, and American strength on the world stage. And today wouldn't be possible without the leadership of arguably the most powerful and the most successful and the most respected president in the modern era of the United States. Our Democrat colleagues mock the objective truth. We were delivered unified government, my friends, in November. The White House, the Senate, and the House were delivered to the party on this side of the aisle. So you can laugh all you want, all right? None of this would be possible without the leadership of the 45th and the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. And it would not be possible without the really hard work of the men and women on this side of the aisle. I just want to name our chairman of our House committees that produced and did all the hard work to produce the big, beautiful bill. Scripture says we give honor where honor's due, Mr. Leader, and we're going to do that here quickly. Chairman G.T. Thompson of the Agriculture Committee, Chairman Mike Rogers of the Armed Services Committee, Chairman Jody Arrington of the Budget Committee, Chairman Tim Walberg, Education and Workforce Committee, Chairman Brett Guthrie, Energy and Commerce Committee, Chairman French Hill, Financial Services Committee, Chairman Mark Green, Homeland Security Committee, Chairman Jim Jordan, Judiciary Committee, Chairman Bruce Westerman, Natural Resources Committee, Chairman James Comer, Oversight and Accountability Committee, Chairman Sam Graves, Transportation and Infrastructure, Chairman Jason Smith, Ways and Means Committee. And I want to make special mention of Chairwoman Virginia Fox of the Rules Committee, who, by my count, sat in that chair and led that Rules Committee for almost, seemed like 2 straight days, and I think she took 2 short breaks. She's the Iron Lady of the House, and I'm so grateful for all their hard work. See, the beauty of what we produced with the one big beautiful bill over here is that this was a team effort. This was men and women who were elected to come here, the duly elected representatives of the people back home. They rolled up their sleeves. They got down in the trenches. We began this effort over a year ago. It was actually March of last year because we anticipated and we believed that we would be delivered unified government, that we would have a Republican leader in the White House, Donald J. Trump, that we would have the Senate and the House, that we would have that moment of opportunity. And so we planned and we worked and we locked arms together as a team, and we have delivered this against all odds. The media has tried to divide us. They've written our eulogy about 10 times. And you know what? Sometimes it's good to be underestimated, isn't it? But we got this done, and I'm so proud of the work of every member of this House Republican Conference who worked in their committees. Every single member had a say in this. Every single constituent. The millions of people that are represented here have their voices and their interests reflected because we did this together as a team, and it's quite an achievement. I just want to say that all that tireless work has led to the hard work of crafting this legislation, and we've been ready since day one to deliver on this agenda. Unified control of government is a rare mandate. It doesn't happen very often. It's happened just 3 times for our party in the last half century. We do not take it for granted. And we are delivering on that mandate here today. The American people gave us a mandate in November. They sent a message with their vote. They gave this side of the aisle the power, and we're going to use it to make their lives better. What we're achieving here today is nothing short of historic, and that's true. House Republicans are getting it done again. In the Republican Party, see, we believe in a simple principle. We believe that America really is a shining city on a hill. Ronald Reagan used to talk about that. He was referencing Scripture. He understood that America is exceptional. He understood that, as it says right there above the Speaker's rostrum, our national motto, that we trust in God. And God is our trust. These are the things that make our nation exceptional. And the people of our country, they deserve better. We've been working hard to deliver so that the people of our country see this again as a shining city on a hill, and that people around the world see us for who we should be. One thing that we can all agree on both sides of the aisle is that a strong America is good for everybody all around the world. All of us together, regardless of party, we're called here to stand together and to defend those freedoms and to defend those foundations that made us the greatest nation in the history of the world. All of us have to look and recognize that the shine has not been on that city in a while. We're here to restore it. And this piece of legislation, as large as it is and as historic as it is, will do that very thing. Now look, we're accomplishing a big thing here today, but we know this isn't the end of the road just yet. We've been working closely with Leader Thune and our Senate colleagues, the Senate Republicans, to get this done and delivered to the President's desk by our Independence Day. That's July 4th. Today proves that we can do that, and we will do that. And it doesn't matter how much the media doubts this or how much the Democrats, give us their narratives. Doesn't matter how long the speeches are. It doesn't change the facts. We're delivering, and we're doing it in a big way. So to our friends in the Senate, I would just say the President is waiting with his pen. The American people are waiting for this relief. They are waiting for these life-changing results, and we are going to finish this job. This is a historic moment that we will be talking to our children and our grandchildren about, and everyone will remember. America's back. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts with 2 minutes remaining.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Missouri with 2 minutes remaining.
I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 436, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of House Concurrent Resolution 14.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. I'm sorry. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Han of Massachusetts moves to recommit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on the Budget.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Gentlelady from
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on the motion to recommit will be followed by 5-minute votes on passage of H.R. 1 if ordered, and the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1701 if ordered. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 216. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic devices. It's a 5-minute vote.
Loss of health care coverage in American history. It does it
On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 214, with one answering present. The bill is passed.
USA, USA.
Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and passing H.R. 1701, which the clerk will report by title.
H.R. 1701, a bill to require the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of State to monitor efforts by the People's Republic of China to build or buy strategic foreign ports and for other purposes.
Will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules. The House. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and passing H.R. 1969 as amended, which the clerk will report by title.
Union Calendar Number 76, H.R. 1969, a bill to amend and reauthorize the Staff Sergeant Parker Gordon Fox Suicide Prevention Grant Program of the Department of Veterans Affairs.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, pursuant to Section 1K of House Resolution 895, 110th Congress, and Section 4D of House Resolution 5, 119th Congress, I transmit to you notification that the following individuals each have signed an agreement not to be a candidate for the office of Senator or Representative in, or Delegate or Resident Commissioner to, the Congress for the purpose of the Federal Election Campaign Act of 1971 until at least 3 years after they are no longer a member of the board or staff of the Office of Congressional Conduct. Karen L. Haas, Grace Lieberman, Bill Luther, Lorraine C. Miller, Lynn A. Westmoreland, Omar Ashmawi, Indahara Benitez, Doctrell Cromartie, Christina Crump, Helen Eisner, Jean-Paul Theroux, Peter Tilley, and Amber Venzen. Copies of the signed agreements will be retained by the Office of the Clerk as part of the records of the House. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Clerk.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., May 22, 2025. I hereby designate the period from Thursday, May 22, 2025 through Monday, June 2, 2025 as a district work period under Clause 13 of Rule 1. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to Clause 13 of Rule 1 and House Resolution 435, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. on Friday, May 23, 2025, as a further mark of respect to the memory of the late Honorable Gerald E. Connolly.
Loss of health care coverage in American history. It does it in several ways. First, by providing and instituting the biggest cut to Medicaid in American history. Second, by launching devastating cuts to Obamacare. Those two combined will result in a loss of health care for about 14 million Americans. But that's not all. Just tonight, a few hours ago, the bombshell came out. The nonpartisan CBO's official numbers show this bill will bring about an over $500 billion cut to Medicare, one of the largest cuts to Medicare since the program was created in 1965. So the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, devastating cuts to the Affordable Care Act, and one of the largest cuts to Medicare in American history. And why? To help subsidize tax cuts that mostly go to the top 1%. And of course, those cuts I highlighted to healthcare aren't the only cuts that are in here. We also have included the largest cuts to nutrition assistance and food programs in American history, cuts to all sorts of education programs, and the list goes on and on and on. And does that, in the end,
ability to establish or enforce state laws that help keep up with the technological evolutions of AI, as well as push back on deliberate designs that could harm Americans. Under this ban, state and local governments won't be able to enforce current, new, or updated regulations around AI use in the workplace, in procurement, guidelines, or in eliminating biases, even regulations that only impact their specific locality. As a former state legislator, I believe we can and should learn from the states and champion solutions that protect Americans, especially workers and children, from harmful AI systems and not put unnecessary stoppages on their progress. Regardless of where you are on AI policy, enacting this moratorium is bad practice. AI has shown tremendous potential to improve and enhance our lives, but if we do not take immediate action to address the threats it poses on consumers as they arise today, we will not be prepared to address the threats that could arise over the next 10 years as a result. I'd like to submit a letter for the record. This letter to Speaker Johnson was signed by over 100 organizations, such as Unidos US, the National Immigration Law Center, National Women's Law Center, and SEIU, in opposition to this provision that's tucked into this bill. In their letter to the Speaker, the organizations state that as we have seen during other periods of rapid technological advancement, like the Industrial Revolution, the creation of the automobile, protecting people from being harmed by new technologies, including holding companies accountable when they cause harm, will spur innovation and the adoption of new technologies. The Republican moratorium on AI will block new innovation from occurring. AI policy touches every aspect of American lives now, and most certainly will over in the next 10 years. Thank you for considering my amendment. I urge its adoption, and I look forward to answering any questions.
And what was the date on the letter?
May 19, 2025.
And without objection, so ordered. All right, now recognize Mr. Goldman of New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here to introduce two amendments, but I want to say just a couple things about the broader bill before I get to them. And most of what I'm about to say is really directed at blatantly false statements that many of my Republican colleagues have said, are saying, and likely will say about this bill. First, this bill slashes Medicaid, cuts Medicaid. More than 8 million Americans will lose their health care because of this bill. You can sugarcoat it all you want with eligibility and work requirements and any waste, fraud, and abuse, but the reality is that that's dressing up a pig, and it is cutting Medicaid. Second, the bill increases taxes for the poorest Americans and dramatically reduces taxes for the wealthiest. If you make less than $51,000 a year, your taxes will go up $700. If you make more than $4.3 million a year, which is the top 0.1% of Americans, your taxes will go down by nearly $400,000. That is reducing taxes for the wealthy and increasing taxes for the poor. Third, this bill repeals tax credits for American energy production that has resulted in hundreds of thousands of jobs created in this country and hundreds of billions of dollars of investment in American manufacturing. The vast majority of both of those are in red districts. These credits also reduce energy prices and increase our energy independence. Two things that the America First gang endlessly talk about. And yet, this bill cuts all of that progress. And finally, you will hear my Republican colleagues say that cuts to essential government programs are needed to reduce an exploding deficit. That's nonsense. This bill increases the deficit by at least $3 trillion. So much so that Moody's became the last of the 3 major ratings agencies to downgrade U.S. debt. Now, this deficit increase will increase annual interest payments on our debt to 9% of total GDP in 10 years. 9%. That is just unsustainable. And yet it is the Republicans who are jamming this through. Now, my amendments address 2 separate things. One is a very simple amendment that I was shocked did not receive unanimous support in the Judiciary Committee, Amendment 258. It simply says that no federal funding can be used to deport American citizens. Remarkably, every Republican in the Judiciary Committee voted against it, and I hope this committee does not. My second amendment, Amendment 135, addresses what is truly a cruel and cynical attempt to make America hungry again. This bill does not trim SNAP around the edges. It does not cut waste, fraud, and abuse.
But never wavered in his commitment to get this done. And this whole team has come together. And our whip has never relented and never stopped pushing to get this done. With that, I bring up our great majority whip, Tom Emmer.
Thank you, Steve. On November 5th, the American people rejected the failed policies of the Biden-Harris administration and overwhelmingly endorsed President Trump's America First agenda. Using his executive authority, President Trump hit the ground running on day 1 to deliver on the promises he made to the American people. Today, House Republicans followed suit. Our one big, beautiful bill fulfills the mandate for change we were given last November. It allows President Trump to continue his successful border security and deportation operations by investing in more Border Patrol agents and ICE officers, funding the continuation of the border wall, and equipping our men and women on the front lines with the tools they need to keep us safe. Not only will the one big, beautiful bill help to make America safe again, it will also help to make America wealthy again. America's economic revival has already begun under President Trump's leadership, but House Republicans back it up in this bill by making the 2017 Trump tax cuts permanent, eliminating tax on tips and overtime, and throwing out regulations that burden American businesses and suffocate American innovation. From promoting the safety and security of our great nation and giving much-needed tax relief to American families, to unleashing American energy and bringing accountability to important government programs, there are wins in this bill for every corner of America. Take this as a lesson. Don't bet against the House Republicans. We've shown time and time again that we deliver for the American people, especially when it matters most. By taking hold of this historic opportunity, I truly believe we've unlocked the opportunities for generations to come. With that, I turn it over to our conference chair, Lisa McClaren.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everybody, and a good morning it is. We just made history and passed the one big, beautiful bill, despite the Democrats' fear-mongering. Shocker, we haven't seen that lately, have we? And the hours that they spent stalling the votes on this entire process. The Democrats tried to derail this bill. And guess what? It didn't work. They failed. Not only did the Democrats vote against the bill, but they introduced hundreds of meaningless amendments, spewed misleading talking points, and now they have nothing to show for it, except voting on the record for the historic tax increase and to kill jobs of the small and medium class business owners in America. Frankly, Democrats voted to put Americans last, and it's a shame. But thank thank God for House Republicans, and thank God for our President, Donald J. Trump. His vision, alongside the work of my colleagues, made today a historic day. Behind me is what you see, a unified Republican conference with phenomenal leadership. And this Republican conference works as a team. This transformational legislation will provide safety and security for generations to come. Whether it's at our borders or in our pocketbooks, Americans will be better off thanks to the one big, beautiful bill. Our committees had difficult tasks, and they delivered. And some doubted that this was even possible. But at the end of the day, we all came together. House Republicans did not miss the moment. And because of our work, we will put more money in the pockets of hardworking Americans. We will prevent the next Lincoln Riley or Rachel Morin from being murdered. And we will save another family from the heartbreak of fentanyl poisoning. And to think, the Democrats voted against all of that. But I am thankful for the House Republicans that they stood up for the American people. We put them first. This is what real leadership, and this is what America looks like under President Donald Trump and House Republicans' leadership. Safe, secure, and prosperous. And now I will turn it over to the Chairman of the Transportation and Infrastructure, Mr. Sam Graves.
I'll be brief, but I'm proud to stand up here with my chairman colleagues, and I want to thank them for all the work that they did, the Republican leadership, and especially President Trump and his team for helping get this across the board, across the line. For our part, for the Transportation Infrastructure Committee's part, we exceeded our mark when it came to cuts, and at the same time, we also made investments in our United States Coast Guard. More importantly, we made a down payment on modernization of our air traffic control system, and on top of that, we're going to see the first new money in the Highway Trust Fund in over 30 years. So with that, I encourage the Senate to do their work and to get this moved as well across the board. And I will turn it over to Chairman Rogers.
Thank you, Sam. This one big, beautiful bill makes a generational investment in national defense. The bill includes bipartisan legislation from the House Armed Services Committee that provides mandatory $150 billion in mandatory spending to help us start implementing President Trump's Peace Through Strength agenda. That $150 billion will fund key initiatives in President Trump's Golden Dome, revitalize our defense industrial base, help secure our southwest border because border security is national security, deter Chinese aggression, and enhance service member quality of life. With these investments, we will restore American deterrence and build the ready, capable, and lethal fighting force President Trump promised. I want to thank President Trump and Speaker Johnson for prioritizing national security in the bill and commend our entire leadership team for getting this done. And with that, I'll now turn it over to the Iron Lady, Chairman Fox.
Thank you, and I want to thank my colleagues. As you all know, we came in for a lot of criticism for the Rules Committee meeting at 1 a.m. in the morning, but we needed to do that in order for us to be right here this morning getting this done. And I want to thank the Speaker for all the work that he has done. I've told him I'm going to nominate him for sainthood because he now has done many miracles here as Speaker. But he, working together with President Trump and all of my colleagues, and I want to thank the members of the Rules Committee for their patience and their perseverance. But this is a great morning in America. Again, we are delivering as Republicans for the American people, and we're all going to walk very happily for the next few weeks, especially till we see the next challenge that we have. But this has just been a primer for it, and we're ready for the next ones. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, President Trump.
Jim Jordan, Judiciary Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've said this many times before. I think we tend to make our job too complicated. It's really pretty basic. What you tell the voters you were going to do when you put your name on the ballot and ran for the job, and if you get elected, go do what you said. And this bill does that. Wouldn't have happened without the leadership of the Speaker and our entire team, and it certainly wouldn't happen without the leadership of President Trump. But last fall, we told the American people, you elect us, we're going to make sure we cut your taxes don't go up. This bill does that. We told them last fall, you elect us, we will secure the border. President Trump has done that. We allocate resources in this bill to make sure it stays secure. We told people last fall, you elect us, we will respect moms and dads. We will let you have school choice where you can pick the school where your son or daughter is going to get the best education. And we told people last fall, you elect us, we're going to treat you with the respect you deserve. Able-bodied people in our welfare system will have to work if they're going to get your money. This bill does what we said we were going to do. That's why it's a good day for our country. Next is Mr. Guthrie, Chairman.
Thank you very much. As one of the new chairmen here, it's just been such a privilege to work with the leadership and the chairman and the entire conference to deliver on the promises that the House Republicans and President Trump promised in the campaign. In the Energy and Commerce Committee, we strengthened Medicaid for the most vulnerable. Leader Jeffries, when he gave his speech on the floor, read different stories that he received on Medicaid. Every single person that he talked about on the floor is completely covered by this bill. We reformed Medicaid so hardworking taxpayers who provide Medicaid also have those who can work and are able to work join the hardworking taxpayers to help pay for Medicaid. This is vital to our communities. We deliver on energy dominance in this bill. So I'm proud to have worked with my friends. I'm proud to work with hopefully our members of the Senate to make sure that this bill gets passed and gets to the President's desk. So we strengthened Medicaid and we delivered on energy dominance. Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce my good friend to the Chair of Agriculture, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. And what a great morning it is. I'm so proud to be a part of this team led by President Trump and our Speaker, and really proud of the members, Republican members on the House Agriculture Committee and the hardworking staff. We delivered as a part of this big, beautiful bill, pieces of legislation that will just serve well the people who consume and the people who produce agriculture commodities in this country. For the folks who consume, especially the most vulnerable, we've achieved something we haven't been able to do in a very long time, and that is to restore the intent of Congress, not by cutting or taking people off the roll for the nutrition programs, but restoring program integrity that makes sure they're able to get what they need. But to do that in a way that gives them hope for a better future, restoring rungs on a ladder of opportunity. And for the hardworking farm families who really are the producers that are in production that have been up, actually, with these past couple days, I feel like a dairy farmer, with these hours we're working. But these families are up before sunlight. They're out there working. And we were able to deliver what I fondly refer to as Farm Bill 1.0. We couldn't do everything that they needed, but we were able to deliver a tremendous amount in terms of risk management for hardworking farm families that are really experiencing the worst farm economy in a half a century. And we know that we need those hardworking families to thrive, not just survive, but to thrive, because of them we have food security, which gives us national security. And so I'm just, once again, really proud to be here this morning, and I'm proud to introduce one of my chairmen of the committee I serve, Chairman Wilberg with Education and Workforce.
Thank you. It's great to stand up here. This is the first step of the continuing process, and I want to give great appreciation to our Speaker, our entire leadership team, and of course to the guy who is a must-do man, and that's President Donald Trump. That gave us all the purchase power to move what we needed to do. And I want to say thank you to my committee, as well as the committee staff that worked significantly. And I think they all believe that without an educated workforce, we don't have a workforce that succeeds in this world. And without a workforce, we don't have a need for education. So put them two together, and we've got the opportunity. And so we were given a high lift, a high challenge. We found ultimately almost $350 billion of savings. And that's a term because it gives us a chance to make sure that students have a better opportunity with reduced costs to go through their educational process, with incentives that make that work, but also make sure that we don't have factory workers in Michigan and ranchers in Texas paying for lawyers in Manhattan their education. But everybody has that opportunity, and we also give universities and colleges and community colleges and tax-paying universities the opportunity to counsel students against taking on debilitating debt that puts them back and really stops the thrust of educational process. This is a start. We trust that the Senate has seen the pattern now, and we can work with them to achieve something that moves education and workforce forward in ways we haven't seen in a long, long time. And it was great to be part of this leadership team, this great group of chairmen, and it's a privilege now to introduce a guy who did yeoman work on Ways and Means, Chairman Smith.
I first just want to say thank you for the hard work that's been put in by our House leadership team and every one of my fellow chairs, but also every single Republican member of this conference. You know, iron sharpens iron, and a lot of times we do that here, but it has made us so much stronger, where we've been able to stand together and deliver real victories for American people. I remember when people said President Trump's re-election wasn't possible. And then it became the greatest political comeback in history. 77 million Americans voted to return Trump to office. We have those Americans and President Trump to thank for the Republican majorities in the House and the Senate. So then the doubters came back and said, there's no way that House Republicans can make the Trump tax cuts permanent. It's too hard. They said there's no way they can deliver on his campaign promises and cut spending. And they went even further and said there's no way that House Republicans can deliver on it as part of one big, beautiful bill. But I was raised in a trailer in Salem, Missouri, next to my dad's auto repair shop. I know what it's like to have everyone doubt your future. And I said it from the start. Failure is not an option. The doubters were wrong because we just passed the one big, beautiful bill. And as promised, it delivers for working families. And this is how the greatest political comeback of all time has led to the greatest pro-worker, pro-family, pro-farmer, and pro-small business tax bill of all time. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on loans for American-made cars, tax relief for seniors. Make the Trump tax cuts permanent. We hold the woke elites accountable, and no taxpayer benefits for illegal immigrants who broke the law. We're delivering for the gig workers that stay up late to put their kid through college. We're delivering for the restaurant workers that take another shift to help out a coworker and put food on their table. We're delivering for the police officers and firefighters who show up in the dead of night to keep our communities safe. We're delivering for seniors who worked their whole lives and paid into Social Security and were promised tax relief. We're delivering for the families who, after surviving 4 years of Democrats' historic inflation, struggle to afford a school that meets their needs. We're delivering for the factory worker who needs to buy a car to drop his kids off on the way to work. We're delivering for the Americans that expect their tax dollars to go to help other Americans and not illegal immigrants. We're delivering for the President of the United States, Donald Trump, who made these promises and intends to keep them, because the Republican Party is the party of the working class, and we won't leave them behind. Pleased to introduce the great chairman of the Financial Services Committee, Mr. Hill.
Good morning, everybody. Such a pleasure to be with you. And let me say, first and foremost, thank you to Mike Johnson and our leadership team, our majority leader, Steve Scalise, working hand in glove with President Trump all of last year on what would be the priorities for House Republicans to work hand in hand with our president if we were so fortunate to be elected, to have the House in the Republican hands, to have the presidency in President Trump's capable leadership hands, and to have the Senate. And this bill is that first step. This is that first step that delivers on that promise. And for my constituents in Arkansas, what a pleasure it was for me to vote that they're not going to face a 22% increase in their taxes. That 9 out of 10 Arkansans can use the standard deduction and have a simpler, straightforward way to file their taxes. That they can have the benefit of a more robust child tax credit. That's what House Republicans stand for. And let me also say that there were doubters, and you've heard that mentioned today. But President Trump has said frequently, why can't the Republicans stick together like the Democrats stick together? Well, with the leadership of Mike Johnson, Republicans have stuck together and delivered on the commitments that we've made in the campaign and in our planning in this first 5 months of what's going to be, as President Trump argues, a golden age for the American people and the American economy. In the House Financial Services Committee, we were proud to have been charged by Chairman Harrington with a $1 billion deficit reduction. And by golly, like all members of the House Financial Services Committee, we underpromised and over-delivered by cutting the deficit by $5.2 billion over that period of time. And it's the first substantive change in the Dodd-Frank Act in the past 15 years that will lead and anchor in our committee to deliver on another promise of the administration, which is to right-size regulations so that our capital providers can provide that access to capital to our small businesses, our big businesses, and make America more competitive. So again, congratulations to my fellow members of House leadership, our committee chairs, our staffs that worked so hard for so many months to deliver on what is a big success for our country. And now I'm happy to welcome my fellow Arkansan, a great chair of our Natural Resources Committee, Bruce Westbrook.
Good morning. You know, winning feels good. It always feels good, but it feels much better when you win as a team. And this was a team victory. And it's not just this team that you see standing here. It's the team of our whole Republican conference. It's hundreds of dedicated staff members who have worked many, many hours, who have made changes and gotten the bill text where it needs to be. But we wouldn't be at this point without the leadership of our speaker, who just keeps winning every time something comes up. We don't have an option not to win. There is no other option than to win for the American people. And today, I believe the American people win. And as I think about the Natural Resources Committee, I can't help but think about the only quote in the House chamber by Daniel Webster, that we're coming upon the 200-year anniversary of him making this speech at the dedication of the Bunker Hill Monument. 1,000 people gathered there and 120 Revolutionary War veterans. And the part of his speech that's in the House chamber starts off saying, let us develop the resources of our land. America has been blessed from sea to shining sea with abundant resources. America is also blessed with a conservation ethic to know how to use those resources in a responsible way and leave our resources in better shape for future generations. We were able to, on the Natural Resources Committee, exceed our budget instructions by a factor of 20. $20 billion in new revenue and savings over the 10-year window. But that's just the beginning. That's what CBO says we're going to generate by royalty rates, by lease sales, by selling timber, by selling
by having mining. That's just the very basic cost of selling those assets. What that doesn't account for is when you have $1 billion of resources, it takes billions and billions of dollars of factories, of oil rigs, of pipelines, of mines, of refineries, of sawmills, and manufacturing equipment. And that's going to create millions of jobs across our country if we're fully able to use those resources, which is going to grow our economy. So this bill not only gives tremendous tax relief to hardworking Americans, it also gives hardworking Americans an opportunity to have great paying jobs and to build things right here in America again, and to attack our deficit by growing our economy and producing more income for families and more income for the federal government. And I couldn't be more proud to be part of this team today. And with that, I want to introduce the chairman of the Oversight Committee from Kentucky, Representative Comer.
Well, today's a historic day, and today's a great day for the hardworking, tax-paying Americans. The People's House has delivered on President Trump's America First agenda. Our one big beautiful bill cuts taxes for hardworking Americans and small businesses, putting more money directly back into the pockets of those hardworking Americans. It provides critical resources to secure our border and deport criminal, illegal aliens, the same dangerous individuals that Joe Biden allowed to flood into our country every day. It restores American energy dominance by rolling back the radical Green New Deal scam and unleashing domestic production. And it takes direct aim at waste, fraud, and abuse in Washington, making government more efficient and more accountable for the American taxpayer. For example, our bill tackles fraud in the Federal Employee Health Benefits Program. A GAO report uncovered instances where federal employees illegally placed non-family members on their taxpayer-subsidized health plans. The one big beautiful bill ends this abuse, saving taxpayers $1.5 billion. We're proud the House passed this legislation. Now the Senate must do its job. Next, it gives me great pleasure to introduce one of the heroes from start to finish of this whole process, our great Budget Committee Chairman and my good friend, Jody Erickson.
I'm the chairman that made these guys' lives just a little more difficult. The speaker told me he had two criteria for who would lead this bill. They had to be big and they had to be beautiful. And I just want to say, what an honor.
Where's Jason?
Where's Jason? What a great day. What an extraordinary team effort. I am truly honored to serve with these folks and our conference. I'm humbled to this day, 9 years later, we came together, still humbled, still pinching myself to be able to be part of the leadership of the greatest country in human history. I want to thank the speaker. I want to thank Steve Scalise and the entire leadership team for keeping all of us focused and unified and moving forward. I want to thank my fellow chairman and all of our members for their tireless efforts and their unwavering commitment. We said from the very beginning that this was a generational opportunity to deliver the most comprehensive and consequential set of policy reforms in modern history. And you know what? We achieved it in the one big beautiful bill. The largest investment in border security and defense, the largest tax cuts for our families and small businesses, and the largest reduction in spending in U.S. history by 2 times. So we've got an opportunity to take that big step, that big bold step, work with the Senate, get this bill to the President so that he can make that America First vision a reality in the American people's lives. And we're not going to stop, we're not going to be satisfied until these policy reforms are a reality for the people that we serve. So with that, God bless America, go West Texas, and reverse the curse. and Mr. Mark Green, our fearless leader for Homeland Security.
And no bill's perfect, but this one is big and beautiful, and I'll tell you why it's beautiful to me. It's beautiful to me because House Republicans, under the leadership of Mike Johnson and Donald Trump, showed the American people that we will do what we promised. And we showed the world that the borders of the United States of America are sovereign and secure. Our team, my Committee of Homeland Security, has been poring over this for a year on how best to do this. My staff, who some of them are here, thank you for your hard work. We're going to construct and add to the border wall with technology, cameras, lights, access. We're going to invest in the people who put their ass on the line to keep us safe every day. More training, more equipment, modernized equipment, better facilities. It's the right thing to do. We're going to end the threats to the people of this country, from the cartels, from the gangs that poured across our southern border in the fentanyl, and who knows what else with the terrorists that got across the border under the last administration. It all comes to an end. And I want to again thank my team and thank the leadership of this conference. 40 years I think we've been trying to push through border security. I mean, all these different bills, many of which were baits and swaps, and this guy pulled us all together and got it done. We finally secured the sovereign border of the United States. Thank you, and I'll be followed by the speaker.
Well, this crew behind me is exhausted, so we're going to take maybe one or two questions and call it a day. Yes, ma'am.
Speaker Johnson, was there a pivotal moment that sort of shifted the momentum on this bill? 24 hours ago, the House Freedom Caucus was standing right here saying that they needed another 7 to 10 days to negotiate the legislation. What changed over the course of the last 24 hours?
There were a number of pivotal moments. We have 220 Republicans in the House Republican Conference, and lots of different opinions. They represent very different districts around the country with very different interests. But the principle and the philosophy is always the same. Everybody's conservative. We believe in limited government, and we believe in individual freedom and rule of law and peace through strength and fiscal responsibility and free markets and human dignity, the things that are all wrapped into this bill. And so I would say there was a lot of pivotal moments. One day I might actually write a book about the last year of my life and trying to get this thing on the line. But I'll say, look, I'm just going to say, I give glory to God. I mean, there's a lot of prayer that brought this together. I'm just going to be very blunt about it. There was a few moments over the last week when it looked like the thing might fall apart. And I went to the little chapel over here and got on my knees and prayed that these guys would have wisdom and stamina and discernment. And that's the secret here, and teamwork and mutual respect. Everybody has one another. And I think that's what defines the Republican Party. It's a great day to be an American. It's a great day to be a Republican. Yes.
For you, those who go to the Senate, they're likely going to change it a lot. They're prepared to do this again and kind of.
No, all the senators, every one of them have promised me they're not going to change anything in our bill. I was honored to be at the Senate Republican luncheon on Tuesday. And, I encourage them to remember that we have a very delicate equilibrium that we've reached on here. A lot of work went into this to find exactly the right balance. And you all saw how perilous that was over the last week as it developed. And I encourage our Senate colleagues to think of this as a one-team effort as we have, and to modify this as little as possible, because it will make it easier for us to get it over the line ultimately and finished and get it to the President's desk by July 4th. And that's a big thing. The reason we were so aggressive, and I know some of y'all smiled and probably mocked me a little bit when I said early on we were going to do this by Memorial Day. You didn't believe it. I know you didn't, Reese. Most of you didn't. But the reason we did that was not because out of pride of authorship or because we were trying to, raise some banner. We did it because we need to get this relief to the American people as soon as possible. And President Trump made these promises on the campaign trail, and we did as well. And we wanted, as Jim Jordan likes to say, we're going to do what we said we were going to do. And that's what this bill represents. And so the timetable is important. We also have the debt ceiling approaching. We've got the relief that the people need. And the sooner they feel that relief, the better. So we did our job, rolled up our sleeves, got it done. We're really proud of that effort. One more question.
Is there anything that the Senate might be considering in terms of changing this bill that you all will not accept?
I'm not going to draw any red lines. Look, I told them there's a lot of different opinions over there as there is here. They have a small margin as we do. We had a 3-vote margin. By the way, I just want you to know for the record, we really had 217 votes this morning. Andrew Garbarino did not make it in time. He fell asleep in the back. No kidding. I know. I'm going to strangle it. But and then, but he's my dear friend. And then David Schweiker was going to vote and slipped his card in right at the last minute. So it looks like a razor-thin margin, 215 to 214 and one present. It was really 217. Okay, we all put a footnote somewhere in history on that. They're both going to go on record saying that's how they would have voted if they got the card in at time. Thank you so much for being here. Bless you all. Thank you.
Can you respond to the attack overnight?
Yeah. I'm just going to, I was asked to comment, a horrific tragedy while we were in the middle of the legislation. Obviously, we've been trying to fight any sympathy residents and voices are strung up and with legislation. And now you see violence coming, so I have several Jewish colleagues here that are dear friends who came up to me and spoke about the wee hours of the morning and how jarring it is for them. And it reminds us that we have to be very careful. We've got to watch out for our daughter. We have to stand against anti-Semitism. Apparently, but this was clearly an attack. Somebody was, I think, pro-Palestinian protest or something like that. Just a horrific tragedy. So our hearts and our prayers go out to those families who were affected. I'm told it was 2 employees that made the just a horrific thing. And it can happen to anyone. Life is precious. You got to take care of it. That's not what we stand for in America. That is not what anybody in this Congress has done. Don't condone any type of thing. So just always stand together and try to.
Thank you all so much.
Thanks, guys. Thanks,
ability to establish or enforce state laws that help keep up with the technological evolutions of AI, as well as push back on deliberate designs that could harm Americans. Under this ban, state and local governments won't be able to enforce current, new, or updated regulations around AI use in the workplace, in procurement, guidelines, or in eliminating biases, even regulations that only impact their specific locality. As a former state legislator, I believe we can and should learn from the states and champion solutions that protect Americans, especially workers and children, from harmful AI systems and not put unnecessary stoppages on their progress. Regardless of where you are on AI policy, enacting this moratorium is bad practice. AI has shown tremendous potential to improve and enhance our lives, but if we do not take immediate action to address the threats it poses on consumers as they arise today, we will not be prepared to address the threats that could arise over the next 10 years as a result. I'd like to submit a letter for the record. This letter to Speaker Johnson was signed by over 100 organizations, such as Unidos US, the National Immigration Law Center, National Women's Law Center, and SEIU, in opposition to this provision that's tucked into this bill. In their letter to the Speaker, the organizations state that as we have seen during other periods of rapid technological advancement, like the Industrial Revolution, the creation of the automobile, protecting people from being harmed by new technologies, including holding companies accountable when they cause harm, will spur innovation and the adoption of new technologies. The Republican moratorium on AI will block new innovation from occurring. AI policy touches every aspect of American lives now, and most certainly will over in the next 10 years. Thank you for considering my amendment. I urge its adoption, and I look forward to answering any questions.
And what was the date on the letter?
May 19, 2025.
And without objection, so ordered. I now recognize Mr. Goldman of New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here to introduce two amendments, but I want to say just a couple things about the broader bill before I get to them. And most of what I'm about to say is really directed at blatantly false statements that many of my Republican colleagues have said, are saying, and likely will say about this bill. First, this bill slashes Medicaid, cuts Medicaid. More than 8 million Americans will lose their health care because of this bill. You can sugarcoat it all you want with eligibility and work requirements and any waste, fraud, and abuse, but the reality is that that's dressing up a pig, and it is cutting Medicaid. Second, the bill increases taxes for the poorest Americans and dramatically reduces taxes for the wealthiest. If you make less than $51,000 a year, your taxes will go up $700. If you make more than $4.3 million a year, which is the top 0.1% of Americans, your taxes will go down by nearly $400,000. That is reducing taxes for the wealthy and increasing taxes for the poor. Third, this bill repeals tax credits for American energy production that has resulted in hundreds of thousands of jobs created in this country and hundreds of billions of dollars of investment in American manufacturing. The vast majority of both of those are in red districts. These credits also reduce energy prices and increase our energy independence, two things that the America First gang endlessly talk about. And yet, this bill cuts all of that progress. And finally, you will hear my Republican colleagues say that cuts to essential government programs are needed to reduce an exploding deficit. That's nonsense. This bill increases the deficit by at least $3 trillion, so much so that Moody's became the last of the three major ratings agencies to downgrade U.S. debt. Now, this deficit increase will increase annual interest payments on our debt to 9% of total GDP in 10 years. 9%. That is just unsustainable. And yet it is the Republicans who are jamming this through. Now, my amendments address two separate things. One is a very simple amendment that I was shocked did not receive unanimous support in the Judiciary Committee, Amendment 258. It simply says that no federal funding can be used to deport American citizens. Remarkably, every Republican in the Judiciary Committee voted against it, and I hope this committee does not. My second amendment, Amendment 135, addresses what is truly a cruel and cynical attempt to make America hungry again. This bill does not trim SNAP around the edges. It does not cut waste, fraud, and abuse. It cuts SNAP to its core, to the tune of approximately $250 billion, which may sound like an abstract number, but there are human lives at stake. There are children who will go hungry. There are seniors who have to choose between prescription drugs and food. There are working parents who rely on that few $100s a month to put food on their table. My amendment would strike one of the most damaging provisions of this bill, a provision that would shift 75% of the administrative costs onto the states, up from current 50% split. In my district in New York City, more than 118,000 of my constituents use SNAP to put food on the table. And across New York State, 1 in 7 residents depend on it. This bill wouldn't just cut the benefits, it would starve the program. The GOP's proposed changes to SNAP would create a new burden on New York State of over $2.1 billion. And let's be real, what happens when administrative costs shoot up like that? The states can't backfill that amount of money. It's just not feasible. So what happens, of course, is benefits are cut. It's incredibly cynical because you will hear Republicans, and New York Republicans in particular, my colleagues, who have nearly as many SNAP beneficiaries as I do, and they will say, oh, well, it's just putting it on the local officials, on the state. But make no mistake, it increases administrative costs, which is just cutting benefits by another name. This program averages $6 per person per day. And the work requirements that we hear so much about would actually cause 300,000 New Yorkers to lose some or all of their SNAP benefits. That is what this bill is doing, and my amendment would fix that. I urge the committee to support it and rule it in order.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Moskowitz. For 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment today would prohibit the executive branch from using federal funds to eliminate FEMA, transfer its responsibilities to another agency, or reduce its staffing or funding in a way that impairs its ability to fulfill its statutory functions unless expressly authorized by Congress. In fact, my amendment today just says again what's in the Stafford Act and what's in the Homeland Security Act, which was passed after Katrina. The president was right that FEMA needs reform. Let me say this again. The president was right that FEMA needs reform, as the chairwoman knows from her experiences in North Carolina after Hurricane Helene. But the Secretary of Homeland Security is dead wrong that FEMA should be deleted. First of all, the Secretary is in violation right now of the Stafford Act and in violation of the Homeland Security Act. The Secretary has no ability to pause all grants, which she has done. She has no ability to transfer any of the appropriations or restructure FEMA as she's done. Both of those are in direct violation of the Stafford Act and the Homeland Security Act that was passed after Katrina. So grants are paused. What does that mean, that all grants are paused? That means states right now that are going into hurricane season don't know whether or not they're going to get a declaration, which this administration is holding back. What happens if you don't get a declaration? Just go ask the governor of Arkansas Governor Huckabee, who worked for the president, took her weeks to get a declaration. You can't move, you can't respond, you can't spend money because you don't know that you're going to get reimbursed. Fiscally constrained cities and counties don't make decisions. It's analysis paralysis. It's actually in direct contradiction with what we're trying to do. We're trying to speed up FEMA. We're trying to make it faster, right? Which is why I have a bill with Byron Donalds to get FEMA out of Homeland Security. Homeland is disabusing FEMA. They're using FEMA to do grants for the other 22 agencies. That's why we got to get FEMA away from Homeland Security. They're not paying vendors. You know what happens when we don't pay vendors? They can't pay subcontractors. They're not going to be ready to perform in hurricane season. They fired 30% or got them to retire of the workforce in FEMA. Most of the senior people with that experience. You've got regional offices in FEMA now that are half empty. By the way, remember that DOGE, remember the E at the end of DOGE, the word efficiency? Nothing at FEMA has been made more efficient. In fact, I would tell you that the Secretary of Homeland Security has turned FEMA into the Newark airport, okay? It is going to fail this summer. And so look, there's no doubt that FEMA needed reform, but what they've done at Homeland is they've taken something that needed help and they broke it further. Do you know what happens if there's no FEMA to the state that the Speaker represents or Steve Scalise represents? Louisiana goes bankrupt without FEMA when there's a hurricane that comes in from the Gulf of Mexico or the Gulf of America, comes right into Louisiana, they're bankrupt. Alabama's bankrupt, Mississippi's bankrupt. You get an F5, F4 tornado in Tornado Alley, those states go bankrupt without FEMA. And yet, I don't see my Republican colleagues calling out the administration on how we're going to save FEMA and reform it. Let me say this. I think the Secretary of Homeland Security has exposed the president in significant ways. And I'm not in the business of protecting the president, but I am in the business of protecting the American people and the country. I don't think the president is aware of the current condition of FEMA and its potential inability to perform. We may get lucky, and hopefully we do. Hopefully we don't have a bad hurricane this season. Hopefully we don't have some unforeseen disaster like an earthquake that hasn't happened since the 90s. Lord knows we had a 1 in 100-year pandemic in the first term of the Trump administration. Hopefully we don't have anything like that because they have decimated FEMA in ways that we won't know until it happens. And listen, I know the chairwoman represents an area that didn't have the best experience after Helene. There's no question about that. There's dramatic improvement that needs to be done at FEMA. But I'm deeply concerned what's happened at Homeland, and I don't think the president is aware the current condition that the secretary has put him and the men and women that work there and the states that are going to go to FEMA and rely on them to help them in their time of need. And those resources are going to come slower. Think about it. You don't get to move your logistics. You don't get to move your water, your ice, your power generation, any of your stuff. And let me remind you, I did this for a living. For a Republican governor, I worked for Ron DeSantis for 2.5 years, took my political hat off. So I'm not giving you partisan coverage. I'm giving you the current state of affairs in an agency that has been absolutely destroyed. And with that, Madam Chairwoman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Moskowitz. Ms. Morrison, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern. My amendment today is simple. Before the House advances the largest Medicaid cut in program history, Congress needs to review how this bill will impact hospitals and Americans' access to services. My amendment simply says that the bill cannot take effect until an independent study confirms that these proposed Medicaid cuts will not result in hospital closures or reductions in service, including obstetric services. The Medicaid policies in this bill will strip healthcare coverage from millions of Americans and put essential labor and delivery services on the chopping block. Our country is already facing a worsening maternal health crisis and carelessly ripping away women's access to care without any consideration, and it's just plain cruel. We're already dead last in maternal mortality compared to our peer nations, and instead of putting forward a bill that will actually improve women's health and support moms and babies, my Republican colleagues have chosen to gut the program that covers more than 50% of births in many areas of Minnesota. Having cared for women and their babies for over 20 years as an OBGYN, I am appalled by how callously members of this chamber have turned their backs on their constituents. In my home state of Minnesota, 1.4 million Minnesotans get health care coverage through Medicaid, and millions more depend on the hospitals and providers who have been unequivocally clear that the Medicaid cuts in this bill will decimate their ability to provide care. Unequivocally clear that the cuts will force them to reduce services or shut down entirely. And the reality is, if hospitals are unable to keep their lights on and deliver care, we will all pay the price. People will not be able to access care. People will have more medical debt and they will be less healthy. People will suffer. People will die. I would encourage my Republican colleagues to believe the words of the hospitals that serve their constituents, the patients that live in their districts, and analysis after analysis that confirms that these cuts will cost millions of Americans their access to care. So my Republican colleagues who hold majority rule of this chamber, let's be very clear here. You can stop this right now. You can stop the hospital closures. You can stop the cuts to services. You can stop 14 million Americans from losing access to health insurance. You can stop the worsening of the maternal health care crisis and rural hospital crisis. You have the power. You can stop this. More than a dozen of our Republican colleagues here in the House have spoken out and said they cannot support deep cuts to Medicaid. Other Republicans have called these massive cuts morally wrong. And more than a dozen state legislators from my home state of Minnesota wrote our Republican delegation and the president making a very clear case about how this would be a disaster and begged them not to go through with these cuts. I have a copy with me here, Madam Chair, and I request consent for this letter to be entered into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to highlight just a couple of their points. The Minnesota Republican legislators wrote, and I quote, "Too deep of a cut is unmanageable in any instance. Massive Medicaid reductions could punish Minnesota for being such a strong leader in greater efficiencies and better outcomes. Drastic reductions to Medicaid funding have the potential to impact the 1.4 million people we serve and place incredible pressure on our overall state budget." And they closed with, "Please remind our good leaders in Washington that simply cutting the budget is not going to take away our responsibilities to the aged, those with disabilities, mental health needs, children, and the poor," end quote. So to my Republican colleagues, please hear the pleas of your state counterparts as you consider this bill today. I also have with me here a letter from Minnesota's nonprofit hospitals, and Madam Chair, I would request consent for this letter to be entered into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to highlight just a couple of their points. They wrote, and I quote, "Any reduction in federal support would trigger immediate consequences. Patients will lose access, hospitals will be forced to reduce services and will face impossible choices. And communities across our state will feel the effects whether they are covered by Medicaid or not. We know these are difficult budget discussions, but cutting Medicaid doesn't erase the need for care. It simply shifts the burden to states, to hospitals, and ultimately to the very people the program is meant to protect," end quote. Their pleas are clear, their threats are real, the facts are undeniable. So please, on behalf of all Americans, I implore you to do the right thing, rule this amendment in order, and stop these cuts. I yield, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Fishbach, do you have any questions? Mr. McGovern?
Again, I want to thank all of you for your patience and for being here, and you remind all of us of the fact that the underlying bill, the reconciliation bill, is a lousy piece of legislation. I mean, the attacks on health care, attacks on food assistance, the attacks on public lands, the attacks on FEMA, the attacks on, and the indifference on AI, which is a very dangerous thing that we're about to do. I mean, basically saying we're not going to do our job in the Congress, but we're going to prevent states from doing anything to protect the citizens. I mean, just so many things. I mean, this bill should not be coming to the floor. Your amendments are all good, and we're going to make the case that they should be made in order when we get to the point of actually reporting out a rule. But again, I think it is so important that you stayed here. and that you made the case as to how we could improve the bill. Did you have, yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to add something that I know is near and dear to your heart, because you're such a leader on food insecurity, and it's done such incredible work. These so-called work requirements are such a fig leaf. They're such a pretext when in reality, the census data shows that 82% of households with working age adults who do not live with minor children and did not receive disability benefits had earnings during the year 2023. Right, yeah. This is not an issue that needs to be addressed. It is an issue that is being created so that poor Americans can struggle even more.
Yeah. Again, we had this discussion in the Ag Committee. I mean, of a single mother with a 7-year-old child, you know, who loses her job, and she has 90 days to get another job. Otherwise, she loses her benefit. And the back and forth in the Ag Committee was like, well, you know, the 7 years old, the child at school. I mean, like, do people realize what time school gets out? I mean, if people are working, I mean, what happens during the summer? What happens during vacations? I mean, again, many people are able to juggle all this stuff. And the majority of people who are able-bodied, who are on SNAP, actually do work. And there are work requirements, especially for those who are able-bodied adults without dependents. But to be totally indifferent to what life is like for a single parent with a 7 or 8 or 9-year-old child, and to just say, oh, one glove fits all, it's just a cruel and rotten thing to do. And we're talking about food assistance and a really, you know, meager food benefit. On average, $2 per person per meal. You know, and by the way, with the state cost share, that requirement now, many states won't be able to meet that cost share, and so that $2 benefit will get even less. I mean, you can't buy a cup of coffee in the Capitol for $2. And it's like this is where you're going to try to get money to offset tax cuts for billionaires? Like, who does this? I mean, like, who thought this brilliant idea up? I mean, it's just such a terrible thing to do. I mean, there are other things we can do to improve programs. Every program can be improved. But this is not it. And I appreciate your amendment. I appreciate all your amendments and look forward to working with you. I yield back.
Thank you. I just, again, wanted to, we'll just wave at this point. I want to thank you all for your amendments and for sticking around so long. Representative Lofgren, I really appreciated your bringing attention to the fact that when cuts are made to scientific research, medical research, it doesn't just harm that research. And of course, we've heard about, you know, ovarian cancer trials being paused, people not being able to get treatment that they were hoping would impact their issues. But we then know there's job loss when that happens. We're hearing from universities in my district that students who thought they had internships, which would make them the researchers of tomorrow, are losing those internships. And then we're hearing from contractors and tradespeople that universities, in order to try to preserve some of the research, are diverting funding from capital projects. And then we have contractors losing those jobs and tradespeople being laid off because those things are happening. And Rep. Houlihan, you know, we have so many veterans in southeastern Pennsylvania. I think you and I, we each have about 27,000, 28,000 veterans in our districts. You've got the Coatesville facility in your district. The Philadelphia VA is adjacent to my district. And of course, we've just tried to expand the benefits available to our veterans through the PACT Act. And at the same time that we're trying to expand those benefits and make sure that people actually get the treatment that they are entitled to, that they've earned through their service, we're seeing these funding cuts and the pulling back. So thank you for amendments bringing attention to all of that and everything that people have put forward. Excuse me, losing my voice. I yield back.
Could I just address the science issue briefly? Because we've seen reductions in physics, in mathematics, in chemistry, in computer science, And what we've seen all across the United States is universities reducing the number of doctoral students that they are admitting because they cannot see how to pay for the research. So what's happening? Europe, Canada, and yes, China are recruiting the scientists that we are losing. So we are going to pay a big economic price for a long time for what's already happened. So let's stop the digging and try and recover, because this is going to hit our economy in a way that is really terrible, terrible impact. And I thank you for.
Well, and you do bring up another point, which is that these foreign students coming to the U.S., when we are making them feel unwelcome, they often pay full freight.
Correct.
Which is really, really helpful to our universities, and all of a sudden, that's an income source that
Well,
they
the
don't
number
have.
of F1 student applications has completely crashed.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, we're losing money because they subsidize the American students. And then we're also losing, you know, almost 50% of the Nobel Prize winners who are Americans in the sciences were Americans by choice, Americans born someplace else. Those people are not going to be here in our future.
So it's a talent drain and a financial drain. Thank you. I yield back.
Thanks, Ms. Scanlon. Do my colleagues on my side have any questions? Okay. Well, thank you all very much. Seeing no one else having questions, the panel is excused. Thank you very much for coming. If the next panel we could do, I hope you did this, start down here and move up. Ms. Ansari, Ms. Johnson, Ms. Hayes, Mr. Kassar, Ms. Williams, Mr. Cisneros, Mr. Kurson, and Mr. Takano. Doesn't really matter which seat you sit in. I'll call you by the way you were on this list. Yeah, mark them. No, Miss Hayes. No, Kassar. Cisneros. Miss Ansari, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern, for allowing me the opportunity to join today's hearing. First, let me start by saying that the fact that we have been here since the literal middle of the night at a committee markup that will determine the federal government's budget, something that affects every single American, is absurd. But I'm proud of the showing of Democrats in this room, of colleagues who have been here for decades, alongside some colleagues who, like me, have been here for just a couple of months. We hail from different parts of the country, different backgrounds, different ideas on policy, but we stand united against this bill and the process by which it is moving through this committee. I urge you to support my amendment that would strike the text of the bill and replace it with the Stock Act 2.0. This would prevent government officials and their immediate family members from being able to trade individual stocks. The original Stock Act barred members of Congress, the president, vice president, and high-level staff from engaging in insider trading or otherwise using non-public information for their own benefit. It also included important updates to financial transparency by requiring these high-ranking government officials to disclose financial transactions to the public. It is because of this latter provision that we discovered earlier this month that the chairman of the committee with jurisdiction over oil and gas, as well as mining lease sales, bought up to $150,000 in stock throughout the month of March. Those stocks included shares of oil companies like ExxonMobil, Chevron, BP, ConocoPhillips, Suncor, and Canadian Natural Resources. They also included mining companies like BHP, Freeport-McMoRan, and Rio Tinto, for whom the largest shareholder is a Chinese state-owned corporation. These oil and mining stock trades took place while the chairman was writing a major portion of this very bill, the portion that is an unprecedented multi-billion-dollar giveaway to oil and mining companies. Now, so many of these CEOs are set to directly benefit from this partisan budget that makes draconian cuts to the programs on which my constituents and my Republican colleagues' constituents rely on. This is bigger than any one member benefiting from a stock trade. It's about this legislation as a whole, a budget that endorses this kind of behavior, uplifts it, and makes it into real policy that benefits the ultra-rich getting richer over everything else. Let's be clear, this so-called big, beautiful bill is not in the interest of the American people. It includes billions of dollars in cuts from critical programs such as SNAP and Medicaid. Over 7.6 million Americans would lose their health insurance just from these cuts. And that doesn't include the millions of Americans that would lose access to health care when hospitals that rely on Medicaid are forced to shut down, all while giving trillions of dollars in handouts to mega corporations and the ultra-wealthy. And now we also know that at least one member of Congress could personally and directly enrich himself from these provisions. This is corruption, plain and simple. My amendment would strike the text of this bill and replace it with legislation that would prevent this sort of corruption from public officials. This is not a partisan issue, it is common sense. Members of Congress should not be able to use their positions of power for personal financial gain, nor should there be a perception of such. We should not have to rely on the self-restraint of members of Congress to resist the temptation of self-dealing and insider trading. It just should not be allowed. Even Speaker Mike Johnson voiced his support for banning stock trading for members of Congress last week, stating that members of Congress should not, quote, have any appearance of impropriety, end quote. The oil and mining stock trade that happened while the chair was writing this bill to give away unprecedented sums to oil and mining industries most certainly has the appearance of impropriety. I sincerely hope that it is just an appearance. At a time when public trust in Congress is abysmal, we have to work harder to rebuild it. Banning stock trades by members of Congress is the first step. It's the lowest hanging fruit. There is absolutely no reason why Republicans on this committee should oppose this amendment. I urge the committee to make my amendments in order. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chairman, Ranking Member McGovern. There's so much to talk about in this bill, and I have several amendments, and I want to highlight two of them. But before I do that, I wanted to make some general comments on behalf of the residents of Texas 32 and the great state of Texas. Our deficit is at catastrophic levels. We've had multiple committee hearings in this building that suggest we're going to be facing some very impending financial crisis. Our federal credit rating was just reduced. And this bill and the Republicans in this building are voting to add $4 trillion to the deficit in the most irresponsible way possible, on the backs of hungry children, on the backs of young mothers and families and the poor in this country, to keep them from getting health care, on the backs of children and kids who want to get an education in cybersecurity, on the backs of safety of our aviation and our airports, on the backs of FEMA and states for disaster preparedness, on the backs of law enforcement officers who are being routinely terminated, on the backs of woeful areas of across this government for lack of prudent and proper investment to the health and safety and the prosperity of this country. And we're being put in a dire financial strait so that the President of the United States can reward a few of his friends with extra money in their bank account that they don't need, that they can't spend. And the Republicans in this Congress have abdicated all the values that they have campaigned on for decades in homage to this one man. And it is a travesty to this government and to the American people that this is happening. Democrats have been protesting this viciously all through the day in the weeks preceding this to have the American people wake up and say, this is harming you. This bill will hurt the American people. I have an amendment for the Affordable Care Act tax credit. Millions of people get their health care in this country because of the Affordable Care Act. Texas is one of the leading states of it. Our state and our health care system is going to be devastated. And this is a bill that is supposed to give tax cuts. But yet we are removing one of the most critical tax cuts that the American people rely on. It makes absolutely no sense. How can we tout the greatest tax cut bill to the American people at the same time we are cutting one of the most important tax cuts that benefits the vast majority of the American people? And I really would like to urge this committee to restore the tax cuts of the Affordable Care Act. Millions and millions of people in the state of Texas and across this land desperately rely on that to get the desperate needs of healthcare. Small businesses, our new entrepreneurs, the young people who don't work for big corporations with vast amounts of employees to have diversity of risk. They rely on the Affordable Care Act. And health insurance is already one of the leading expenses of a family in this country, and it is prohibitively expensive. And this initiative, the Affordable Care Act, and these tax credits make it possible. The other amendment I would like to address for this committee is to restore funding to FEMA. I sit on the Homeland Security Committee. I've heard so much testimony about the urgent need and the critical role that FEMA plays as the backstop for states and American families when nature and the disaster strike out of the blue without ability to prepare. It's the safety net that is so critically relied on by so many. Our country will be at an peril on our national security, on our preparedness, if we don't have FEMA to come in and put the pieces back together. To just today, horrible tornadoes ripped through Alabama. I mean, no state is free from natural disaster. And Texas is certainly one of the states that has had to rely on FEMA the most. Hurricane Harvey decimated our Gulf Coast. Tornadoes decimate North Texas. We're the 6th largest economy in the world, the state of Texas. And without FEMA, we will be so burdened in putting our country back together that the federal government will also be harmed. I appreciate the consideration for this committee, and I strongly encourage you to adopt my amendments and make them in order. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Hayes, you're recognized.
Thank you. Hungry kids don't learn. This issue has always been important to me. Unless and until you've come into your classroom on a Monday morning and seen a kid with their head down, knowing that they haven't had a decent meal since they left, you can't understand. Unless and until you find yourself automatically packing a second piece of fruit in your lunch because you expect that one of your students is going to ask you for it, you can't understand. It changes you. It does something to you. When I came to Congress, I knew I would work to help address food insecurity. But my Republican colleagues here in this bill seek to exacerbate it. Hunger is a policy choice. And today we're considering legislation that makes the choice to take food away from people, from children. The reconciliation bill we are considering here today is the largest ever cut to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Approximately $313 billion will be taken away from the most vulnerable in our country: hungry children, families, veterans, and seniors. Republicans are pushing a legislative package that guts SNAP, the most efficient and effective anti-poverty program in this nation. The cost-sharing provisions in this legislation are going to shift the financial burden to states, forcing the states to cut benefits, eligibility, or both in order to reduce costs. States have always been responsible for hiring staff and administering the benefits they receive through the federal government and paying an equal share with the federal government. Under this bill, a workforce already facing shortages would have more responsibility to address paperwork errors with fewer funds. This bill does nothing to support workforce development or the administrative support that will come as a result of these changes. In my state of Connecticut, the Department of Social Services estimates that this would cost an additional $177 million per year. But based on the FY23 error rates, the state of New York, which would be forced to pay $1.8 billion, Texas, $1.074 billion, Georgia, $82 million, and North Carolina, $584 million in additional costs to administer these programs. Additionally, this legislation would prevent the Secretary of Agriculture from reevaluating the Thrifty Food Plan, which is used to determine benefit eligibility amounts. This bill also expands work requirements for older adults up to age 65 and for parents in households with children age 7 or older, which means that 4 million children between the ages of 7 and 17 who live in households that receive SNAP would be at risk of losing some type of food assistance. While expanding these requirements, this legislation does nothing, once again, to fund workforce development programs or increase access to child care for these families. I would also note that when children lose their SNAP benefits, they automatically lose their CEP, which is the community eligibility provision that allows them to get free and reduced lunch at school. So not only is food being taken away from children at home, it is being taken away from them at school. My amendment is simple. It prevents any cuts to SNAP that would reduce benefits for the 42 million Americans who rely on the program for food assistance. My amendment says that this legislation can only take effect once the USDA and all state agencies issue reports evaluating and certifying that any changes made to SNAP would not result in a reduction of benefits to eligible individuals or decrease in population. SNAP serves 16 million children, 8 million seniors, and 4 million people with disabilities. I've heard over and over and over that the target is able-bodied adults without dependents who have the ability to work. If that is true, and that is the only group you are targeting, then it should be simple to make sure that we are protecting children and families and seniors and those with disabilities from being cut off of these programs. I can't understand why my Republican colleagues would not vote for that. Based on your testimony and everything that you've said in regards to SNAP, these aren't the people you're going after anyway. So we should all work together to ensure that we protect them. I've heard members from the other side of the aisle say that their intention is not to cut benefits. This amendment is your chance to go on the record and do just that. While I question the intent here and where we are going, I understand with fidelity the outcome and who will be affected. In the wealthiest nation in the world, we have the ability to feed children. We don't have a drought, we don't have a famine, we don't have a war. We have policies that intend to take food out of the mouths of children. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Mr. Kassar, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. So in this terrible Republican budget bill, we're talking about saving money by cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. But then when we actually look at the bill about who's taking a cut, well, of course, we are cutting taxes for billionaires, but the people who are taking a cut is a person with a disability who will lose their health care because we say, well, you've got a disability, but it's not quite bad enough, or you didn't fill out this piece of paper. Or we're cutting the $6 a day in food assistance to a child because now you're 8 years old, not 7 years old, so you don't need it anymore. You kidding me? When folks think about waste, fraud, and abuse, we aren't talking about these Americans. If you want to see waste, tens of billions of dollars get milked by big pharma every year off of the taxpayer in the Medicare Advantage program. We could be getting tens of billions of dollars from them. Or if you want to talk about fraud, we could be talking about the billionaires who hide their money in offshore accounts that we should be going after. Or if you want to talk about abuse, this bill that's supposed to be saving money has $25 billion in it for Trump's Golden Dome project. That recently was reported. The person most likely to get that money is Elon Musk. So while he's in the White House playing with the president, this bill is sending potentially $25 billion to Elon Musk. When we talk about waste, fraud, and abuse, we should be looking at those folks with lots of power who are milking the taxpayers, not the biggest Medicare cut in American history or the biggest Medicaid cut in American history. So come on, y'all. So one of the amendments I've proposed is pretty simple. Let's say if a federal court finds that Elon Musk abused his power to be able to route money to himself, then we could save ourselves billions of dollars by automatically canceling out these billionaire tax cuts and the billions of dollars in contracts that Elon Musk has. If nobody on this panel thinks that Elon Musk hasn't been abusing his power, then we could just put this amendment in order and take it to a vote. If Elon Musk is found to have abused his power, we can save ourselves a whole bunch of money. And as if that isn't enough of the heart of the hypocrisy here, the Republican Party that campaigned on saving people money, one, is talking about saving billionaires money with their tax cut, and two, in this bill, they're going to jack up the premiums on health care for the people that rely on the marketplace for their health care. And so I will hand the mic over, yield my time to any of my Republican colleagues that want to address the amount of money that their tax-paying citizens are going to have to pay in increased premiums for their health care. If anybody wants to mention, we have the numbers, everybody here has the numbers, how much your constituents are going to have to pay more every year in health care because of this bill. I don't know the numbers for my district. It's going to be a 50% increase, over $400 in my district. And that's actually not even close to how much in many of the Republican districts there's going to be an increase. I would yield the mic.
I think we're 78% in my district.
78% in Mr. McGovern's district. Maybe none of the Republican members want to mention it, but the Republican gentleman from New York, there would be a 44% increase, $2,000 a year hit to his constituents in their health care costs. The distinguished gentleman from Virginia, his constituents would face an increase in $770 a year in their health care premiums. The distinguished Republican chairwoman of this committee, a 60% increase in health care premiums, and that's on average. The distinguished Republican congresswoman here from Minnesota was recently told here by the committee on the budget that a 60-year-old couple with a joint income of $85,000 a year in her district would see an $11,000 a year increase in their costs while we're giving tax cuts to billionaires. And what bothers me the most is that we want to hide it. Nobody wants here to talk about the fact that they're jacking up insurance costs on their own constituents while giving a billionaire a tax break. Nobody on the Republican side pushing this bill wants to have an in-person town hall and look their constituents in the face and explain to them why they want to hand Elon Musk another $25 billion contract while jacking up your health insurance costs, not just by hundreds, but by thousands of dollars. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Kassar. Ms. Williams, you're recognized for 5
Thank you,
minutes.
Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern. Y'all, this meeting started at 1 a.m. and has been going through the entire night, morning, and now day. We're considering one of the most harmful bills to ever come before the House, cutting health care from 14 million Americans, taking food from the mouths of hungry children, seniors, and veterans. My Republican colleagues were hoping that my Democratic colleagues and I would sleep through the night as the American people slept. But what's done in the dark, y'all, comes to the light, and I'm here to shed the light. That's why I stayed up all night, and that's why I'm here right now as the voice of Georgia's fighting 5th Congressional District. I follow in the footsteps of the late Congressman John Lewis, known as the conscience of the Congress. And if there's anything Republicans need more of these days, it's a conscience. Because who with a conscience would rip health care away from 14 million people in this country? Who with a conscience would make the largest cut in history to food benefits for children, seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities? Who with a conscience would add $5 trillion to the deficit with nothing to show for it but billionaire tax cuts? No one with a conscience would do any of that, but that's exactly what this Republican so-called one big beautiful bill would do. Congressman John Lewis would be ashamed of y'all. I know that I am. But you know what? He'd be proud of his Democratic colleagues for making the good trouble by unleashing that on behalf of the American people. House Democrats wrote 537 amendments to your so-called One Big Beautiful Bill. Just because Republicans aren't willing to change their bill to actually help the American people, it definitely won't stop us from offering these amendments because we know that it doesn't have to be this way. I have 16 amendments myself. One, to invest in programs to increase our housing supply and lower housing costs. Another, to stop taxpayer funding for anti-abortion clinics that spread disinformation about women's health care. Another, to stop Trump from cutting essential federal workers without at least getting a report from Congress on how it'll harm government services. Another, to stop Trump from profiting off funding for presidential security. An additional one, to increase nutrition benefits and eligibility for students. Another, to require reports on how the policies in this bill affect low-income individuals and racial inequities. Another, to stop January 6th insurrectionists from getting a settlement from the federal government for their crimes. And yet another, to ensure that members of Congress can continue conducting lawful oversight in ICE facilities. Another one, to make maternal medical care, menstrual products, and broadband costs covered expenses for determining people's eligibility for food assistance. Another, to stop Elon Musk from selling the federal government AI systems while he's employed by our federal government. And yet another, to stop any funds in this bill from being used to unconstitutionally remove a United States citizen from this country. Another, to require the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to remain independent of whoever is president, Democratic or Republican. And yet another, to keep the funding for sustainable aviation fuel, which supports our aviation industry to be cleaner and more environmentally friendly. If my Republican colleagues really want to do right by the American people, you'd approve all of these amendments. I can't fix everything in this horrible bill, even with the 16 amendments that I'm offering, but these would definitely be a start. And next time, maybe open up this big, beautiful bill to some big, beautiful debate in the light of day. Because it doesn't matter what your ideas are if you can't defend them in broad daylight for the American people. You must be hiding something from the American people. The children, seniors, and veterans in my district that will lose health care and SNAP benefits, y'all, they are more than a line item in a budget. They are real people simply trying to survive. So don't turn your back on them to give tax cuts to billionaires. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Mr. Cisneros, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the Rules Committee. I am deeply disappointed with how this hearing came about. The majority scheduled a hearing in the middle of the night to further their agenda without debate or scrutiny. But the timing of the hearing cannot hide the fact this legislation rips off the American people. It increases tax breaks for the wealthiest Americans, paid for by nearly $700 billion in cuts to Medicaid and $267 billion cuts to SNAP. I'm here to offer 4 amendments to this flawed legislation and urge the committee to make them in order. My first amendment seeks to ensure Congress is authorizing the funds needed to pay our child care workers and maintain our modernized and the facilities where they work in the Department of Defense. My amendment would increase child care fee assistance to $200 million, add $1.3 billion for Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, and Space Force Child Development Center facility maintenance, and include $1 billion for child care provider compensation under the Department of Defense's modernization of the Child Development Program staffing model passed in the fiscal year 25 NDAA. I want to be clear, my amendment does not raise the top line. Instead, it will take from an expensive and unnecessary program and instead support our service members' family needs. My next amendment seeks to reassert congressional oversight into the activities of the Department of Defense. My amendment allows the department to access the first $100 billion of the bill's funding, but before the department can use the last $50 billion, it simply requires the department to answer some elementary oversight questions about DOGE and the Department of Defense. I support better efficiency and program management at the Pentagon, as I know many of my colleagues do. I've been proud to support numerous efforts to that effect, and I look forward to working with my colleagues in a bipartisan way in the future, but that's not what this bill is. Our responsibility is to conduct oversight, and so far, Our questions to the department have yielded insubstantial or non-existent answers, and the administration seems unable to explain the role of DOGE in the Department of Defense. I know the DoD is capable of giving thoughtful responses. I have sat in the witness seat before and have answered questions, and I've been required to reply to congressional inquiries, which I gladly did because that was my responsibility. At the very least, we should understand what this unauthorized department is doing to one of the departments that we are supposed to be overseeing in Congress. My third amendment seeks to expand eligibility for the employer provide child care tax credit. This amendment would define small business concern in accordance with the Small Business Act for the purpose of the employer-provided child care tax credit. This would help small businesses attract and retain employees that are working parents. My final amendment seeks to revise the short title of the bill to the One Big Billionaire Bailout Act. Raising a child, owning a small business, having access to affordable and quality health care in this economy, it's becoming more difficult with the rising cost of living. Again, this bill, instead of helping hardworking Americans nationwide, gives a government handout to billionaires and the wealthiest Americans at the expense of everyone else. The name matters because it tells the truth of what this fine print hides. I am happy to tell the American people who this bill really serves, because it is not them. Again, I urge you to make these amendments in order. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any of your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cisneros. Mr. Chicano, I'll go to you next.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Let's begin with the obvious. This bill, the so-called budget reconciliation package, is not even finished. Republican leadership is asking members to vote on a moving target with text still changing and details still unclear. Even Republican members don't know what's in it, but they're being told to rush this to the floor before the holiday weekend so they can hand Donald Trump a political win. Trump has made his demand clear. Unite behind what is possibly the most budget-busting piece of legislation in modern U.S. history. And now, Republicans are stuck between their talking point of deficit reduction and their obligation to do whatever Donald Trump tells them to do. Last night, the Congressional Budget Office released its score. It found that this bill would increase the deficit by $2.3 trillion over the next decade. Let me say that again, $2.3 trillion. That would trigger automatic cuts to Medicare and other vital programs unless Congress steps in. And who benefits? According to the CBO, the richest 10% of Americans would see their incomes go up, while the poorest 10% would see theirs go down. So yes, this bill deserves a name, and I would call it One Big Billionaire Payout. And while billionaires and corporations are poised to win big, the people I serve, veterans, students, and working families are set to lose. I'm offering 10 amendments to stop the worst of this damage. First, I've introduced an amendment to exempt disabled veterans from new Medicaid work requirements. Now, not all veterans are eligible to receive their health care from VA, and currently 1.6 million veterans rely on Medicaid. This bill would subject as many as 1 million of them to bureaucratic red tape just to keep their health care. Many veterans with service-connected disabilities fall below the disability rating that makes them eligible for VA care and significant barriers to employment. Punishing them for that is not reform, it's cruelty. Now, second, if you're going to rip away veterans' health care, the least you can do is tell them. My amendment would require CMS to notify veterans who are losing Medicaid coverage. Third, I've offered a similar amendment requiring USDA to notify veterans and service members if they're kicked off SNAP. Over 1 million veterans rely on food assistance, and this bill, again, takes from those who served and gives to those who stockpile wealth without sacrifice. Fourth and fifth, I propose creating websites through HHS and USDA to help veterans navigate the fallout, healthcare and nutrition resources for those losing coverage. It's a modest effort to clean up the mess this bill creates. Sixth, I'm offering an amendment to preserve nursing home staffing reforms. In 2024, CMS finalized a rule to address dangerous understaffing. This bill delays that and could cost lives. University of Pennsylvania research estimates 13,000 lives would be saved annually under that rule. Who exactly are we protecting by delaying that? Certainly not the seniors living in those homes. My seventh amendment strikes the repeal of the 2023 Borrower Defense Rule, a protection for student borrowers defrauded by predatory colleges. In just 1 year, over 770,000 students filed claims. This bill would make it nearly impossible for future victims to get relief. Eighth, I strike the repeal of the 90-10 rule fix, a bipartisan protection that keeps for-profit colleges from targeting veterans as dollar signs. Without it, GI Bill recipients become cash cows for worthless diploma mills, and taxpayers foot the bill when these shady schools collapse. Ninth, I proposed a certify no harm amendment which would simply require federal agencies to confirm that these provisions won't increase fraud against student veterans before they take effect. If Republicans are so confident this bill won't hurt anyone, this should be an easy yes. And finally, my 10th amendment includes the Protect Students Act, codifying essential safeguards against deceptive marketing, inflated job placement claims, and outright fraud by for-profit colleges and loan servicers. And let me close by reminding my colleagues that this isn't some routine budget bill. This is reverse Robin Hood. It steals health care from veterans, it steals food from hungry families, it steals loan protections from students, and it steals safety from nursing home residents. And it does all that to give billionaires a payday with a price tag of $2.3 trillion in new debt. This isn't about values, it's about vanity, trying to give a twice impeached former president a talking point for his next rally. I urge my colleagues to support these amendments and reject this sham of a bill. I now yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Takano. Mr. Carson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member. Thank you for providing me the time to testify this afternoon. I have 4 amendments to this reconciliation bill. My amendments protect Medicaid, passenger rail, our environment, and would protect the middle class. I first want to speak on Amendment 428 to conduct a comprehensive audit within 180 days to assess the impact of this bill's impact on income inequality in our country. The GOP claims their tax policies will benefit the middle class. I say prove it. Prove to the American people that the tax policies in this bill will help the middle class, not the ultra-wealthy. Next, my Amendment 168 addresses one of the most urgent, life-threatening issues in this bill, which is that this bill would slash health care for 14 million Americans. Just this afternoon, an Indianapolis woman named Joan contacted our office. She is about to turn 65, she's disabled, and she receives Medicaid to survive. She told me, at 65 years old, I have nowhere else to go, and I don't want to lose my home, and I don't want to lose my health care. Yesterday evening, I spoke on the House floor about 3 women from my district in Indy, Erica, Bethany, and Carol Ann, who rely on SNAP and Medicaid to survive. These are just 3 of the thousands of people who have reached out to us in the past few weeks. We receive messages from folks every day who are afraid for themselves, but they're also terrified for their children, other people's children, their family members, other people's family members. That's because Indianapolis is a community that cares about one another. We look out for one another. It's what we do. It's who we are. I've always been proud of my hometown, but I'm even more proud of hearing the groundswell of support, especially over the last week, from those in Indianapolis who have overwhelmingly told me we must help our neighbors and we must protect Medicaid. I'm here today to fight for the people of Indianapolis who deserve a government that stands with them, not billionaires. This past week, our country has watched members of Congress debate essentially who deserves to live and who deserves to die in our country. For 14 million Americans, health care and Medicaid cuts aren't a political discussion. They are a matter of life and death. 14 million Americans would lose health care under this current bill. That includes newborns, children, seniors, and postpartum mothers, the most vulnerable among us. We've also watched Republican members of Congress deny that this bill will slash Medicaid, even though a nonpartisan analysis found that the Republican budget simply would not be possible without cutting Medicaid and essential health care. And yet, many of my colleagues still deny that this budget will drastically cut essential health care. So, my message to my colleagues is prove it. If you insist your bill will not hurt Medicaid, if you insist this bill will not snatch health care out of the hands of 14 million men, women, and children, prove it by simply passing my amendment. My amendment would ensure none of the provisions of this bill will take effect if there is an increase in mortality rates due to reduced access to health care services as a result of this bill. If Republicans truly believe this bill is not taking money away from Medicaid to give tax breaks to billionaires, then they should have no problem passing this amendment. If Republicans believe that at a minimum, we should make sure this bill does not cause Americans to die, then they shouldn't have a problem passing my amendment. I would like to close my remarks, Madam Chair and Ranking Member, by reminding us again of Joan, Erica, Bethany, and Carol Ann in the great Hoosier State. I implore you to remember their humanity. 14 million people who stand to lose their health care are relying on us to do the right thing. Protect Medicaid, protect health care, protect our children. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carson. Does anyone on my side wish to ask any questions? Mr. Scott, Mr. Griffith? Okay. Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
Yeah, no, again, I want to thank everybody here for being in the fight. There's too much at stake. I mean, you highlighted many of the concerns that have been echoed over and over again today. Thank you. I mean, Johanna Hayes and I were on the Ag Committee when they marked up the Ag section of this reconciliation bill, and it was maddening. And not just because of the impact of the cuts on children, on vulnerable people, on senior citizens, on veterans, on people with disabilities, but this kind of indifference, like it's no big deal. And it is a big deal. It is a big deal. If you can't put food on the table for your kids, that's a huge deal. That's every parent's worst nightmare. You know, if you're a senior citizen, not being able to afford your medication and your food, that's a big deal. And you know, a lot of the issues that were raised by this panel, you know, point to the fact that it seems that the people who are going to suffer the most are the most vulnerable, and the people who are well off and well connected and have the most are going to get even more. And so, again, I thank you for staying. Some of you have been here like since 1 o'clock in the morning. Some, I've seen you in the hallways at 2 o'clock in the morning, and you know, and so you've been around. And but I really do think it's important that people speak up. And Ms. Hayes.
I just want to say that, thank you for that, but as many of you know, I spent my career as a classroom teacher, and when you're on the other side of these processes and you're in a building with children and not really understanding how these policy decisions are being made, everything from protecting them from gun violence to mental health and wraparound services to something as basic as food. You know, understanding that federal law prohibited the lunch lady from even giving students a sandwich at the end of the day, and instead she had to throw it away. It is heartbreaking. So then to get here and be faced with the realization that there are people who understand what these policies do and still support them. These are not oversights. These are not loopholes. These are policy choices and intentional decisions that are being made. Right now, we are debating legislation once again. I mean, I saw it in the debt ceiling negotiations, in the CR, in every budget every year, and now in reconciliation, where we move from hypotheticals to reduce food benefits that directly impact children. And it's something that I will never understand for as long as I am in this body. I will also never stop fighting for those kids, because I understand that they deserve a chance. And in the same breath where we are talking about subsidies and tax cuts and corporations and tax breaks and even deductions, something as basic as food should just not be an issue. And the idea of, I've heard many people just keep throwing out waste and fraud and abuse. If that was truly the concern, we would be supporting SNAP administrators and making sure that we had highly qualified staff to process these applications. If that was truly the concern, we would be investing in workforce development to put people back to work. Because I can tell you, no one wants to be poor. And $6 per person per day is not a come up.
And if we're really interested in fraud, waste, and abuse, I don't know why we don't look at the Department of Defense, which can't seem to pass an audit, but that we're giving
No,
them-
we've increased their
Yeah,
budget.
we're increasing their budget. But this is a fight worth having, and I'm glad you're all in the fight. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Ms. Scanlon.
Yeah, I appreciate Mr. Carson's amendment, which really tries to get at what the underlying principles are in this bill, and is this tax policy really going to help people? And as we've been locked in our little room here for the last however long, 2 hours ago, I've got an article from CNBC. Dow slides more than 800 points as spiking Treasury yields and deficit fears spur a sell-off. And there's multiple articles out there now talking about the fact that this bill moving through with its deficit increases, although they're being used to justify all these cuts to essential services, but the fact that this is going to explode the deficit is causing another stock market dip and causing Treasury bonds, something I never thought I'd spend a lot of time talking about, to spike. It's just, it undercuts the whole argument for this bill. So thank you for thinking about that. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Neguse. Thank you. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Thank you. And thank you very much. I mean, I think a lot of what we have been talking about today is what is fair, right? What is right for the American people, how we build back trust up, and how what we're seeing in this bill is this big transfer, this favoritism to the wealthy, this prioritizing them over the hungry kids in the classroom, over the families who need that assistance with the health care premiums, the Affordable Care Act. Americans love the Affordable Care Act, right? And one of the ways, Representative Ansari, when you suggest we do the Stock Act, you're essentially saying, let's put trust back in the system. Is that right? I mean, what is the impetus for that?
Yeah, I mean, we know that about 87% of Americans, both Democrats, independents, and Republicans, believe that members of Congress should not be trading stocks. And when I discovered during the natural resources markup that the chairman of that committee, for the first time in the 10 years that he's been in Congress, decided to suddenly trade hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of oil and gas stocks, I was genuinely shell-shocked.
But the concept was let's put trust back in the system. And I see we have one of the sponsors who might be joining us on another one of our panels. But I think that's this concept of who is benefiting and how do we actually say this is what government can do and this is how we put trust back in the system is really playing throughout all of the testimony, whether it's from veterans, healthcare, hunger, or just let's make sure that Americans trust us. And so thank you for taking the time to make sure that Americans know what we're doing here. Because I can tell you, well, that's going, well, the stock market is terrified of what they are doing here. Americans are watching what we are doing here, and they are so appreciative. And I know we're all getting lots of calls and texts and outreach because they're watching. They are watching, and the senators are watching. I went to go get some food, and the senators are watching what we're doing in rules. Who knew? So thank you, Representative
Can I just say,
Ranking Member
Fernandez,
Tucano.
that we could save money if we did not repeal the 90-10 rule, $1.6 billion. It's going to cost us to put veterans more at risk to be preyed upon by for-profit colleges. And I would say to my friend Johanna Hayes, I'd like to put that $1.6 billion that we would save if we did not repeal 90-10, that would protect our veterans, to put it toward feeding those kids in your classroom.
Yeah, that's what all this is about, was who do we prioritize, right? Let's feed the kids. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Chairwoman, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez. There being no further questions, the panel is dismissed. Let me announce the next panel, and if you all could go down to the end again. Mr. Ruiz, Dr. Adams, Ms. Matsui, Ms. Brown, Mr. Liccardo, Mr. Correa, Ms. Sanchez, Mr. Menendez. One more, yeah, there you go. I did. Ms. Liccardo. Liccardo. Mr. Liccardo, pardon me. It doesn't matter. I'll call you this, it's okay. You can sit either place. Thank you, Dr. Adams. I'll call you number 2, even if you're the 3rd chair. Ms. Matsui just moved a little faster. Well, thank you all very much for being here this afternoon. And I will start with Mr. Ruiz. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you, Ranking Member, for letting us offer amendments to this big, ugly bill. We all know that taking health insurance away from 13.7 million people, 12.4 million U.S. citizens is going to cause an increase in those that are uninsured. And we all know that when they get sick, their only place for care is going to be in the emergency departments, because our EMTALA laws mandate that emergency care physicians like myself will need to take care of patients if their life, sight, or limbs are threatened. And that uncompensated care is going to increase costs, and it's going to affect everybody, whether or not you have Medicaid or private insurance. So my amendment would require states to produce an assessment of the effects of the coverage losses from this Medicaid title on rates of uncompensated care and emergency department wait times for each hospital that receives a disproportionate share hospital payments. We know that the increase in the population that goes into the hospitals that are uncompensated, that goes into the emergency department, will result in longer wait times to see a physician. There will be increase in overcrowdedness in the hospitals. The hospitals would bear a larger burden of those costs, and hospitals will do several things to make up for that. One is they will increase their own costs, and 2, they will fire healthcare providers, and 3, the other thing they will do is they will start to eliminate the services that don't bring a lot of revenue into the hospital. And those services usually are pediatrics and they're labor and delivery. So children will be affected, maternity care, women, pregnant ladies who are also covered in Medicaid will be affected because those services won't exist in the hospital. And the final thing that they would do, and there's evidence from this, the Inland Empire Health Plan that manages 90% of Medicaid patients in Riverside County and San Bernardino County in California, recently sent me a letter saying that co-signed by 8 hospital CEOs, saying that if there are significant Medicaid cuts, they would be forced to close. So think about this. If you're having an emergency, a stroke, or cardiac ischemia, or heart attack, and that hospital is no longer in your community, where are you going to go for emergency care? And this is those that are on private health insurance too. This is how cutting Medicaid is going to affect everybody. The second amendment that I co-introduced with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez will go after fraud and reinvest in Medicaid Advantage by going after the overcoding problem that exists and take those monies that are saved and reinvest in Medicare. And the reason why we want to invest in Medicare is to help provide the resources for providers to actually pay for the cost of care. You see, providers have not had their reimbursements from Medicare commensurate increase with the cost of providing care, and therefore, since 2001 to about 2023, there's been a 26% cut in the reimbursements for providers. If this continues, providers are going to take less Medicare patients in order to make sure they're able to pay their bills. And so I know that this bill has a quasi-small, pitiful, so-called doc fix, where it's only 75% of the Medicare economic index or the inflation rate, and then a few years after that, 10% each year. I want to insert my piece of legislation as through this amendment that would provide the full doc fix, which would tie the Medicare physician reimbursement to 100% of the Medicare economic index. Doing so will help protect Medicare for providers and seniors and strengthen the program so that more seniors can have access to that. So if you're really about ugly bill, and with that I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Ruiz. Dr. Adams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the ranking member for the opportunity to speak this evening. Today I'm offering two amendments, both rooted in things that I thought we all supported, helping families and helping students. But let me start by saying that absolutely there's nothing about this bill that's beautiful. It's actually a big ugly bill, and probably one of the ugliest that I've seen from this chamber. It's ugly because it hurts people. It's ugly because it punishes children. It punishes students and working families, and it's ugly because it tries to disguise cruelty as reform. Now, my first amendment is about SNAP. We've heard a lot about that. It is the largest and it is the most successful food security program in the nation. It's a lifeline for 49,000 citizens in my district in North Carolina. My SNAP amendment would prevent parents and caregivers of children as young as 7 from losing food assistance if they can't afford child care during the summer months to avoid the existing punitive time limited work requirement of 90 days. And that's important because, you know, when you think about children and their eating, oftentimes the only meal they get is at school. And so, and when we think about the summer, this becomes a real critical problem. And of course, children as young as 7 should not be losing food assistance because we won't provide SNAP for their parents. And some of my Republican colleagues believe that 7 years old is some magical age in which households are not able to list them as dependents when applying for SNAP benefits. So what my amendment would do would correct this so that households with children age 7 can be granted this protection rather than starting at 8 years old. And the goal of the amendment, of course, is to feed more children, to make sure that children can eat. Children should not go hungry anytime. They shouldn't go to bed hungry. They shouldn't go, food is an absolute necessity. And Madam Chair, you know, to take food away from children, it's unconscionable. It's just downright shameful. And so this big, beautiful, bad, ugly bill is set to cut over $300 billion from SNAP. And that's a program that, as we've heard already, helped cut child poverty in half. And so it's a program that helps millions of Americans feed their families, and a program that saves lives. I mean, the bottom line is it's a lifeline. It saves lives. And so this big ugly bill is, as you've heard, it's Robin Hood in reverse, plain and simple. It's poor form, it's terrible policy, and it's bad politics. It's taken from the poor, given to the rich. But let me just turn briefly to my Second Amendment, which strikes the provision in this bill that will cap federal student aid at the national median cost of attendance. This is another example of gatekeeping disguised as reform. The median cost of college for programs of study, that's traditional, but because this cap would take away financial aid from low-income students and students of color based upon an unknown calculations from our colleagues that will dictate the future of our students. It punishes students for failing and daring to dream bigger. It says that if you want to be a doctor, if you want to be an engineer, if you want to be a teacher, and your program costs more than average, well, too bad. Well, that's not reform. I've spent my life in education, and I've taught students who benefited from SNAP as well. I've monitored students who rely on Pell, and I've watched both succeed when we choose to invest in them. And these amendments are about those choices. Do we choose to support parents, or do we punish them? Do we choose to lift students up, or do we pull the ladder up behind us? I do want to urge my colleagues to support these amendments for the sake of our Americans, for the sake of our families, for the sake of children, for the sake of students. We need to feed families, and we need to make education accessible by funding students. Thank you for this time, and Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. Ms. Matsui, you're recognized.
Madam Chair and Ranking Member McGovern, I have two amendments on this rule. I'd like to offer these two amendments. My first amendment is simple. It protects Medicaid eligibility for pregnant people, children, parents of dependent children, and people with disabilities. Republicans keep insisting that their bill won't harm vulnerable Americans, that it won't touch people who really need Medicaid. But that's simply not true. That's not true. They said they should have no problem supporting. Then they should have no problem supporting my amendment. These are the very groups Republicans claim they want to protect. But if they're serious, they should support it. But I doubt they will, because the only way to claim $800 billion in savings is to keep people like Christine, who is a single mom in my district, and millions of others off their coverage. Let's take a second to think about what this means in a person's life, not just as a line item on a spreadsheet. Christine is a single mom doing everything she can to support her two kids. She has been interviewing for jobs but has struggled to land full-time work. In the meantime, Medicaid is how she keeps her family healthy. Because of Medicaid, her children get regular checkups. Her son even recently got braces. That's what Medicaid means to this family, and not a number on a chart, but a healthier future. This bill is filled with red tape and impossible bureaucratic hurdles. It would throw families off of Medicaid and rip away life-saving care, not just from parents, but from children whose health care is tied to their parents. Of the more than 13 million people who will lose their care under this bill, 4.7 million would be because of the red tape requirements in this bill. That would undoubtedly include parents. It will undoubtedly include children, and it will undoubtedly include people with disabilities. So if Republicans are serious about protecting the people they claim to care about, they should support my amendment. And just as this bill undermines health care, it is also weakening our digital security. My second amendment addresses a critical threat, cybersecurity failures that put Americans at risk. It would require cabinet-level officials to receive basic cybersecurity training before auctioning off critical spectrum. That includes following rules about secure communication, rules this administration has routinely ignored. Cyber attacks like Salt Typhoon just show how vulnerable we are. Yet instead of strengthening our cyber defenses, the Trump administration is gutting them and turning a blind eye to basic security protocols. We cannot allow sensitive data, health records, or public safety systems to be compromised because this administration refuses to take cybersecurity seriously. So let's be clear. Both of my amendments protect American families. One defends their health care, the other defends their digital safety. If my Republican colleagues truly care about protecting families, they would vote yes on both. I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Matsui. Ms. Brown, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to speak on this amendment. My amendment would strike an especially harsh provision in this bill that is rooted in cruelty, not policy. This simple, straightforward amendment would strike the work requirement provision in this big, bad, ugly bill that lowers the age of what we call a dependent child from 18 to 7. From 18 years old to 7 years old. So I'm abundantly clear, we're saying that 8, 9, and 10-year-olds are no longer considered dependent children. Where did this come from? Why is this necessary? Since when is a first grader not a dependent child? Preventing families with children as young as 7 from losing food assistance, that is what we're debating here. This isn't about waste, fraud, or abuse, and we all know it. It's the excuse, not the reason. So I'd like to invite the Republicans on this panel to explain to me, to my colleagues, and to the American people, how exactly does taking food away from struggling families with young children make this country safer, stronger, more secure, healthier, or even great again? Because the Republicans on the Agriculture Committee couldn't answer that question. And maybe that's because they didn't even bother to speak up when asked. Well, my guess is you can't answer that question either, because the answer doesn't exist. There is no national security strategy that says that hungry families are a path to stability in this country. There is no economic model that says that kids going to bed with empty bellies will suddenly lead us to prosperity. The only reason this provision